Hey there. How's everybody doing this morning? I couldn't get my I couldn't get my icon to add in for a second. I was like, wait a minute, this is not working right. Oh man, welcome to another day. Another day, really the last day besides jury closing. I mean, man, that's gonna be something to watch. Oh, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something indeed. We're gonna have an entire day rolling into decisions and we'll see what happens after that. Vicky May, thank you and welcome. Thank you for that membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the last day of really comes together, how they go after the counterclaim. I cannot see the counterclaim surviving. I just there's no way that I see it surviving at all. There are some people that there are some people that I guess think otherwise. I haven't ran across very many of them. Actually, I don't think I've ran across any of them, to be honest, now that I think about it. I'm turning on subscriber mode real quick too. Give me 1 second, and I'm gonna turn on 10-second slower mode, which won't really slow you all at all. If you're here and you for some reason can't chat, that means that you've probably been unsubscribed if you were already a subscriber. It happens. It happens a lot, in fact. So, just check it out, roll in, and have fun with it. You know. I'm glad to see all of you too. It'll be like I said, it'll be something. We'll probably have after the trial, win, lose, or draw. First of all, I've been asked by a lot of people, what's gonna happen here? I have no idea. I'm not gonna feed you false hope. I don't know. I know. I think the case was put together. I think they showed the public what's out there. The public response has been absolutely overwhelming as far as thoughts that Johnny Depp is not guilty of this heinous stuff and this actually ruined his life. But again, I can't tell you what a jury will do. That's the reality. I watched the UK decision come in and it was an absolute farce. Now I believe there was a big difference in why that happened personally, but I digress there. But regardless of how it comes in, we are still we see something that's fundamentally society changing. I mean, it changes the listen believe narrative for so many people. Elvis fan, Austria, thanks for the two. We'll catch a few super chat. We'll see what questions are in here. Love from Vienna, Tug, you rock. Thank you. You rock as well. Ra- Rochelle, not Raquel. Thanks for the 5. I jumped in the air when the music started playing. Headphones were up way too loud. I think I lost part of my soul. Yeah, that's one of the things you get used to with the input output as well. It's been a you get your headphones like turned up for especially with watching the trial. That's why I don't play a lot of clips and stuff. Uh, I don't play a lot of like applause clips or goofing off, sound there because the sound. I mean, it's just their sound is so low on this trial. It's actually quite insane. Natty Sparrow, thanks for the 5. News on the grapevine. His turd is back on the stand. Depp has 7 hours to wait. Let's let the fun begin. I saw Court TV say that. They've been wrong about a few things, though. So we'll see. We'll see. It seems like an insane idea to put her back on the stand. It seems just insane. But if they think they're losing, there are a few things that suggest to me that they think they could very well lose. They went in to try to they sealed the jury identities yesterday. If you missed out on that, like they're the ones who pushed it. Amber Heard did. They didn't want now that doesn't mean that the jury can't come out and talk about what's going on, but they went out of their way. Of course, they're gonna say it's, for concern or whatever for the jury, but let me show you this. Give me 1 second. They approached the court. They got this pushed through. This matter came to be heard upon Amber Heard. So that was her motion to seal the records relating to the jury's identity, filed May the 16th. We have a delay, so we don't find out about it right away. There'll be orders that happen during the court that we won't find out about until after the court time. I mean, that'll happen. But upon consideration of the briefs and argument at counsel, it's hereby ordered that her motion is granted that all jurors' names remain sealed for 1 year following the conclusion of the trial. So now that doesn't mean they can't come forward and talk about whatever they want, whatever. But that was still, it's yet another thing that makes me wonder. Yeah, maybe maybe she doesn't think that'll be great. Camden, thanks for the 5. You should join Ricada for the final day. Nah, I don't wanna do panels, to get, both the mental aspect and law. Nah, I don't wanna do panels. I did a panel for a week, and I don't enjoy it, like, just to be honest. I like streaming with Ricada and stuff, but not for trials. I wanna sit here and I wanna hear it. They like, people wanna make commentary while the stuff's going on, and that's not what I want with the trial. I wanna be able to hear everything. So, like, everybody streams differently, and that's not an indictment of anybody's style, you know, have fun and stuff, but, like, if there are a bunch of people there, like, they have 5 or 6, like, sometimes I can't hear what's going on, and yeah, I wanna hear it. The, uh the big pieces sometimes, they don't come in the loud moments, they come out in the small moments, so I mean, for the small moments. And again, that's no indictment of anybody's style. Everybody covers differently. I would rather the panel that I would rather chill with and kick it with is, well, all of you people. Thanks for the super chat. Did you see my DM, Twitter email? If so, what do you make of it? I sent the slowed down audio. Yeah, I want to sit down. I'm going to sit down and just listen to it like 40 times in a row. uh, that's the way I want to go through it. Why? Yeah, that's like I said, I like I like listening to a trial. It's just there, and part of that too is I like to see what panels are not some end all be all. They don't have some special insight into what's going on in the trial. A lot of times, you folks do, and I like to, like I said, I like to see what you all are talking about and stuff too, and bring it up, discuss it and gaps in the case, just see exactly how things are going. I think that's fun, there. Man, what a day though. I mean, what a day with an end for a trial. Can you whew. Ramirez, thanks for the 5. Any Vegas odds on Tug mentioned today? Ask for a friend. I don't know. I wonder if we'll get into closings. I thought after the first time they would have learned their lesson, just to be honest. I actually thought like, "Man, surely they won't mention the channel again," but they did. Let's see. Rosie, thanks for the buck super chat. No statement, plenty of statement there. Thank you. Scoots, thanks for the 2. Good morning. Depp heads took rules. Thank you for that. I had somebody write today too. They said that, I'd missed some of their super chats. If I missed your super chat, it's on me. That is not ever intentional too, just to say, like this is all, YouTube has been weird about stuff for the last week for me, but that probably is on me too. It's probably it's a learning process. The channel has grown exponentially. I mean, it has grown fast, and I am trying to learn how to deal with all of that. It's a learning curve. So, I appreciate you being here and watching it, watching me boomer a lot of this stuff live. And thank you again. Like if I miss you, that's on me. Like that is definitely not intentional. Eve Barlow's right crotch. Thanks for the 5. If Elaine doesn't refer to you as just some flashy yellow umbrella fella today, I'll be very disappointed. Hashtag all hail that umbrella god. Indeed. English Goddess, thanks for 18. Hey, Tug, I sent you an email and messaged you on Patreon. I'm a makeup artist, and it was to tell you about the brand. This is my name on Patreon. So if you reach out, if you still want to talk, all right, I'll check it out. Thank you, too. Mom, thanks for the 10. Not sure what to call you, Tug. That umbrella god, guy, or lead tweet guru. Keep them talking. Go, JD. Indeed. It's so strange, like I said. It's such a bizarre thing. It is, it's, like, bizarrely surreal. It again, it is definitely vindication for how many of these folks, they I'm trying to think of how do I wanna put this. They did crazy stuff, and if they were quiet about it, it would be less obvious. Like I've been saying for well over a year that these people have been trying to take down channels and everything, and some people think that's just bizarre conspiracy or stuff until you hear, like, again, they can't help but I mean, you're not talking about Johnny Depp and his friends, you're talking about Twitter users or, and like Laura B or like YouTube users with myself and Incredibly Average, and stuff. I mean, it's just like, wow, really? I hope though, I hope that more people see this case and I hope it wakes them up to the reality of what this stuff does. This information, here's the reality of this. If you just come into this and you're like, whoa, there was a lot of information here. This information has been available for well, I mean, there's been pieces of it coming out along the way. There's been pieces, but a bulk of this information has been available for well over 2 years. Just the media suppressed it. They suppressed it. They will not talk about it. They had a narrative. They would have never deviated from that narrative. Still, most of them haven't. If you look on like Twitter, for example, I reposted a a screenshot from somebody in the media showing you, what they think about this kind of stuff. This is a media person, okay, for example. See their thing. There's independent voices from Gamergate to Amber Turd. The alt-right is hijacking the Depp versus Heard trial, because apparently if you deviate or disagree, you're part of the alt-rights. And then here's another media person. Good article, bad headline. Men's rights trolls. So again, men don't get rights. This is coming from a man too. That's the most jacked up thing about this. Men's rights. There are obviously r- men's issues if you can be destroyed by a few words in public. If it can take down a Johnny Depp, that says and the reality of this is most men don't have millions of dollars to fight back and try to clear their names. Most men are stuck with the stigma, and it is a life-destroying stigma. It will not stay with men. As more and more people develop their own types of relationships, as that becomes widely socially acceptable, because it started that, but it's become more socially acceptable. But as it becomes widely socially acceptable, you're going to see that jump to everyone. And when that happens, if people don't course correct that, well, yeah. When people like Michael here too, when they end up getting falsely accused of something, and all it doesn't matter if you, or maybe not so falsely accused, you never know. But when they get accused publicly, remember they're part of they wanted this world. They wanted that. They want it until they don't want it. It's just like the PR guy, David Shane for Amber Heard. He wanted this world until the finger pointed at him. Then he didn't want it. Then he wanted silence from the people accusing him. Then he wanted a suppression of accounts that talk about it. But men's rights trolls didn't hijack the trial. They've been obsessed with the case for years, and their misinformation campaign eventually spilled over to normies. Now, they put in their misinformation. One of the things, the sheer number of false rumors. She says she covered bruises with makeup that wasn't released till 2016. They did use something on the stand that was like that. My favorite, though, is she plagiarized someone else's sexual assault. Is a tale that this originated on the right. Uh-huh. Kate James actually said that. Not a man, it was Kate James. It was in her second witness statement, UK 2020, female. I'm gonna say probably not a right winger. Just I'm gonna guess, like, living in California, doing what they do. I'm just gonna guess from that. I think it would be a pretty fair, accurate guess that that's we're not talking about. Even if we are, doesn't matter. But I'm just saying, I'm going to guess probably not, and it doesn't matter if it did anyway. Like I say, because it's in her claims, and they're like, "Oh, this info." Now the problem there is, again, it isn't just someone saying that. This is a person attached to the media. They don't even know that Kate James claimed that. Like, that's what kills me. They don't even realize that there was a witness that claimed that about Amber Heard. Like, that's frightening. Princess Sammy, thanks for the super chat. Hi from Tar. Hey, thank you for that. Greetings returned from a small town, Tennessee. Don Blaine, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for that membership. Welcome to Tuesdays. Like I said, if I miss people in there, I will do my best to find each and every one as I try every day. I'm still rolling forward. I just saw that. Going farts. Thanks for the 3. Bernard Drowner. She turned me into a newt. Into a newt. Lexi the Lexecutioner. That's funny. Thanks for the 2. AH will only be on stand for counterclaim. Yeah, well, we only have, 1 witness left for the regular trial from what they said. 1 more witness, and then we're over to the counterclaim. So, Art the Clown, thanks for the 20. I remember watching you during UK. We knew this time he gets a surprise. It's not faith, it's a prediction. This time, honestly, humanity wins. It's not logic, it's 2022 strangeness. If he wins, man, like I said, I just caution people in how you look at it. Don't hang your emotions on a win because you don't know what happens. I saw a lot of people hang their emotions on a win in UK, and you don't look at it it's not looking at it the right way. A court win is something different than what we saw in the public push, but as far as we're talking about this stuff, a court win isn't the only win. Socially, there's a giant win. I mean, get a big one there. There's already been a big one there. Like I said, society has stacked the deck. Modern society has stacked the deck against somebody that has been falsely accused. Again, look at the monetary cost. Look at the fight. 6 years. 6 years just hemorrhaging money just to get to this point. I'll be very pissed, though, if people can't recognize her story as fake. I mean, the whole, attack with a bottle, no medical evidence whatsoever. Never went to the doctor. Never went to the doctor. I don't know how much better to put that. Never went to the doctor. You do not have these things done to you and not seek medical attention. That just doesn't happen. Jessica, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Robert, thanks for the 10. Do you think Depp's team have to come up with a way to disprove the Molly text? I don't know what they'll do about that. I mean, they know about it, but I don't know what they'll do. You know, I don't know. I don't know how their plans are. If they see it as a big deal, they also have one thing going for them that you and I don't. They can look at and try to read the jury. That's a big one. You know. Sarah D, thanks for the 9. Love following this with your tug. This is for your supportive wife who's obviously taking care of the family to allow you to get the real truth out. Thank you for your family, thank you to your family for your commitment. Hey, thank you for that. Yeah, it's she's done a lot with it, and it's been it's been a roller coaster. Amy Lee, thanks for the 2. Wish I could support more. I never think that. First of all, you showing up to this channel is support. You spreading word that we're live. By the way, we are live. Tell people you like it. We're everything. That's support. And then you go in that extra mile. Never feel like, hey, I wish I could do more. You've done a lot, so thank you. But thank you from the UK. Buy you a mega pint. Thanks for the 2. Good morning from Orleans, Louisiana. Thank you. The cat said, hi, tee hee. Oh, God. So I don't know. I showed this before, right? But I actually had something. So I had something amazing happen. I actually found out about Elaine. They're having mock juries, and I got a picture of the mock jury. Do you guys want to see it? Do you want to see it? Okay, here we go. Now still yourself, because this is crazy. All right, here we go. There, check it out. It's Elaine in the mock jury. She's like, "All right, jury, that's a jury of her peers." She's like, "It's that it's that umbrella man. He's the one who caused it. He's the one behind it all. He caused all of this." Uh, oh my god. Oh Lord. Yep, there you go. The umbrella man. He's the only one that can. There's your mock jury, baby. Hmm. Oh, I love it. I love it. That's exclusive, man. That's exclusive. Uh, the jury doesn't have all the info we've learned either. Yeah, when you're judging the case, like if you want to really think, like you got to think about people going into it with with no knowledge whatsoever, and that's hard. Like I can't do that when I look at this case. I can't because I've already seen or heard too much from the case. I can't reset it in my mind. I don't have the ability to do that. I wish I did. I wish I could reset it to go and think about that, but, I don't know how you do that. Simon, Brandy, thanks for the 10 there. AH is already lost. If she was to come out and confess, get help from BPD, she would be less hated. I would feel some sympathy. Right now, she's canceled. That's our only route to redemption. What's that? Oh. One of the kids is like, "Guess what came today?" And I was like, "What?" She's like, "I can't tell you now. Mom won't let me." Mom, mom was like, "Don't come down the stairs right before the stuff starts." Traffic control. Oh, that's hilarious. That's funny. Wired Anomaly, thanks for 5. Tug, will you be slipping any Easter egg references to this trial in your next Umbrella comic? Maybe in the Ash, yeah, the mini comic, but not the main book, probably. Yeah. 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 The writer of the mini comic is actually my wife writes it and work with another work with an artist. You can get if you scroll to the bottom of the listing, you'll see not at the very bottom, but you'll see that mini comic. You'll have the comic stuff and then samples, and then you'll see a sample of what the mini comic was like. The mini comic was a lot of fun last time too. So it's more of a cut up and have fun, you know? Yeah. Okay. All right. Be careful. Susan Dolan, thanks for the 2. When do you think the verdict will be handed down? Well, I do. One of the logic things that really does kind of stick with me. We have a holiday weekend, and I do wonder if they'll return a verdict fast because of the holiday. You know, is that good or bad? Well, I don't know, but I mean, if you think about it, well, they might return a verdict a lot faster because holiday weekend, and they don't want to be attached to it all with a holiday weekend coming up. Katie Man, thanks for the buck. No statement, plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Dennis, thanks for the 10. You should design an umbrella with that umbrella guy written on it. I'd buy one. Yeah, I looked at those at one time. Umbrella logos are like they were just exorbitant when I looked at them at one time. Hey, Patricia Nolan, thanks for that 50 pounds super chat. Thank you for that. Transform. I've never actually seen that super sticker transforming. That's funny. It's like Transformers. That's hilarious. All right. The court coverage has come up, so I'm going to switch over now. I'm going to start setting up. It'll take a minute or two, but that's what I love about the way this sets up. They have to do all their preliminaries and all that stuff, so we get a minute. Give me 1 second here. So I'm getting situated. Let's boost their sound. We'll boost their sound once they start talking because we can't boost the sound coming from nowhere. That's part of the problem. So it's been an interesting trial to watch. Now it's been very interesting to watch play out. JD looks like he's in pretty good spirits today. Looking at who's all there. There's Whitney in the back over on sister's side, so you can see Whitney's back in the courtroom again today too. It's been interesting. Like Whitney keeps returning. Okay, so, of course the JD security guys back in the back. Like, look how big they look compared to everything. Man, why are they going to do this, dude? I wish the people controlling live view would stop this. Honestly, I wish they would, because this is not new footage, and they have total control over whether or not that comes up. Yeah, I wish they wouldn't do that. Because they like to keep playing the same old footage. I like seeing footage of their arrivals. I just don't like seeing it old footage when we could be watching what's happening with the courtroom. And you could tell with the Johnny Depp intros though compared to hers. Like, I mean, he stops. He says hi to everyone. Which I think is really important, just to be honest, to really get a distinction of, you get how people see this socially. Like I said, I wish the people controlling live would focus on the courtroom, and not give me footage that's 3 or 4 days old. Like, look at the reaction to her coming in, though. This does give you a real feel for the differences between them. If you don't know how this is broadcast, by the way, Live View is basically a remote connection. It's Live University. It's the method that they use to stream all of this into the thing.
All right.
There we go.
Do we have any preliminary matters?
All right. Now we'll boost the sound.
Okay, sure. You want to come forward?
There we go. I'm going to turn my sound down a little bit for input. Like I said, though, I hate that live view setup, because that is not. It's not that they show the entry. That's actually kind of good. I would like it new. They have recordings. What's interesting, you could see when they switch over to their feeds, they do have newer recordings of their arrival, but they never switch over to the newer ones. They only switch over to the old ones. Look, she's gone with the hairstyle so you can cover her face from the jury. Look, now they can't see her look, now they can't see her face all the time. She can cover her face because, she's too many sneers and laughs and snide looks. I'm going to say that that's tactical. No, that wasn't a brand new one. They broadcast that one, I think, a couple of days ago. They don't broadcast it as much as that other one where they pull up and they've got loud music and it comes up. But that one, they started broadcasting that when the dinosaur thing came up. So, you know, God, nobody will ever trust her again because they see her for what she is. It's horrible to think about the level of entitlement that you have to feel to go in and think you can pull something like this off, you know? I mean, that's a horrible indictment. It's a horrible indictment of media, really a society too, to allow it to transpire the way that it did. And again, most people don't know what was happening until it was, because people rely on the media. They rely on these systems. That's why the media is out there indicting anyone saying that this, now it's normies being influenced, because what they're saying is the people that we have uniquely controlled, you know, now
Okay.
they're slipping out of our fingertips. Right. Jury coming in. I want to give props to people like Laura B, who have to sleep outside at night to try to get in. You know,
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Have your seat. All right. Your next witness,
this will be the final witness.
We call Dr. Richard Gilbert, Your Honor.
Dr. Gilbert.
This is the final witness from what they said yesterday before the counterclaim begins.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Richard Stephen Gilbert.
And what is your occupation?
I am an orthopedic surgeon and I have a subspecialty training in surgery of the hand and upper extremity.
Dr. Gilbert, where do you work currently?
I currently work in New York and Long Island at Northwell Health.
And you mentioned you have a specialty. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your specialty is?
So after medical school, I trained in orthopedic surgery and I did an orthopedic surgery residency. And for a year thereafter, I did a hand and upper extremity surgery resident fellowship. And so my practice for the past 22 years has been limited to surgery of the hand, wrist, and elbow.
And I think you may have gotten ahead of me there, but how long have you been practicing?
22 years.
Okay. What percentage of your practice over the past 22 years has involved surgery?
Approximately 1/3 of my practice.
Okay. And other than that 1/3 that involves surgery, what does the rest of your practice entail?
The rest of my practice entails some academic work, but mostly seeing patients in the office, seeing them either pre or post-operatively. A large portion of hand surgeons treat patients non-operatively.
In terms of the surgeries that you do, can you describe for us the types of surgeries that you will perform?
So again, I limit my practice to hand, wrist, and elbow. I would say approximately 75% or so of my practice is limited to the hand itself. And this really varies from anything from conditions like carpal tunnel syndrome to tendinitis to injuries such as amputations, fractures, sharp lacerations, etc.
Over the course of your 22 years of practice, how many surgeries would you estimate you've performed?
I perform about 300 to 400 surgeries a year, so a rough estimate would be approximately 10,000, maybe a little less.
Where are you currently licensed?
In New York.
And how long have you been licensed in New York?
I have been licensed in New York since 1994, so that would be 28 years.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
I am board certified by the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, and I have a certificate of added qualifications in surgery of the hand from the American Society for Surgery of the Hand.
When did you receive your board certification?
2002.
And can you describe for us what current positions you hold?
I am currently an assistant professor of orthopedic surgery at Northwell Health, and I'm also the president-elect of the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
In what professional organizations are you a member?
I'm a member of multiple orthopedic organizations, including the American Board of Orthopedic Surgery, the American Association of Orthopedic Surgery, and the American Society for Surgery of the Hand, as well as the New York Society for Surgery of the Hand.
Have you published any articles in your field?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Can you ballpark for us how many times?
Certainly less than 10 over the past 22 years.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Gilbert as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, specializing in the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved.
So Dr. Gilbert, what work were you asked to do in connection with this case?
So I was asked to review medical records, radiographs, pictures, as well as testimonies and depositions related to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Okay. And to your understanding, what is Mr. Depp's explanation of how his finger was injured?
He describes that he was in Australia and his right hand was over the side of a bar when a vodka bottle was thrown at his hand, injuring his right middle finger. And he describes that the vodka bottle exploded.
Are you aware of other explanations for that injury?
There have been multiple other explanations, but I think the one that was brought out was by Ms. Hurd, who believed that Mr. Depp was holding a landline and out of anger was punching it against the wall, and this resulted in his right middle finger injury.
Based on your review of the medical records and other documents in connection with Mr. Depp's finger injury, how would you describe the nature of the injury to Mr. Depp's finger?
Well, the nature of the injury was he had what we describe as a comminuted fracture of the distal phalanx, meaning there was a fracture of the tip of the finger, and comminuted meaning that there were multiple pieces. So this is some type of blunt force with a high mechanism of injury. He also sustained loss of the tissue along what's called the ulnar side of the finger towards the little finger. And this appeared, based upon my review of the pictures, to be some type of sharp laceration because it represented a clean edges of the wound.
Can we take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 60? And pull up to go to page 3. And Dr. Gilbert, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
So these are two radiographs, x-rays of Mr. Depp's finger, his middle finger.
Okay. Sorry, just to stop you, but Your Honor, may we publish this to the jury as a demonstrative?
Any objection? All right, we'll identify it as 60, page 3, and publish to the jury.
And Dr. Gilbert, sorry to cut you
Oh,
off
that's okay.
there. Can you just tell a jury what we're looking at here
So
in
we're
this
looking
X-ray?
at two X-rays of Mr. Depp's right middle finger after the injury, and towards the tip of the finger, there's a fracture. Again, what I described as a comminuted fracture, meaning there are multiple pieces at the tip. There's also a transverse component to the fracture closer to the joint.
In your view, what types of mechanisms can cause this sort of injury?
So this is a mechanism of injury that has high velocity or force, generally a crush type injury. A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these X-rays.
And we're using the term comminuted fracture. Can we just define that quickly for us?
So again, comminuted, and it's not particular to a finger, is a medical term for a fracture that has multiple fragments.
In your opinion, could this injury have been sustained in the manner Mr. Depp described?
I do believe so.
And how might that work? How might a thrown vodka bottle produce an injury like this?
So a vodka bottle, which is a hard object, would have crushed the tip of the finger, resulting in the comminuted fracture. And in addition, as the vodka bottle broke, the glass would have lacerated the finger, resulting in the soft tissue loss that was also seen with this injury.
What's your assessment of the description of the cause of the injury offered by Ms. Heard?
I think that's highly unlikely.
And why is that?
Because one, in general, when an injury is caused by punching against a wall or a hard object, it is extremely rare to see an injury to the tips of the fingers, which is seen with Mr. Depp's injury. Generally, you're holding something with a fist, and that in general leads to injuries most commonly of the knuckles here, or fractures of the metacarpals. We call these boxer fractures. Second most common after those would be injuries to these, but as you can see, if you're holding something and hitting against something, it is very unlikely that the tips of the fingers will be injured. In addition, just taking into account the radiographs and the pictures of the injury, I would not believe that solely a blunt force against a wall would result in the soft tissue loss.
What other injuries, if any, would you expect to see on Mr. Depp's hand if the injury had occurred as Ms. Heard described?
So if that were the cause of the injury, you would certainly, that would be a dorsally directed. So this is the dorsal in the back of the hand, as opposed to the palmar side. So if you're punching against something, you would certainly expect an injury to the nail bed, and those are always seen in those type of injuries. If there is an injury to the tip of the finger, which again I said is rare, so you would see either a loss of the nail or blood underneath the nail called a subungual hematoma.
In your review of the medical records, did you see any sign of anything like that?
None whatsoever.
In your view, is the injury, can you explain to us exactly why you think the injury is consistent with Mr. Depp's description?
Well, again, his hand, he describes his hand being held over a marble bar, which is a firm, something firm, unyielding, and the bottle hit against the finger. So basically the finger was crushed, resulting in, again, what I described as a comminuted fracture. And as Mr. Depp described, the bottle exploded. So it's certainly reasonable that the glass that exploded as well led to the soft tissue loss along the ulnar aspect of his finger.
Now, did you observe the testimony of Dr. Richard Moore?
Yes, I did.
And he testified about Mr. Depp's finger injury as well.
Correct.
Right. Did you agree with Dr. Moore's testimony?
Certain parts of his testimony I did, yes,
Okay.
but not all of it.
Focusing on the parts that well, first of all, why don't you tell us what you agree on?
Well, I agreed in terms of his interpretation of the x-rays, saying that he had a comminuted fracture and this was some type of high force injury.
Okay. What did you disagree with?
Well, I disagreed with several things that he said. He first said that he does not believe that the mechanism of injury could be, as described by Mr. Depp, holding the hand on the side of a marble bar, because he said it was all a palmar injury, and there was a palmar component to the injury. I'm talking about the soft tissue loss, but there was also a dorsal, meaning the back of the finger. So the soft tissue loss was actually, if you looked at the pictures which were shown when Dr. Moore testified, the injury goes like this. So it's an angled or an oblique type injury. And there's no way that anybody could determine whether or not it was a palmar directive force, meaning from the palm side, or a dorsally directive force. But certainly either are plausible.
Anything else come to mind that you disagreed with?
Well, he also described that this was definite. Well, he thought that this was a pinching, or what he described as an avulsion type injury. And that's referring to the soft tissue loss. That's certainly possible, but if you look at the pictures that were shown when he testified, the laceration looked fairly clean. There were clean edges, it was not jagged. And generally, when you have an avulsion or a pinch type injury, you see a very irregular border to the skin. It's pinched off, you can imagine, as opposed to something that's cleaner that would be lacerated by, let's just say, a piece of glass or a knife or whatever. And that's more consistent with the pictures of Mr. Depp's injury.
And we're using the term soft tissue loss, and just to make sure we're on the same page, can you just tell the jury quickly what you're referring to there?
Right, so there were two components to this injury. One, the fracture of the bone, and two, he had loss of the soft tissues so that the bone was exposed. So that amputated part that was found at the bar.
Now, you were saying that Dr. Moore testified that this was an avulsion, and meaning a pinching injury, right?
Correct.
Why do you believe it's more likely that it was a laceration?
Well, again, in general, a pinch type injury results in one, much more damage to the remaining tissue, but the remaining tissue is usually very irregular. The borders are jagged, and that's not what was depicted in the pictures.
Dr. Moore also testified that he thought a vodka bottle might not have sufficient force to cause the injury here. Is that your understanding of his testimony?
Correct.
What's your response to that?
I certainly believe that a vodka bottle that was thrown from a distance against a hand that was resting on a marble bar is more than sufficient force to result in this fracture and soft tissue loss.
Now, in looking at the medical records and the pictures of Mr. Depp's hand, what was the condition of his nail?
There was no injury to the nail.
And other than what you've already told us, how does that factor into your analysis, if at all? The fact that there was no injury to the nail?
Well, it makes it highly unlikely that the mechanism of injury described by Ms. Heard resulted in this injury, because you really would always see an injury to the nail and or nail bed.
Do you have any opinion regarding the direction of the injury?
Well, it's certainly based upon the soft tissue loss. It's an angled injury, or what we call medically an oblique injury, because the soft tissue loss is at an angle. He lost some of the tissue on the back of the finger as well as the palm side, primarily along the palm side. But other than that, you can't make any assumptions. Unless you saw a videotape of this injury, nobody could tell you definitively what the direction of the injury was.
Dr. Moore also commented on the absence of fragments of broken glass in Mr. Depp's injury. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And How does the absence of glass fragments factor into your analysis?
It really doesn't. I've seen hundreds, if not probably at least 500 or more glass injuries, and I would say probably the majority you don't see glass in these injuries. It is much more common to see glass embedded in the wounds when you're talking about very fine glass. So if just say a wine glass would explode or something of that nature, where you get little tiny shards. But in general, when you have thick glass, such as you see in a bottle or a pane of glass, you generally don't see, because they break into bigger pieces, and you generally don't see the glass. But you certainly can, but it's not surprising that you don't.
Can you definitively state how this injury occurred?
No, nobody can definitively state.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Burn some of that time. They only have an
Your Honor.
hour and 16 minutes
Good morning,
related,
Dr. Gilbert.
I
Good
think,
morning.
or 15.
Now, you're being paid $1,000 an hour for your work on this case, correct?
Correct.
And you agree, just to sum up how Mr. Moniz finished, you agree that the finger injury could have been caused by any number of things, right?
Yes.
And you're not offering an expert opinion on what you believe caused the finger injury, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware, you said a few times Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, right? You remember saying that?
Yes.
You're actually aware that Amber has said she doesn't know how he lost his finger. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
So when you were just talking about Miss Heard's account or Miss Heard's explanation, you're aware she's never actually given an explanation for how she thinks he lost his finger,
Yes, she did.
correct?
No.
You're aware that Miss
That's a
Heard
lie.
testified, and this is from your deposition. You're aware that she testified she doesn't know how he got his fingertip chopped off. You're aware of that, right?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I'm not. I reviewed the records, and in one of the testimonies depositions that I reviewed, it was described that that potentially it was lost when he was punching against the wall with a phone.
And on that, the last point there, I think we agree. Miss Heard's testified in this trial and previously that she saw him smash a phone to smithereens, a wall phone. You'd agree with that, correct?
Correct.
But she doesn't know if that was what caused him to lose his finger. You agree with that, correct?
I agree. I cannot speak for her, but yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That is a flat out lie right there. That is straight up a lie. I'm going to post her piece of her own witness statement where she says specifically this is how he got the finger injury. I'm going
Dr.
to
Gilbert, you gave a deposition in this case on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
You were under oath in that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could turn to page 61, please. You see there are four pages per page of paper. It's on page 16 of the document.
Okay.
Okay, and line 9, you're asked a question, and then Amber's response to that question, that's the line 9. Can you read that, please? Answer, I do not know. I did not see his finger go off. Question, and Dr. Gilbert, are you aware that Amber did not see Mr. Depp's finger go off? Answer, I mean, I'm aware that, well, I am from reading this. I'm aware of the mechanism that she claimed would cause the finger injury. Question, but have you read anything so far that indicates she doesn't know how the finger injury happened? Answer, so far from what I'm reading here, yes. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you've heard no testimony in this trial from Ms. Heard that the finger injury was definitively caused by the phone, that she doesn't know, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the fingernail was uninjured. You said that, right?
Correct.
And the nail bed was uninjured,
Correct.
correct? But the area under the fingernail, in the pulp of the finger, that's where the injury took place, right?
It was not isolated to the pulp, no.
But it didn't injure the fingernail. That's my question.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And under Mr. Depp's alleged theory, Amber threw a vodka bottle at him from 10 feet away or so, right?
Correct.
And you testified you have no way to determine the angle that the bottle was coming from, right?
Correct.
But she threw it on a downward trajectory, correct? She didn't, there's no allegation, you've never read anything that she somehow underhanded it so it came up to his finger, right?
Correct.
And there's no way to tell, as you testified, what exact direction it came from, right?
Correct.
And the glass exploded, but you've already testified there was no glass in the wound, right?
Correct.
You haven't read any record of that in any medical records, correct?
Correct.
You also haven't read anything about there being cuts on the rest of his hand, right?
Correct.
And there was no glass found anywhere on the rest of his hand, correct?
Correct.
No bruising or injury on any other part of his hand other than the tip of his middle finger.
Correct.
And somehow, under Mr. Depp's theory, that bottle hit the bar and his fingers, but didn't damage the fingernail while it amputated the area under the nail, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation of that is that you believe that his hand must have moved at some point during the force of the injury. Isn't that correct?
No, I said it could have, but I did not say that it did.
No, you believe that it did, don't you?
I said that it likely did, but I was not there and I don't have videotape of the injury, so I can't determine that definitively.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 25 of your deposition, please, on page 7.
Sorry, page.
Page 25 and 26. So it's page 7 of the document.
Okay.
Sorry if I was unclear on that.
No problem. I'm there.
Okay. Line 18, question. And to be clear, by quote, sitting in that position, you mean hand down, palmar side down. Answer, that's what he claimed. I mean, according to the history, yes. Question, and would it matter if Mr. Depp's hand was palmar side down? Answer, not really, because it really, and I discussed this, it really just depends upon the angle at which the injury occurred. And as well, you can't determine if his hand had moved at some point during the force of the injury, which I believe it probably did, which I didn't get into in my note here. But question, and why do you believe that? Have you read anything in any of the materials to suggest that? Answer, no. Just that if it completely hit on the back of the finger, then he would have had a nail bed injury, which he did not. Did I read that right?
Correct.
That was testimony you gave under oath a month or two ago, right?
Correct.
So even though you have never read anything that suggests Mr. Depp's hand moved, his hand moving is the only way that you can fit your testimony into what Mr. Depp wants you to testify to about how the injury occurred, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, that's what you testified to, that if his hand hadn't moved, that there would be a nail bed injury, correct?
That is incorrect. That's not what I testified. That's
In
not
fact,
what.
Dr. Gilbert, there's another explanation for how Mr. Depp somehow suffered an injury that didn't injure his nail one bit, but injured underneath the nail. And that explanation is that it didn't happen how Mr. Depp says it did, correct?
I cannot make that assumption, nor can you.
No further questions. Thank
All
you.
right, redirect.
Amber Heard actually did go on record saying that his finger, I posted the
Just very
statement.
briefly, the absence of other cuts on Mr. Depp's hand, how do you factor that into your analysis?
You certainly can see an isolated finger injury with any type of injury, and I would say any other host of mechanisms of injuries, you'd more likely see other. So again, if you're, I'm just using this as an example, if you're punching against a wall, you would more likely see multiple injuries to multiple fingers. It really just depends upon how the bottle or how the mechanism of the injury impacted the hand at that point in time.
Ms. Heard's counsel made a point of emphasizing that there were no bruises or other injuries on the hand, right?
Correct.
And how does that fact affect your analysis, if at all?
Well, it doesn't discount anything, but it certainly makes other potential causes of injury more unlikely, meaning punching against a wall or getting the hand slammed in a door or something like that.
And your discussion of Ms. Heard's explanation of the alternative cause of the injury, was that based on anything other than Ms. Heard's statements?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Doctor, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank
They
you.
should have called her out on her lie. That's irritating.
You can just leave it there. That's
She
fine. Thank you,
absolutely
sir.
did go on record. So you tell me that
All
you
right.
read a statement by her about a
Your
plastic
next
phone?
witness.
Plaintiff rests, Your Honor.
All right, plaintiff rests the rebuttal case. All right. Defendant counter plaintiff rebuttal case. Sure.
All right. So we'll see what they try to do with their next move here. So you had them rest their rebuttal case. I think they still had room to go. I would have taken her to task for that finger thing. I definitely would have, because her own statement, just skipping a bunch of statements, but she said that night, and I'm skipping way down, while Johnny Depp was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the tip of it. I did not throw a vodka bottle or any other bottle at him, nor did I cause his finger injury. So she went on record saying that. It's in her depositions. It's clear as day. They lied about it. They know it's such an absurd claim. Because again, you think about their whole defense is there's glass left in the injury. Well, first of all, Dr. Kipper cleaned his finger before he took him to the hospital. Second of all, Johnny Depp finger painted. They talked about that. You think that's not you get stuff out. Third, the idea of glass getting in it, but plastic shards not getting there, that seems crazy. And also, when they're talking about injuries to the rest of the hand, so you're going to tell me you wrap your hand around a handset, bashed it against the wall, but it didn't cause any other injuries? Like I said, her statements are so absurd that she publicly is running from her own words. I mean, they lied. They pretended that she didn't go on record saying that stuff. And it's astounding. Like I said, I would have definitely said something about that, because she has maintained that lie for 6 freaking years, really. Well, no, I'm going to say 5 years. I think that's when she started really getting into it. It's changed multiple times. She talked about him chopping it off. One of her witnesses, the acting coach, she came in and said that Amber Heard told her that he chopped his finger off with a bottle. So again, they've been trying to redirect this idea, and they're trying to get away from her story, because it's so utterly absurd. I mean, I want you to picture like what you would have to do to cut off your finger with a handset. Like what they said, he didn't do one hit and it take his finger off. He supposedly bashed it again and again against the wall in the middle of a rage, while he was also holding and brutalizing her. So in her story, she's held down. And the reason that they also went away from that is there are new photographs of the situation, or the scene. If you look at the newer photographs, they show a modern phone sitting at the end of the bar, and where they say the phone is that he destroyed, you can't see that area. But I mean, just right away from that, there is another phone, which that doesn't make sense whatsoever. More importantly, there's no damage. You can still see blood and other items on the floor, but there's no damaged phone pieces. There, you can see no damage to walls, which you would see like some plaster on there or something. I mean, if he ripped a handset out of a wall, you would have something that would fall. You would have some pieces of a phone, and there would be some proof of that being, the mechanism of injury, some other proof there. Instead, it's right there where they say it happened. There's a tissue on the floor, a few drips of blood. And if you go with what he was saying, if you look at that area, you find bottles that are crushed. He can tell you, like, this is where my chair was. This is where she was. I mean, again, it's fascinating to see that her
All
back
right,
off her
rebuttal
life.
evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Murphy?
We call Mr. Julian Acker.
All right. Mr. Ackard? Yes, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case or penalty of law?
Good morning.
Morning,
Can you please state your name?
Julian Ackert.
And can you please describe your educational background following high school?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from the University of Virginia.
What is your profession?
I am a computer forensics investigator.
Where are you employed?
I work for a company called iDiscovery Solutions, or IDS.
And what is your title?
I'm a managing director at that company.
What services does IDS perform?
IDS provides consulting, expert testimony, forensic analysis, data analysis, electronic data review and production services, all to the business and legal community.
What, if any, of those services performed by IDS have you performed?
I perform all of those services.
How many years of experience do you have in computer forensics investigation?
I've worked in the industry for 20 years.
Can you please describe that experience to the jury?
I have experience creating and implementing data preservation and collection strategies, doing data collections in a forensically sound manner, extracting data from collections, as well as analysis and metadata analysis of the evidence that I extract.
You mentioned collecting data from forensic collections. What material are you forensically imaging?
This would be any type of material that stores digital evidence, an iPhone, an iPad, a tablet, laptop, a cloud account, your Gmail account, anything that has digital evidence.
Have you published in your areas of expertise?
Yes, I've published on data preservation and collection and analysis strategies.
Have you ever given any trainings or presentations to other individuals in the e-discovery area?
Yes, I have. I do trainings and presentations to lawyers through continuous learning education.
What, if any, professional certifications do you have?
I have a GIAC GCFE, that's the GIAC Certified Forensic Examiner certification.
And what were the requirements of obtaining that certification?
To obtain that certification, you need a minimum number of hours in the field, as well as you need to pass a test with a certain degree of, a certain percentage of passing.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do. I'm a member of a conference called the Sedona Conference. It's a conference that is a group of legal professionals, judges, and technologists, and we discuss the intersection of law and technology issues in the legal community.
Have you previously served as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first serve as an expert witness?
I believe that would have been around 2009 was the first time I served.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert witness in the field of computer forensics?
Yes, I have. I've been qualified probably a half dozen to a dozen times in both federal and state court, including this court right here.
And has a court ever declined to qualify you as an expert witness?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, I offer Julian Acker as an expert in the field of computer forensics.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, so moved. Could you just spell your last name for me, Mr. Ackard?
Ackert, Ackert.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Acker, what is forensic imaging?
Forensic imaging is the process of capturing the data on a digital device in a forensically sound manner.
And how is a forensic copy created?
Using specialized software that's available to forensic investigators, we're able to collect the data from devices, and that software may vary depending on the device, like a phone or a laptop.
What type of information does a forensic image collect?
It's meant to really collect everything on the device. So for example, on a laptop, it's going to collect your documents, your emails, your photographs, your documents like Excel spreadsheets, PDF files, any applications that you ran, the history of what you've opened or looked at on the laptop, as well as all of the metadata for these different types of electronically stored information files.
And does any other information accompany that information that's collected?
Typically with a forensic image, you're also going to get log files. Log files are files that help you validate the forensic image and verify that it was a forensically sound data collection.
And how do log files enable you to do that?
Log files list information within the files. Sometimes they're even embedded within the images themselves, but they provide verification information that allows you to authenticate the image and the data on the image.
What is the purpose of creating a forensic image of devices or data?
In order to extract and analyze data forensically for the courts, you need to create a forensic image of the data first and gather the data from the forensic image.
And what, if any, specific types of data are collected in that image and extraction?
It's going to be any type of data that comes from the image, whether you're extracting photographs or documents or spreadsheets or anything of that nature.
Do you recall Mr. Neumeister mentioning the term hashing yesterday?
I do.
What is that?
Hashing is essentially a digital fingerprint of a file. It's an evaluation of the binary ones and zeros, or how the file is stored on a hard drive, and it examines the ones and zeros in a manner that gives every file a digital fingerprint, essentially, and identifies the uniqueness of the file.
And what, if any, applicability does hashing have to the visual appearance of data?
Hashing has nothing to do with the visual appearance. For example, if I had a Word document that I printed and then saved, therefore I haven't visually changed the Word document, the metadata of that Word document indicating that I printed it would be different, and therefore that Word document would not hash to the version that I used before printing.
Can you give any examples of digital photographs that visually appear the same, not hashing?
I believe Mr. Neumeister included 3 of those in his demonstratives yesterday, 3 side-by-side photographs that looked visually the same but did not hash. It made sense that they wouldn't hash. Each of them had different file sizes. And a file size can change for a photograph depending on what you do with the photograph. So for example, maybe you want to take that photograph and email it to somebody, and on your phone, you choose to use a small, medium, or large, or different size of the photograph when you email. When you send that email with that photograph, you've changed the hash value because you've changed the ones and zeros because you've changed the size of the photograph.
And what, if anything, do you recall from Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding photos 3?
Mr. Neumeister was concerned about a particular metadata field, EXIF metadata, which there's 2 types of metadata for files. There's the embedded metadata, which is what we're discussing here, the EXIF metadata, and external metadata. And Mr. Neumeister was concerned with embedded metadata within the file that indicated that the software version that the file last ran through was Photos.
What is Photos 3.0?
Photos is actually the software application that's built into the Apple Macintosh operating system for laptops. This is the application that launches by default when you're on an Apple computer and use Photos.
What are the capabilities of Photos 3.0?
There's multiple capabilities for it. You can, for example, create an album with it and put multiple photos within an album. You can organize or sort your photos by date and time taken or place. You can also use that to edit photos.
You mentioned metadata earlier. What is that?
Metadata is information about a file. For example, with a document, it could be when was the document created or last saved, or who saved it, who was the author of the document. For photographs, metadata includes information that you've seen on demonstratives before, including when was the image taken, what kind of phone took the image, what software was originally used for that image. Any type of information inside the photograph, the EXIF data that you've heard, is metadata.
Did you form any opinions in response to Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding Photos 3.0 appearing in a software EXIF metadata field?
Yes, I did.
And what are those?
My opinion is that for each of the photos that he identified, for all but one in his demonstrative, I actually found the equivalent original photo that did not have photos in the EXIF metadata. In other words, those are the photos that he was indicated he would have expected to see the iOS or the phone software version on those photos.
How do you know it is an original version of the photograph?
This is a little bit dependent on the Apple ecosystem. Amber uses Apple devices, and those devices, by definition of how Apple works, synchronize your information from device to device. So for example, if you take a photo on your phone, you see that same photo on your tablet or your iPad or your iCloud account, or even your MacBook. And that's all because of user experience. Apple wants you to be able to see and visually have the same experience on all your devices. So the photo that was originally taken traverses or gets synchronized to other devices by design of Apple. And that synchronization process does not affect the metadata that we're talking about here, which is the embedded metadata.
When you say that a version of iOS software was listed in the software exif metadata field, what does that mean?
That means that the photo was not saved using the Photos application.
And what, if any, data sets did you use to come to that conclusion?
I used all of the data sets that I collected or were collected for Amber, including mobile devices, tablets, laptops, etc.
Michelle, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1671? Do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
I do.
What is it? Without yet saying the contents, just generally, what is it?
This is a chart I created as part of my report.
Your Honor, permission to publish Defendant 671 is a demonstrative.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It'll be published as a demonstrative.
Mr. Acker, can you please describe in more detail what the information in this chart is? And Michelle, if you could just stay at the top for a quick second. A little further up. Great.
Thank you. This chart represents for each of the items in Neumeister's report, which his demonstrative was based on, the page number of the item on his report and the items that I found on Ms. Hurd's devices that did not indicate the software metadata field showing photos. Rather, they indicated that they were the original software metadata field of iOS.
And do you see the second column titled Neumeister Report Date Captured?
Yes, I do.
What does the information in that column mean?
This is a date time metadata of the particular photo on Neumeister's report. So for example, the first row, 23, the date time captured or the date captured is December 16th, 2015. The second row, 24, you see that the date time is May 21st, 2016. Third row, May 21st, 2016. Fourth row, May 21st, 2016.
You just scroll to the next page, please, Michelle. Please continue for the items on this page.
The top row of this page, the one that came from Neumeister's report, page 30, shows December 16th, 2016. And then finally, 32 shows March 23rd, 2013.
Do you see, can you scroll back to the top, please, Michelle? Do you see the, all the way to the top, I'm sorry, the right-hand column of this chart?
Yes, I do.
And where it says device ID and file name?
Yes.
Can you please explain what the information in that column means for each of the items identified from Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative?
So these are the evidence IDs, and evidence ID is the ID value I give to a particular piece of data that I collect, for example, a phone or a laptop, and the matching file name found on that evidence ID that indicated the original version of the same photograph that Neumeister identified that did not show photos in the software metadata and rather showed the iOS version in the metadata.
And what do the little A's followed by numbers back up? What does that mean?
Those are evidence IDs. Anything with an A number is the evidence ID of an actual device collected. Anything that starts with a backup and follows by another number is an iTunes backup.
So what, if any, what items in this right-hand column, based on the coding you have here, are iTunes backups?
Only the ones that start with the word backup. Even the ones that start with an A number are actually an iTunes or an iOS backup in iCloud. So your phone can actually be backed up to iCloud, and those are coming from an iOS backup in iCloud. Everything else is coming from an actual physical device.
Can you just take this down for a second, Michelle, and pull up 1675, please? Defendant 1675. And do you recognize this chart, Mr. Eckert?
Yes, I do.
Without yet getting into the contents, can you please describe generally what it is?
This is a chart that I prepared as a summary of my findings.
Permission to publish defendant 1675 is a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1675 we publish as demonstrative.
Can you please describe in more detail what the 3 columns you can see in this chart represent?
Sure, this starts to give some detail about the particular evidence ID. So for example, A001 was an iPhone X of Amber's that was collected. A002 was an iPad of Amber's collected. A11, 12, and 13, slightly down, are 3 different laptops that were collected for Amber.
And do you see the IDS evidence number column?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the source type column
Yes, I do.
and the source details column?
Yes, I do.
Can you please describe what those columns mean?
Generally, the IDS evidence number is the evidence number that we assign to a particular piece of evidence, and the type and details come from a description of that type of evidence based upon the collection set.
And Michelle, can you please do a side-by-side of 1675 and 1671? Thank you. So, Mr. Acker, can you please describe the relationship between these 2 demonstrative exhibits?
Certainly. If you look at 1671, the one on the left, you can see in the 4th column the different evidence IDs where I identified the original versions of those same pictures that Mr. Neumeister had specifically identified and the sources of where they were identified. So if you look at the first one, for example, the picture Neumeister referenced on page 24, or I guess that's the second one, there are equivalent versions or original versions of those that do not show the software EXIF metadata field of photos. Rather, it shows the original iOS version on A001, which was Amber Heard's iPhone X, A002, which is Amber Heard's iPad Pro. Scrolling on down through there, you see it on A0011, which is Amber Heard's laptop. Same with A0012.
So they turned over
13.
fake
You can
ones
see this
as well?
again with the next row that's visible at the very top. Neumeister identified a photograph on page 30 taken on December 16th, 2015. He was concerned about the EXIF metadata of that, showing the software version of photos. The original versions of those were found again on A001, that's her iPhone X, A002, her iPad. And it's not surprising to me that I found all these on all the devices because that's how the Apple ecosystem works. It replicates your pictures or synchronizes your pictures across your devices when you take them.
Mr. Acker, you can take this down, Michelle. Do you recall Mr. Neumeister's testimony regarding what he claims of EXIF metadata modification?
Yes, I do. This is a completely hypothetical scenario. Mr. Neumeister never specified any pictures with specificity that had EXIF metadata modification, and it's a hypothetical in my opinion.
Mr. Acker, did you form any overall conclusions in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
The images that were created in this case included log files that allowed me to validate and verify the evidence collected. I validated and verified the log files of the evidence for which I found Mr. Neumeister's original photos that he had concerns about, specifically the ones that had iOS in the software metadata field. I validated that those came from devices that had log files that were validated by me. In other words, they came from original evidence files, and in most instances, they came from more than one file.
Mr. Acker, the opinions you have testified to today made to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty.
Yes, they are.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, sir.
It sounds like he just said there were multiple versions of this turned
Good
over.
morning, sir.
Good morning.
You have to figure out which is which.
You've worked with opposing counsel's law firm approximately 20 times before,
Give or take, yes.
for more than a dozen years?
Those 20 probably would have been spread out over more than a dozen years.
Okay. As you sit here today, you cannot testify that all of the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals, correct?
Now, I can testify to the ones that Mr. Newmeister identified with specificity.
Right, but there were thousands of photographs provided that Mr. Newmeyer didn't testify about, right?
I have no opinions on any photographs that the opposing expert has no opinions on.
All right. My question to you, though, is as you sit here today, can you testify that all the photographs produced by Ms. Heard are authentic originals?
As I sit here today, I cannot opine to photographs that have not been presented to me that are not authentic originals.
You'll agree with me that in some instances, Ms. Heard produced multiple versions of the same photograph, right?
Yes,
Yeah, you just talked about it, right?
yes,
All right. And you'll agree with me that the XF data of some of the photos produced by Ms. Heard reflect the use of a photo editing application.
no.
No?
I'll agree that they show the use of the photos application, which is a sorting and editing application.
Okay, so what you were quibbling with is that it will both sort and edit.
That is correct.
Okay. Are you prepared to swear under oath that each and every photograph provided by Ms. Heard and entered into evidence in this court is an authentic original?
Based on the metadata that I have reviewed of the specific photographs I have reviewed, I can confirm that those are authentic original photographs. For the ones that Mr. Newmeister identified, I identified photos that were authentic originals.
No, I'm asking you a broader question than that. There were multiple photographs that Ms. Heard provided that were entered into evidence in this court. Are you testifying that those are each authentic originals?
I have no testimony or opinion on those because nobody's provided me opinion that they're not.
Okay. Mr. Gibson, will you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712 and Defendant's 713 next to one another? Your Honor, these have already been admitted, and I ask that we publish it to the jury.
Okay, if they're admitted, we can publish.
Can you see this, sir?
Yes, I can.
You'll agree with me that those are different pictures?
Visually, they look different to me, yes.
All right, we can take that down. Mr. Gibson, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1308? This has not been admitted, Your Honor, and I propose to use it as a demonstrative.
Any objection?
Not as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
All right. Be identified and published to the jury as a demonstrative.
Any objection to entering it into evidence?
I would object it's cumulative, Your Honor. Actually, no, no objection, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, it's in evidence then.
1308 is in evidence. Mr. Gibson, can you blow up the time, date, and file name?
Oh, crap.
Sir, you just agreed with me that those two photos are different photos, correct?
I agreed that they were visually different, yes.
Right. So they are two visually different photos that were created at the exact same hour, the exact same minute, the exact same second as each other, correct?
And that's what the daytime metadata shows, yes.
Uh-huh.
And the metadata shows something else too. They have the exact same file name, don't they, sir?
Yes, but that's not embedded metadata.
Right. How would you have this jury decide which one is real?
I think you would need to look at the software metadata field, which I haven't looked at. I don't recall if I looked at for this particular field, but I think that's what even Mr. Neumeister said, that you need to look at the software metadata field.
But we have two photographs entered into evidence in this court that have the same identifying information, but in your view, look visually different, correct?
I don't agree that they have the same identifying information. I don't see a software metadata field here.
The identifying information includes the hour, minute, and second they were taken, this picture were taken.
I see that.
No further questions.
All right, and just for the record, since we already have 712 and 713 in evidence as redacted, now this will be 712 and 713A. So 712A and 71213A are now in evidence, just to keep the record clean, okay? All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
redirect.
Mr. Acker, you just mentioned embedded metadata. What is that?
Embedded metadata is metadata inside a file. I talked earlier about the date printed of a Word document. That's embedded into the file, and that traverses with the file wherever it goes.
And based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of any photos Mr. Neumeister testified to for which you were responding to?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, based on all of the photo metadata you have reviewed, based on the photos Mr. Neumeister testified to, do you have any reason to question the forensic authenticity of those photos?
I do not.
Following your cross-examination, Mr. Acker, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
They have not.
And is it still your testimony that the opinions you testified to do today are made with a reasonable degree of forensic certainty?
Yes.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
Notice that they dodged
All
that.
right. Did you want to approach just for a moment?
Did you saw that? Amber Heard's team, they supplied two pictures that are they are visually different, but they're the same picture. But they came from the exact same time, the exact same date. So they're telling you metadata fraud. It's data fraud. They've been ran through, and obviously that is editing software. If you can't trust the data fields on them, if you can manipulate those, that's what I've been saying forever. I mean, there are so many instances. That's just two easily identifiable instances because they were on record. There are dozens and dozens of other ones that are on record too, with just not metadata inconsistencies, but I mean, out and out metadata fraud. I can prove what I'm saying about that too. Metadata fraud. But, you have to take their word on it. Again, their expert just got caught in that and on redirect. They didn't even ask him. I love it. I love that. I love that they got called out for that because it does propose to the jury, like, which one do you trust? Okay. In that instance, do you take the picture that is supposedly is purported to show an injury? Do you take the one that, the police saw that they said pink cheeks? Like that hurt her. That testimony, that was Amber Heard's witness
All
that
right,
just
your
got
next
wrecked.
witness.
So just remember
Your Honor,
that.
we would like to call Dr. Don Hughes to the
All
stand
right,
again.
Dr. Hughes. Thank you, doctor. Just a reminder that you're still under oath, okay, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And could you please just remind the jury who you are again?
Sure, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I am board certified in forensic psychology. I am the president-elect of the trauma division of the American
Oh my
Psychological
God, her
Association.
again.
And I evaluated Amber Heard over 6 visits for approximately 29 hours.
And why are you here today?
To offer rebuttal testimony to Shannon Curry's testimony of yesterday.
Now, Dr. Curry said you used improper methods. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
Why? Please explain.
As I testified to you all several weeks ago, I used a standard forensic procedure that is well established in our field. It is a multi-method, multi-hypothesis driven procedure and tests and external data to arrive at an opinion, and you're looking at the consistency across that data. There are three sort of sets of tests that we use as forensic psychologists, and I think that's where it seems that Dr. Curry seems confused. We have forensic assessment instruments. Those are instruments that are very neatly tied to a legal criteria. Those are most notably done in a criminal court for competency. If someone has competency stand trial, we have very clear measures that can track that legal criteria. The next level are forensically relevant instruments. And those instruments are not linked to a specific legal criteria, but they do have
I see people
information
tuning
that's
out.
germane to
Just
that
wait. She'll get
finding.
wrecked on
And that
cross.
can be an
Watch.
example of a risk assessment measure and a malingering measure. So the malingering measure that I utilized was the MFAST, and that was the only malingering measure in this case. The third category are clinical assessment instruments, and those are instruments that are validated and well-researched and used in the clinical realm as we understand people's symptomatology and diagnostic and functional capacities. Those are things like the MMPI, the PAI, the CAPS, the TSI, because they are clinically relevant and they still give us very valuable information to individuals who are involved in a court case. And the reason that we do that and we use these clinical measures is because the majority of the people that we see are in a clinical realm. They're not in a courtroom. So they're well validated and well-researched methods. What we also do is use a very different types of tests within that category. We use some checklists, some face valid checklists. We use some tests that are those broadband personality inventories. We use structured clinical interviews. And then we look for the consistency across those data points. And when we use different types of tests, it gives us information about the individual, how they go about these tests in these different modalities.
Now, Dr. Curry seemed to suggest that Amber Heard tested the most extreme category in all of these different tests. Is that accurate?
That is-
Objection compound.
Overruled.
That is not accurate. They were not on the checklist. I mean, people sometimes do. They go, all the time. This happens to me all the time, frequently. And that is not how she endorsed these tests. She endorsed them in a very moderate way, in a very nuanced way, describing her symptoms that I determined was accurate and reliable.
Now, Dr. Curry also suggested that Amber Heard was tested very, very high, 98 percentile, I think, on malingering and feigning. Could you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, I mean, she said a lot of things. So let's go through those tests. The first was the PAI, and that's that other broadband psychological
Objection
measure.
non-responsive.
I think it's very responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about the PAI test that Dr. Curry
Yes. So,
addressed?
yes. Thank you. So that's the broadband measure that has validity scales built into it that gives us indications about how the individual goes about the test. I told you last time that there was no evidence of malingering or exaggeration or feigning on that test. What Dr. Curry was talking about was this tendency to put your best foot forward to minimize faults on this PAI. That scale was right at the cusp. And then there are two other measures that we look at that to say, is this enough for an elevation for me to consider that as a serious response distortion, of which Dr. Curry was saying, and it was not. What was relevant on this test was there were elevations on anxiety, on affective anxiety, meaning anxiety, tension, worry, on traumatic stress, on hyperactivity, and on affective instability. Those were the four scales that were elevated on this test. The borderline scale was not elevated on this test. And this test—
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
Just remember, when people are watching this, it's going to be fun watching her deflect, and they don't have any time left. Again, Amber Heard's team is down to their last bits of time. This is what they've chosen to burn the clock out on. And it's funny, remember, they've been leaking to court TV that people like, Amber Heard are gonna testify or this or that because they're desperate for a public win. I mean, they are desperate. It doesn't matter. They know it doesn't matter what happened in the courtroom. They lost the public. You lose the public, you lose your career, you lose it. Sure, you can win in a courtroom maybe because you can to to not walk that narrative, but the people outside of it, they've seen this, and people have overwhelmingly deviated from the media lies. They've overwhelmingly deviated from anything that all these experts, they're trying to tell you stuff. You saw it with your own
Dr.
eyes.
Curry, let's move to the TSI 2. Dr. Curry testified about your findings on that. Did you agree with her testimony yesterday?
No,
Please
again,
describe why, explain why.
what Dr. Curry went back to, which is this 98th percentile, which I told you in the manual, all you have to do is read the manual. It says specifically that we do not use the percentile ranks for this test. That indicates to me that, Dr. Curry does not know the psychometric properties of this test, and then she then is therefore not qualified to interpret it. That score, the one that's elevated, she's talking about that percentile rank, has a raw score. Amber's raw score is a 10. The cutoff score is a 15. She's nowhere near that level of exaggerated symptoms where I can't further look at that test. Secondly, there are 3 scales out of maybe there's about 20, a little more on the TSI that were elevated. Intrusive experiences, that's when thoughts and memories of the trauma come into your mind when you don't want them. Defensive avoidance, sort of behavioral ways that we try to push out those memories and not think about them. And then relational avoidance, a way of having difficulty in interpersonal relationships. Those are all trauma-based symptoms, and those were elevated on this test.
Thank you. Dr. Hughes, the MFAS, Dr. Curry addressed that as well and had criticisms for your interpretations. Do you agree with that?
No.
Please explain to the
So
jury.
the MFAST, as I told you last time, is a measure of malingering. It's the only measure of malingering that was done in this case. Dr. Curry did not independently administer measure malingering, and there are other ones that she could have done to augment her evaluation. And she kept saying something that MFAST is not for malingered PTSD. That's wrong on a couple levels. People who are going to malinger and feign don't only feign one diagnosis. They sometimes talk about all different symptoms that they have, and they exaggerate and they make themselves seem much worse than they are. So when you're doing an evaluation, you're giving a malingering measure to get a sense of how this person is responding to this evaluation. Now, what you do is you take those 3 tests that I talked to you about, the PAI, the TSI, and the MFAST, all with valid validity scales, you have greater confidence in your results. And that is in the literature, and that's literature that Dr. Curry cited in her report. That bolsters the methodology that I used. That in the study that had the PAI, the MFAST, and the TSI in the title of detecting feigned from bona fide PTSD.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry also talked about the danger assessment scale and suggested that you had inappropriately interpreted that. Do you agree?
That's also incorrect.
Please describe for the jury.
Which I told you last time, the danger assessment scale has statistically validated risk factors for serious or lethal domestic violence. Those risk factors exist whether we go forward, we're sitting with someone in an acute setting and assessing them right now, or if we look backward and we look retrospectively about what factors may have been present in a case that indicated severity. That instrument is used in what we call, there's called domestic fatality review boards. Those are boards after somebody has been killed, a homicide has occurred in a domestic situation. They look at these risk factors to see what was there and what could be done.
All right. Dr. Curry also criticized your administering of the CAPS-5. Do you agree with her criticisms?
I do not.
Will you please explain to the jury?
So the CAPS-5, as you all have heard multiple times, is a structured clinical interview in determining PTSD according to DSM-5 criteria. On this measure, Amber Heard scored in a moderate range. She did not over-exaggerate on this test. She could have said no, mild, moderate, severe, and extreme. All of hers were either 2s or 1s or 0s, none above that. So she's scoring in the moderate range, which still has functional impairments. I mean, we don't want someone to be having moderate PTSD, but that's not an exaggerated profile or exaggerated response style of someone who's answering an instrument.
And the last of these Dr. Curry referred to was the PCL-5. Do you agree with her criticisms of your administration and interpretation of that?
No, so the PCL-5 is a checklist of symptoms of PTSD. It is, as she said, it is a face valid instrument. It means it's very clear about how you can endorse this. But what the person has to do is say, how disturbed am I by these symptoms? And when you have face valid measures with these other measures that have the built-in sort of ability scales, you're sort of controlling for that response bias error. You're controlling for that individual to sort of over exaggerate. But then what you do with that test, because this is, we're not just administering them like robots, is you go and you do a clinical assessment. And that's what I did. I took what she wrote, what she endorsed on that test in January of 2021, and I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. That is something we do clinically, and I do in my office all the time. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that in January 2021.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Curry said you misinterpreted her test results. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that I agree that I interpreted them, that she misinterpreted them.
Okay. And please explain.
Yes. So I said that before. My stance on the MMPI and how she interpreted it is, I believe, wrong. And I think
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
That's the issue we just addressed.
I don't.
If you want to approach.
Now, Dr. Hughes, Dr. Curry also testified that a victim of PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or
Overrule the
form.
objection.
Thank you.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who were struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders. And I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work, drop their kid off at school.
That's not what
go to
she
the
said
market,
yesterday.
Even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as the sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma is going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS, Ms. Hurd had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course, I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards that
They
you
just
can't
lied
get
again.
licensed unless, in some states, unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for this sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous. That is
Objection.
understanding.
Narrative.
All right, next question.
Okay. Now, Dr. Curry suggested that you made a determination just based on personal opinion and just on checklists and a couple of tests that you misinterpreted. Would you agree with that?
I vehemently disagree with that. As I stated to you, over 29 hours and 12 psychological tests and reviewing a slew of documents in this case, most importantly, therapy records and interviews, collateral interviews with therapists, using all that data. That is what a solid forensic methodological exam looks like. And then I made my conclusions based on my clinical education, knowledge, and training to come up with a professional expert opinion.
And just to remind, to make sure we're reminded here, you were qualified in this court, in this case, as an expert in forensic psychology, specifically in domestic violence and in no, I just lost it. And in violence, correct? Intimate and in trauma, correct?
But I believe
Objection,
it-
Your Honor, misstates the record.
If you want to ask the question again.
Yeah, I probably should do that. You were qualified. I gotta find my note. You were qualified as an expert in forensic psychology with a specialty in domestic violence and in trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, do you still hold the same opinions you did that you gave the jury earlier?
Yes, I do.
And do you still hold them within a reasonable degree of psychological probability and certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, but can we approach quickly?
Sure.
They lied about Shannon Curry twice. Shannon Curry didn't say medical or mental health experts can't testify. She said that if you're a mental health provider or a therapist for a patient, that you're their advocate. And as their advocate, you should not testify based on that because it's unethical. That's what she said. They also lied about saying people with PTSD can't function. She was saying that Amber Heard's tests were so insanely scored that you would see some kind of debilitation in that. She was testing on a functional impairment level to a ridiculous degree because again she tested within the 98th percentile of malingering. So I like the misstatement, and they should have objected more to that kind of mess. We'll see. I like how she dropped the gendered language this time. You notice she had to drop it all off because their first testimony came out as just unequivocally sexist, man-hating.
Good morning, Dr. Hughes.
Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021. And at that point, I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence she experienced by a former partner. Remember writing that?
That's correct.
Okay. You just testified that you need to read the manual, right?
Yes?
Okay. Can we put up 1311 as a demonstrative?
A- Any objection to
I don't know
1311?
what it is, Your Honor.
All right, if you want to
May
lay,
we approach?
you want to approach?
Tom,
I like how they've tried to, like I say, reshape her testimony. It went over so poorly. And you know that people saw that. Dr. Don Hughes, again, has been involved in almost every major trial that you can find, whether that's R. Kelly, the Catholic Church, Nexium, the cult, or just whatever. She's been involved in all of that. And in many of those, the only thing that she testifies about is the same regurgitated information that she spit out on the stand that burned time. Now they're burning a lot of time. I'd like to know how much time they burned on her. They had an hour and 16 minutes.
I don't see this in my document either.
They're getting the right one up.
yeah, we got it. Let's use 1312.
1312, okay. And that, any objection to that demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1312 can be published to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, do you recognize what the National Center for PTSD is?
What it is?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
And they publish the PTSD checklist for DSM-5,
That's correct.
that what we've been calling the PCL-5.
Correct.
All right. And are you familiar with the document that's on your screen?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the instruction manual to how to administer the PCL-5.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of 1312.
Any objection to 1312 coming into evidence? All right, 1312 in evidence.
All right. Can we go to the second page? Can we blow up the second paragraph on the right? That's the PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool. When considering a diagnosis, the clinician will still need to use clinical interviewing skills and a recommended structured interview, e.g. the CAPS-5, to determine a diagnosis, correct? That's what the manual says.
Right, and this manual
Okay.
also says that this is a screening instrument, so when you do the clinical interviewing, you absolutely can determine diagnosis
So the
after
answer is
somebody
yes. The manual says you
still
the
need to use
PCL-5
clinical interviewing skills, which I used.
Let me finish my question. The PCL-5 should not be used as a standalone diagnostic tool, and they recommend using the CAPS-5 to determine a diagnosis, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Yeah, and you made your diagnosis before you did the CAPS-5.
I made my diagnosis doing clinical interviewing and 11 other psychological tests that supported diagnosis of PTSD and symptomatology consistent with PTSD.
Okay. You said that we should read the manual. Would you also agree with me that we need to read the directions on these tests?
Sure.
Okay. Tom, can you pull up 1309 as a demonstrative?
That was a good burn right there. You said me read the manual. Maybe we should read the directions too.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That was a nice
Any
one.
objection of 1309 as a demonstrative?
May we approach?
Okay.
I like that. Stuff like that can stick in a jury's mind. They're like, as long like from him, it's pretty subtle, you know? But she, what they're saying is she did not follow the directions on her own testing, which means that she already had her diagnosis in mind.
And publish the jury as demonstrative.
Doctor, do you recognize the demonstrative that's in front of you?
Yes, but I didn't put the red lines on that.
No, I did.
Yes, I know.
Okay. So this, what do you recognize this as?
I recognize that we previously discussed this, and I told you that I oriented Ms. Hurd to a different time frame because she was already out of the relationship.
Okay, maybe we should back it up a little. This is the CTS-2 that you administered as part of this battery of tests that you indicate you did in relationship to your diagnosis.
Right, this is the conflict tactic scale too.
All right. And you'll agree with me that this test specifically asks, in front of every single question, how often did this happen in the past year?
Correct, and I
Right.
oriented
And
the
you
individual
know-
to not
I
limit
think
herself
it's
to the
correct.
last year to get an accurate assessment of the violence and abuse that she experienced in the relationship.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right. I'll move strike the last part of the answer. Strike the last part of the answer. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, and you know that at the time that you gave this test to Ms. Hurd, she had been away from Mr. Depp for far longer than a year, correct?
Which is why I oriented her to a different
Yes or no,
time
ma'am?
frame in answering the questions.
Doctor, yes or no?
So, of course,
Okay, you knew she was gone for more than a year.
of course.
All right, let's look at another one of these. You talked about the danger assessment test.
That's correct.
All right.
What number is this? 13, plaintiff's 1310.
Thank you.
Any objection to 1310 as a
No, Your Honor.
demonstrative? Okay. You can publish to the jury.
Dr. Hughes, this is a blank form, but this is the danger assessment test that you also gave to Ms. Hurd, correct?
I didn't give it to her. I filled it out based on the data that was provided to me.
Oh, so you asked her the questions and then you filled it in.
It was somewhat collaborative.
Okay. Can we blow up the second full paragraph? It says, using the calendar, please mark the approximate dates during the past year when you were abused by your partner or ex-partner. You didn't use any calendar, did you?
I did not use a calendar because she was already out of the relationship. As I said, these are static risk factors, so they don't change. So I
But these
oriented her to the
exams-
time of the relationship.
Ma'am, it's fair to say that this examination that you gave specifically indicates that that you were supposed to look over the past year. And that's not the language?
No, that's one administration. People use this instrument for if you're in an acute situation in a relationship, trying to get a better assessment of the current behaviors. We can use it retrospectively, like I just stated, and in homicides and looking back about what are the serious risk factors that were in this relationship.
I didn't ask you about anything other than, don't the instructions limit this test to the previous year?
You can give this test not only on the
Nope,
previous year,
asking you about the instructions.
but I'm telling you how the test is administered in clinical practice and in
And
forensic
you-
practice.
And opposing counsel can come up and ask questions about it. I'm asking you about the instructions. And the instructions say, look over the past year. And-
Yeah, on this, yes, that it says that.
And you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
That is correct.
Right. All right. let's look at more instructions. Can we look at 1247, which is already in evidence? Dr. Hughes, you recognize this one too, right?
Yes,
All right, this is what everybody calls the CAPS 5.
correct.
All right, can we go to the first page? Let's blow up the instructions. Standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. Correct?
Correct.
And you know you have to do this in a standardized way because it is the first instruction, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to the next page? One more. Oh, wait, that's good. This is a page on scoring, and we talked about this last time.
Yes,
You score these tests by frequency and intensity.
correct.
And you'll remember that in every single instance that you were asked to fill in the blank about frequency, you failed to do so, correct?
That's not correct.
Oh, you filled in any blank on this form with respect to frequency?
I filled in the frequency on the side of the caps where I am actually scoring the caps.
No, I
Where
asked you
it's
whether
relevant.
you filled in a single blank on this form with respect to frequency. Is the answer to that yes or no?
I don't know what you mean, a single blank.
All right, let's page down. Let's keep going. All right, we'll stay at this page for a second. This is the very first box you're asked to fill in as to, I think, a fairly fundamental question, right? What happened?
We talked about this before, Mr. Dennison. I had 88 pages of notes of what happened. It would have been redundant to put it there.
You know that you are obligated to produce this test in a way that other people can meaningfully review them. Yes?
The people in this case who are meaningfully reviewing them have my 88 pages of notes.
All right, but you
This is-
chose to put absolutely nothing in the box, the standardized box that said what happened.
You don't have to put it in the box if you have it somewhere else. It's not
Because
a,
this
if
is
it's
not a
re-
standardized test?
Well, if it's not a research instrument that is used for research, if you're using it for a clinical diagnostic purpose, no, you don't. If you have that data elsewhere.
Okay, let's go another page or so. All right. Let's go another one. All right, let's look at item 4B4. And I asked you whether you filled in the blank about frequency. And there's a blank in many of these items that asks number of times. You didn't fill a single one of them in, did you?
Right, because I filled them on the right side of the instrument where I am scoring it.
And that is the way that you believe that you followed the instructions of a standardized test.
Yes, correct.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly.
I don't think that was an effective argument. I don't think the timeline argument is good.
Static risk factor, what did you mean by that?
Static risk factors are risk factors that don't change. It's maybe if you smoke cigarettes, you may have a risk of lung cancer, right? That's a factor that doesn't change. You can look forward if someone's smoking, you can look past if someone's smoking. So these lethality risk factors are present whether you're evaluating them in the last year or 5 years ago.
And when you're trying to assess for trauma related to the interpersonal violence that we discussed, why is it important to get a time frame in which the relationship was in existence?
Well, you want to see the amount of trauma that the person experienced. The longer that they're in a relationship, you have more successive trauma. And one of the things that we know from the research is more trauma is not better. So the more successive traumas that you have, the greater likelihood that somebody's going to have psychological consequences and symptomatology as a result.
And therefore you need to get it within the relationship.
Objection leading.
And so how does that relate to needing to get the time frame in the relationship?
Well, you need to understand when you're trying to evaluate the impact of something, you want to have to understand what happened to the person. And that's sort of the core and the basis of trauma-informed care and of trauma diagnoses. You have to understand, the traumatic event and how it transpired and how it played out for that individual so that you can better assess for the symptomatology that's falling from it.
You said you had 88 pages of notes. What were in your 88? And without going into the specifics, can you just describe what was included in the 88 pages of notes?
In the 88 pages were many of the documented incidents of intimate partner
Objection, Your
violence.
Honor.
She's just describing it. That came up. He said you didn't fill those in the boxes. She said it was in my 88 pages. I'm just saying what was in your 88 pages. I'm not asking her to give each of the specific events. She can describe the summary of it.
Can we come up?
Okay.
The argument that they made about timelines is a very ineffective argument because here's what they're saying, and this is actually true. In psychological testing, you have static event determinants. You have to be able to engage them. You have to be able to understand whether or not those items have an impact on someone, and you can go outside of timeline.
What is the difference
Anyway, we'll talk about it.
between clinical scoring and clinical evaluation and research evaluation with respect to the CAPS-5 and the other tests?
It's in compound.
Sustained.
Your Honor, when it's compounded, it's because it might be confusing
What-
to the jury.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between clinical scoring and evaluation on a test and research?
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
Overruled. Good.
Sure. So the PCL and the CAPS-5 are frequently used in research. And when they're used in research, that means the document stands alone. They don't have 88 pages of notes to help understand the background of the trauma and what the person has experienced. And why those boxes may be relevant in research is because, back in the day when I was a research assistant, I had to input that into the computer. And then they would maybe look at some of that data for the research study. So that becomes very important in research.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hughes. You can have a
Thank
seat in the
you.
courtroom or you're free to go. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess.
Let's talk about that for a few minutes.
Our morning recess. Let's take our 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, why don't we just come back at 11:05 then? All right,
All right. So the argument, there were many ways that you could have taken her apart, but that is a very ineffective argument they were using unless the jury sees it as an effective argument. That's the thing. What they're trying to say, JD's team was trying to say, is that she rushed to judgment, and she did. You could tell from her own gendered language. You could tell from everything that she said when she took the stand before that she has the mindset, man, abuser, woman, aggrieved. She did say, what's funny is she did say, well, I have found men to be the victims in something, but what she was talking about is in homosexual relationships. So a man can only be a victim for her if the man is in a relationship with another man. So a man has to be the aggressor still in that situation. Now, what they were talking about, what they were making a big deal about, is the second paragraph in instruction. Again, I'm shooting you straight on this. I believe that she rushed judgment and everything else, but I think this is a very ineffective argument they used. Now, making them waste time with this argument, it's funny because, they have to go back and forth, trying to establish Dr. Don Hughes in their hour and change that they had left when we started out the day. I mean, that by itself is a problem. But here, this will be blurry because it's a screenshot and I'm blowing it up. I didn't, but they were making a big deal out of some of the scoring items, and this actually was at the beginning an effective argument they could have made when they were talking about the PCL5 being administered. She didn't bother to administer diagnostic tools before she diagnosed PTSD, not as an eliminatory diagnosis, meaning, I diagnose this and then I'm going to go in and I'm properly going to engage and modify. She had already diagnosed, she had established that was going to be her primary diagnosis, and she went out and she sought out tooling to reflect that. I hope that makes sense. Like it's just like in any kind of other testing. If you think about or scientific testing, if you go out and you're doing scientific testing, you don't go in with an idea and you try to prove the idea knowing that's going to be your answer at the end. Otherwise, it's bias. She went in with confirmation bias because, well, she was hired to do so. One second. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. But they could have more effectively hit that unless, again, the caveat to that is unless the jury sees all of that as something and doesn't see that as an argument. If they actually buy into that argument, again, I don't even know if there's value in expert testimony like Dr. Don Hughes, because Dr. Don Hughes, she had to go in and she had to rearrange everything that she did because she was so unlikable the first time. Now, one thing that I thought was very effective with their data expert, and I mean, it absolutely wrecked him, was the argument of this right here. So their data expert got up there and said, okay, well, here's a question for you. Would you say that these two pictures, they showed them without, I took a shot of that at first. Would you say that these two pictures are uniquely different pictures? And he was like, yeah, those are two uniquely different pictures. Okay, well, why then, when we look at this, why do these two pictures have the same metadata fields? Why they have the same exact qualifying data for them? I mean, if you look at it, they were taken at the exact same time. They were taken on the exact same date. They are the exact same picture, only they're not the exact same picture because one of them has been edited. This proves that they have been tampered with. This proves that these pictures are not the original picture. And what they were asking here is, how does the jury decide which of these two pictures is the picture that they should go with? Do we just leave it up to them? And what they did is they put doubt in the minds of the jury about the validity of pictures, and they should, because if you want to know how easy this stuff is to fake, the Sun did it. All right. The Sun, the tabloid, when they first came up with pictures, they did this. They would take the same exact picture, and this was reported by Pop Topic. I want to congratulate them on this. This was actually a very good story when they put it out there. They, if you look at those two pictures, it's the exact same picture, but they manipulated the picture and they made it much, much worse for public presentation. And we know that Heard and her folks were in contact with the Sun throughout all of this. They could have set that straight. Why would they do it? And they did it on other pictures too. Here's another one from the Sun. Look at the differences. It's the exact same picture, but look what they did to it. They wanted to bias people. They wanted to sell them the idea. And if it's that easy to do, I mean, look at it. Now, of course, they had to color shift her to the point that she looked like like in a movie that she has the color of a corpse. You know, like if you watch a movie and somebody's on a slab, that's what the left looks like. You know, it looks like somebody that's been made up for that. But that's what they did. They messed with the pictures to that point. So they're asking improperly, in my opinion, is right here. These two pictures, they're both exhibits in the court, by the way. Which one does the jury use? You, as an expert, you're saying that there are two different distinct pictures, but at the same time, I thought all of this, they were the original pictures. They were the original item. Well, apparently they're not. And what we were hearing here, what I found disturbing from the expert is he was saying that Neumeister, let's see, let me find his name. Neumeister should have been able to figure out what items were originals, telling me that he was flooded with items, which goes with what he said in his witness statement. His own witness statement, this is it, when they appealed to the court about the issues they were having with her turning over information. Making matters worse, much of the data that has been provided to Mr. Neumeister to date are either irrelevant or seem to be corrupted. Of over the 58,000 photographs Mr. Neumeister has now received, 58,000 photographs. A substantial portion are not the types of photos are ordered to be analyzed, namely pictures of her. Many of them are essentially incapable of analysis. Many, for example, the multiple photographs that are visually the same and indicate they are directly photographed images. But these original photographs, they don't hash, they don't have you can tell they turned over multiple photographs that they said were original photographs. But the own expert just said that they weren't original photographs. He could have figured that out if he would have gone through and done analysis. That was not what the court ordered. The court ordered that they turn over all items, originals. Again, they admitted to it. They admit to dirty tactics on the stand. They admit to dirty tactics. And I'm talking about like outside of the scope of judges' ordered tactics. That's what we've been saying all along. Again, I've been saying forever. They faked pictures. And these aren't even the most egregious examples. There are other examples out there that you could point at that they 100% prove that she went in and she went through and found pictures that were of a convenience, let's say. Like for example, the photographs that come from the James Corden incident. You remember that James Corden incident? Yeah, the photographs that come from there, those photographs, they're not established in the same way. Here, let me pull this up here. Give me 1 second. Manipulation of metadata. The date and timestamps on them are so irregular, let's say, that you have to question how exactly does this work? Like I said, let me pull up I've got something for you here, okay? Let me just pull this up as associated with this discussion. All right, so here's a breakdown done by a fellow named Andy. Andy does a good job with this stuff. Love him, props to him. But looking at this here, okay, you can see this is supposed to be the date of the James Corden incident. The photographs, they were supposedly taken on the 15th. Only when you look at the data fields that they were discussing, right? You'll notice none of these pictures seems to hail from that day. They hail from the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th. Now, something that annoyed the hell out of me that they did not ask in this kind of stuff is they didn't ask, if we're looking at these pictures, let me roll down through here. if we're looking at these pictures from this instance, the 16th and the 18th are very telling. These are the 16th pictures. All right. You see all of them here? Yeah. Now, the picture on the 18th, the sole picture that is standing out, that's this picture right here. Now, what's interesting is when you compare the 16th and the 18th picture, they're the same picture. Only one of them has been taken and turned into a landscape photo. Now, that should not change the original data associated with it, but it does. It does. What you should have had was a photograph that, when you look at it, they're exactly the same setting. See, these two are grid lined. Andy put it together. He grid lined them. They are the exact same picture. Only one has been turned sideways, essentially. What they should have done, and what it seems like they were aiming to do, is to put them in order like this. And for some reason, their date field came up 2 days later. Like that's big there. I mean, there's a million instances like that. Again, there is a trial in the public eye, and there's a trial in the courtroom. For everything they miss in the courtroom, they need to go public. Now, when you're looking at this trial and you look at what's available in the courtroom, one thing that you need to remember is that you need to remember exactly what they see and try to determine, is that enough? If you were them, could you gauge this as, man, she's lying? Now, me, I would hopefully be able to make that judgment simply on the basis of her story is so elaborate and so insane, like Australia, but she just shrugs it off. She just takes a nap, 12-hour nap, and everything's fine. Dragged through glass, brutalized for 3 days. Horrific things done with a bottle. No injuries. Nothing that has to be fixed. Meanwhile, Johnny Depp, from that same instance, he loses a finger. He has a cigarette put on his face. And her answer to that is he took 8 to 10 MDMA. He took 8 to 10 ecstasy tablets, which they played a game with. They were trying to game on. And she did this at the beginning too. This was a absolute, this is something that everyone needs to note to other people. So in their tale, they said, and I quote them, that she did not say how Johnny Depp lost his finger. Do you remember that? Right? Okay, well, this is a copy of her deposition, or at least the pertinent portion of her deposition. We shall read the underlined statements. That night, while he, being Johnny Depp, was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the tip of it. I did not throw a vodka bottle or any other kind of bottle at Johnny, nor did I cause that injury to Johnny's finger. While he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the tip of it. She absolutely said what happened. Her team lied on the stand because they knew that this line of quote unquote evidence, this line of blame was so preposterous, especially given new evidence that had popped up. See, they were going with that at first. They absolutely did. She even brought it up on the stand that he broke it. He did that. But the problem that they ran into was that there were new pictures they had no idea about. And like I said before, Amber Heard, imagine her. She's dancing between the raindrops being evidence. And then she runs into this little dilly that I'm going to show you right here. So she was asked, here's the picture of the bar area. It's blurry a little because of the way it came up. I snipped it and blew it up, you know, instead of giving the flat so both pictures would show up. She's saying over on the far left-hand corner, out of sight, there is a phone. That phone is what he destroyed. Okay. There is no evidence of a damaged phone anywhere in sight. There is no wall, plaster damage, nothing of the sort that you can find. This also does not look like the scene of where that specifically took place. He was bleeding as he walked through. There is evidence that he went through here, and this could possibly even be the found finger because they said they found it wrapped in tissue. But when you look further down, like you complete the little inverted L, you'll notice there is a telephone sitting at the end of the bar. Why would there be two telephones in here? Not only that, she said that the telephone was an old-timey type of telephone. You know, it was a display phone. She didn't know whether it worked or not. Look at the design of this place. Does this look like they're using antiquated examples of decor? Does that seem to be their decor style? I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? Oh, by the way, I want to, the people that I say this to, I think you'll know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to say anything with it, you know. Andrew, what's up? You know who I'm talking to there. That's right. And everyone attached to Vanessa, bam, I see you out there. What's up? What's up? Anyway, that is a direct comment to folks, you know. People that directly, I found out, funny enough, that that people that, well, they at least know who I am. They've been keeping up with the trial through this, and we've got enough press there that people are following, and I guess they know who I am. So I wanted to give a shout out. Hey, what's up? What's up? It's just a surreal thing. So I thought I would give them a shout out there. It's very surreal to have happen like that. But the phone items, there's actually more to the phone items too. And the interesting thing about the phone is if you zoom in on it, it doesn't fit her narrative either. I mean, again, like none of these items actually fit her narrative, but her narrative about the phone just kept, it likes to disappear, it likes to reappear. You know, she has all these strange narratives about how things work or don't work. You know, the altercation of she has altered evidence that's been added into it. Again, it's nuts when you look through. Let's see if I can find the phone thing. She'd have a phone. Here, it's the disappearing phone. Let me pull this up real quick. So she knew she had a problem with the phone issue when this started making rounds. Again, she's brought it up many times. There was on day 16 of the damn trial, there was a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my head was. He went to punching the wall to, like, realizing there was a phone, and he picked up the phone, and he was screaming, like, at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I effing hate you! I effing hate you! You ruined my effing life!" And screaming at the top of his lungs, and picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being held. And I remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted, and I was that phone all of a sudden. And he was just over and over again smashing his phone into the wall, over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking to pieces. And I kept thinking, this phone is disappearing. He's smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall. She also said it was antique. I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old fashioned, like an old fashioned heavy. It looked heavy. We'll continue this. We're back. But her own words indict her. So she lied. She absolutely lied about that phone thing. She's lied about a lot of things, but the phone thing, that is a major component in her story. a major component that she has just about faced on. And her Depp's team, they better like read it from her own trial statements. I'll post it out there, like I said, make a lot of noise with this, you know? I mean, it's yeah, like I said, it's crazy when that comes up. They're getting ready to do their preliminary stuff, but like I said, it's crazy to think that they're trying to sell a lie that they need to they've gotta switch off. Because if they don't switch off, then what are they gonna do? They're stuck with the same old narrative, and that same old narrative, it's eating them alive. I love it too. I love that it's doing it. I mean, the lies are so big. They're kinda beautiful in their own way. Everybody backing the channel and stuff. I see super chats coming in. I know, I usually catch some super chats in that. Today, what I wanna do, I will catch your super chats. I will go through. I appreciate you backing. You know, with this day, like I said, I appreciate the heck out of it. I want to present this to make sure that people understand what kind of lies are being sold. What they're doing is they're trying to do an about face, and they're doing it publicly. See, this is what Amber Heard has done for 6 years now. And what I like about this is it's a public trial. She can about face. She can pretend that she never said that stuff, but she said it. She said it on the stand. She said it in her own words, and it's a lie. It's flagrant lies. She's been caught. Like I said, she busted herself. And to me, that's amazing. You typically don't have something like that. You typically, the problem is when they put her on the stand, you know, when she decided that she was going to give her statements. Yeah, and also my wife mentioned too, Ben King, when you go with his own statements, not just his pictures, but his own statements. He remembered very well that scene. You know, it's stuck in his mind. I mean, it'd have to be a crazy scene, right? He found a severed finger in it, and he himself stated, never replaced a phone. Never did that. But you know, don't take Amber Heard's own words or anyone that had anything to do with the stand. Take the new words that they've tried to create. It's driving me nuts with this stuff. Judge. It's funny. My wife texted me. She was like, "Ben King, he didn't replace." I like it. It's gotten big enough that like everybody like is paying attention and following. I love it. I love it. Love it. So many people are like invested in the in what's there. They're seeing it for what it is. Amber Heard's team's down to like 30 something minutes. That's from what I heard from somebody else. Now, again, I have not been timing or anything, so you go with that. Also, I got a $50 super chat from, I'm going to
All right,
say,
thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We received it.
XS.
All right,
Thank
your
you.
next witness.
Coming through PayPal.
Your Honor, defendant calls Amber Heard.
All right,
Oh my
Mr.
God, she is going to testify. They have, oh my God, this is so amazing. Destroy her on the stand. Destroy her on the
Yes, ma'am.
stand. I can't believe it. They've got like 30 minutes left. They're going to expose her to Depp's team, who has, they have an ocean of time left. Oh my God, this is one of the,
Ma'am, just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
oh my
Of course,
God,
Your
what a
Honor. Thank you.
mistake.
All right, your question?
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we're in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to confine my questions to that, okay?
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I am harassed humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things that I've lived through, used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that.
Who said that?
Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection as to that, if you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
In the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules
not
Overruled.
hearsay.
Go ahead.
about how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see. I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through.
No tears again.
And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being. And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your Honor,
couldn't do
lack of
it.
foundation.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Amber, how have the Depp-Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
You know, the only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because I'm not.
non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses yesterday.
Overruled. Go ahead.
It's because I found a solution to that pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So to answer your question, Ben, it's I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all know, but I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have. And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, But I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure
Objection,
when they are.
non-responsive.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started. People mocking my testimony about being assaulted, making fun of my.
Objection, relevance, non-responsive.
Goes to damages. You can continue.
It's been agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone.
Stop ruining people's lives.
I've said that for years now, and I thought he would after
Objection,
2020.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Notice she can stop her emotions when they object. Isn't that amazing, by the way?
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough.
She plans on continuing
I have a
this.
right as an American to talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
Oh my
All right,
God.
cross-examination.
You've got hours. Hours. Oh, look, she didn't even wipe her face with a you notice that? Not even a tear wiped. She picked up the Kleenex.
Yes, yes.
She picked up the Kleenex and put it in her lap. Oh, she forgot. Look, wait, let's see if she wipes her eyes. She didn't wipe her eyes. Look, that's amazing. She put a Kleenex up, but she didn't wipe her eyes because there's no tears. God. Like our acting coach said, she can't cry when she's acting. She can't shed a tear. Oh my God. This is the performance of her life. But she just told you that she's not going to stop. She'll never stop. God, I can't believe she thinks she's losing. She thinks she's losing. Because why would you take this stand again? Oh my God. I mean, this is a gift. She just gave Johnny Depp's team a gift. She wrapped it nicely and neatly with a bow, and she said, Camille, let's do round two. Oh my God, I can't believe she did that. Oh my God. Like, why would you do this? My baby in a microwave. My baby in a microwave. I mean, when has that ever been noted? I'm not saying there aren't crazy people online, by the way. I'm not saying that there's not some jerk out there that says some random threatening BS. And you know what? She wants to pretend that people are mocking her because she's a victim. No, people understand. They're mocking the idea that Amber Heard, she created a very complex story that had too many moving parts. If you're going to fake something, you go with the least resistance. And she didn't. She didn't go with the least resistance. She went with the most complicated story that she can. You notice she's already gotten over her emotions too. Already from crying to already gotten over her emotions. You know, it just it's so amazing. I can't believe this is real. Oh my god! Like if this were a movie, it would be panned by critics because of her acting. If you look at it that way, because she thinks it's a movie. So if this were a movie, it would be absolutely panned by critics because people would be like, "No way." I like how she turns off her emotions during objections, though. You know, it's objection overruled. It's so nuts. The transparency to this stuff it's overwhelming. Man, this day has been amazing, though. I never thought that she would take the stand again. When that was mentioned, I never thought they would have the audacity. Not with again, they entered the day with 1 minute or 1 hour and 16 minutes. When she took the stand, they had about 30 something remaining. And now Johnny Depp's team has hours left. Hours. They could ask her about just about anything that they want. So we'll see how it goes. Like I said. But she said that she'll never stop. She said she wanted her, just Johnny to leave me alone, but at the same time, she said, "I deserve to have my voice back, my life back. I deserve to be able to tell my story." So she plans on taking this forward. She will never stop. I thought it was interesting too that she mentioned, you know, during her trauma that she sees medical experts, you know, when they check her out. I thought, man, so you do see medical experts, just not when you have horrific injuries that could be life threatening. You apparently have needs for medical doctors, just not in those moments. That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. This sidebar, phew, yeah, they're basically this is a Rottenberg's "Please don't wreck me" sidebar. Yeah, they're trying to figure out where they're gonna go and what they can do. She's trying to appeal to the media. This isn't an appeal. Look at God, look how mad her sister always looks. Like, what is up with that? Like, I mean, she always, like, looks like she's been, I don't know, eating glass or something. Maybe Whitney's like, "What has my life become?" I'd like to thank the Academy for not giving that an award. I mean, she has, like, the angriest face in the world. Maybe she's angry. You know, again, she's like, why did I have to get involved in this? I mean, she's been exposed as a liar. How do you ever come back for this? The answer is, obviously, you don't. You never come back from something like this. Yeah, they had it easier in the UK. Someone said that's because they had it easier in the UK, and that's true. They actually weren't called to they weren't a party in that, so they got to skirt by any type of questioning. In the UK, no one would take them to task because the judge wouldn't allow it. In this, their narratives have been questioned. To be honest, like I said, Man. For everything you've heard about here's the thing, in the courtroom, you've heard about 20% of what's there. I'd say maybe 30. You've heard an effective 30% perhaps, but you've heard about 30%. We haven't seen a lot of stuff, and some of it's to keep other things off the record or coming in. Here's the beauty of this, though. This, if done properly, people were talking about, well, Johnny Depp this or that with a couple of texts yesterdays. Wow. I mean, this is the defense's last gasp. Again, they think they're losing to the point. Like you ever watch you want to feel for that. You want to know why they do that. You want to understand how it's the last. Think about it in movie standards. Movies will tell you one thing that's true. You don't put the main person on the stand unless you're trying to rebut something, you're trying to go through it, and you really don't. If they, like Johnny Depp had charisma to still pull. Their team couldn't go hard at him because they only had so much left in the tank. So they thought, okay, well, we can go out, we can disqualify the counterclaim statement, which they needed to, because you're talking about $100 million on that, and there was new evidence in it. So they thought, why not? The risk versus reward. She has been, like she said, people have been university. I'd like to know how she knows people are mocking her, by the way. Is she supposed to be out there watching us? So let's ask that. Amber Heard says that the public are mocking her at the trial. How does she know? Is she supposed to be watching us? I think it's a relative question. Not just that. She can't just do outside research. Anyone else is not allowed to tell her. She's not allowed to qualify this case. Come on, Camille, or anybody. I know you don't want this case to go away, but she just told you that she asked her, are you doing outside research then? Because you mentioned the public's reaction. How do you know? Who's telling her? Who's whispering those sweet nothings in her ear if she's saying that she's not involved? When she drives up, that's not what she just mentioned. She said that people were ridiculing her, like openly. She's talking about the reactions online and the reactions in papers because she has been universally despised. But she admitted that she knows it. And it's not just a knowledge of, oh my God. She's got to know it anyway. But she's saying that I have firsthand account. I know it. I've seen it. Yep. She knows. She knows what we're saying on the internet there. Again, I'd like to know. Here's the problem, though. Maybe she did that because she wants a mistrial. Oh, she needs to be disqualified from the case? Well, that's a mistrial right there, baby, because they lost. They're losing openly. They're hemorrhaging. So you have to ask, like, are they trying to jettison? So I don't trust them not to do that. See, but then again, she's so vain. Like, she's giving you one of the more complex false accusation stories that we have ever heard. We've never seen anything like this. The level of it went from 3 accusations in 2016. It ballooned exponentially when we got to 2020. And then by now, the stuff that she added into it, it is the stuff of insanity. It's the stuff of legend, all right. I mean, this again, if she would have just dialed it back, imagine in a different world if she would have been committed to the cause. Say she would have taken her row quarters and she would have put it to herself. Imagine if she would have done that. If vanity wouldn't have been overwhelming, we'd be having a different conversation probably. And that's the scary thought here, because part of the discussion that we're having is that she was so bad at it that it shines through in the evidence. What if she was better at it? Like, that's a scary thought, because the next Amber Heard might be better at it. And what happens then? That's the problem. I already hear people saying, well, I agree with two things. Agree with one thing people say. They say this case is not other cases, granted, but people will use that to try to distance themselves from the idea at large that false accusers exist. And this should trigger a much larger societal conversation about what we do believe. Because at the end of the day, the mob, the Twitter mob, has become court. They've become they've become judge, jury, executioner, and they decide in the first few seconds that something's stated. And we see it every single day. The Amber Heard accusations, they destroyed life. I mean, anyway, she's back.
Ms. Heard, you just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk about that and why.
All right.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
I haven't lied about anything I've been here to say.
You sat here and told this jury that the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
I'm not quite sure what part of that night she saw. There were a lot of people there.
She didn't testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
You testified that once you brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
So you're accusing Mr. Knight of testifying and committing perjury?
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending time away from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
He testified he was there, Ms. Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar?
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that the trailer wasn't trashed, and that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture. That was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet
broken,
being
right, Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard,
that.
the only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture, as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
overruled.
And the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
In Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr. Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing the
Objection.
TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move to
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor, she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I will strike the last part as non-responsive.
Honor.
Just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up. In case. And
You
I'm
actually
glad
had
I did.
alerted TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yes. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's
You
existence
heard Mr.
online.
Tremaine testify that about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
you
it didn't come
heard
from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband. Yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband. Yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video. And
The
yes,
cabinet
that was my
video-
husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce. Yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, That wasn't included in the video that TMC received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
You're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under
I
oath.
heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified at the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
Yeah,
That's
cut,
because the video
watch it.
came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. I
Ms.
mean, come
Heard,
from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMC.
You're very wrong about that.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how to
with
do
a
that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
I thought you testified earlier in this trial that you didn't know how to leak things.
I
Remember
don't.
that? Right. You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
Oh, this was such a
I'd
mistake.
like to show you a picture from that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799. This is you at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
It is.
And next to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody Gottlieb is your publicist.
And dear friend.
Now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
Oh my God. She just opened it up for the 28th picture. This is going to be the day after where she's laughing on the street with no bruise on her
This
face.
is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016,
Told you.
right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this was taken.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken. And also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was taken. So I have no idea if I can
Let's
speak to
refresh your
what
recollection.
bruise you can see
Let's
or not.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness? This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
She's
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317. This is also a picture of you and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence, you can publish.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken when you represent it was taken, then obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Show
Yes,
us.
that's correct.
And Ms. Pennington
That is correct.
in there too? Ms.
That is correct.
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement in support of your domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes. Mhm.
Ms. Heard, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence. You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your direct testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in a vacuum
Oh,
without
she got
context.
busted. She got busted.
Let's
That
give you
this
that
is not.
context. Can we please, thanks. I could have day 16 trial testimony. We approach.
She. Oh God. I mean. Okay. See that picture that picture is from her claims in December. Oh my God. This is or in May. She made a big mistake getting on the stand. She is going to get wrecked. Oh God. This
Could
is
you please
brutal.
turn first to page 4585? Specifically starting on line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458, I'm on 4485, sorry. You said 4585.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16. Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603. Starting at line 12. 4603. Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is Penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet.
Got it.
Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even
a
though your
partial
counsel
floor.
was asking you questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, Defendant's Exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial picture of a
Ms. Hurd,
floor,
you didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up Defendant's 512 and please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 725, which is already in evidence
Thank you.
in redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by side. You've seen this photograph as well, right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you testified that this photograph reflected spilled wine in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, didn't you?
Again, I don't know because I'm looking at a partial picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't cover it up, Your Honor.
Could we unredact
Your
it
Honor
then
did.
so we could get context?
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how
All
it's in
right.
evidence.
Next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Hurd,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Hurd, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I didn't ask you about anything. Let's look at your direct testimony from the third day.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God, I have something amazing. I've just been sent something absolutely amazing that destroys a piece of her evidence. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Let's turn to page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750. Specifically line 16. Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804. At line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14
Yes.
through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at 4805. Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in Penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out. It's right there.
Or if you're telling the truth, you would know.
Recognize a portion of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I don't think so. That's not how that works.
Oh, she's getting snarky. She's mad.
Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week.
we approach?
Yes.
All right, so I got something big for you. I would typically put this into a video, but I wanted to get it out there, okay? The house that happened in Australia, 2016, it just sold. There's a picture of the wall on the left in it. There is no phone in it. It's not wired for it. So I'm going to post that. I appreciate the person who noted it too. Crazy. I just posted it on Twitter. I want everybody to magnify that, if you would, please. I want it to go everywhere. The home just sold.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be
That just
no
hit me.
words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom. Understood? Good. All right, your next question.
Ms. Hurd, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he has told the world that he's your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever said false claims for financial gain, it was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf that did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted, actually, strike that. When you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support of Johnny.
So
It
you
is
think
clear
Ms.
by this
Moss
courtroom
needs
how
to
many
come
people
out
will
of the
do that.
woodwork to testify for Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course, I thought of that. I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that was untrue, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very
So it's about
powerful
him.
man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
And I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury?
Excuse me? I didn't hear your
You
question.
didn't hear
Excuse
my
me?
question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do
Curry-
mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You didn't expect Ben King, the house manager in Australia, to show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
Ben
jury
King,
can,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending. You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Baruch to come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't expect Mr. Baruch to weep for Mr. Depp after what you've put him through and so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who have
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
They just entered. Oh my God.
Thank you,
They
Your Honor. Ms. Heard, if Mr. Baruch felt misled, who misled him?
Johnny, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him from crying. This is horrible.
Ms. Vasquez has suggested that you faked bruises on your face. Is that true?
Absolutely not. I didn't need to.
Did you ever fake an injury caused by Mr. Depp?
No.
Is any of the evidence of your injuries that has been put to the jury in this trial fake?
No, absolutely not.
And to the extent that there may be some confusion over when a picture of spilled wine was taken, why might that be?
Objection,
Because there's so
lack
many-
of foundation.
Overruled.
because there's so many incidents of violence. There's so many pictures. There's so much evidence. Most people don't have this kind of evidence for years, 5 years. And when I was saying that to
What
Johnny on
evidence?
the phone in that recording, I was saying for years, this has been going on. And I have pictures, we have texts, we have everything. Normally you don't get this amount of evidence. That's what I was pointing out to Johnny. It would be crazy to try to challenge this in this way. It's crazy. It's easy to not know the context of a picture of spilled wine because there are so many more important details, pictures, and also so much I didn't photograph, so much I didn't have the presence.
Objection,
of mind to document.
non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did Mr. Depp abuse you physically,
Yes,
verbally,
yes,
emotionally,
yes,
psychologically?
yes.
How did the threats that Mr. Depp made against you individually years ago resemble what you've endured as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Beyond the scope of cross, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Johnny promised me he would ruin me, that he'd ruin my career, he'd take my life from me. Death was the only way out. And if I got out, this is what he'd do to me. He'd make me think of him every single day. He promised me global humiliation. You saw those texts. What he couldn't do, the work of one individual, meaning Johnny, when he was inviting a disgruntled employee over for a spot of purple to fix my flabby ass up, that revenge that he sought back then was just what he could do as an individual, calling the studio to get me fired, trying to block him.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of
working.
foundation, speculation, hearsay,
all in
non-responsive.
I'll sustain as to non-response.
Ms. Hurd, how did those things that you just testified to that Mr. Depp did, how did those resemble what happened to you after the Depp-Waldman counterclaim statements were made?
Those are
Objection, Your
just-
Honor. Lack of foundation.
She's,
Overruled.
thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Those are just an echo of what I'm living through today. It's like what I'm living in right now. What you see in this courtroom is an echo. This courtroom and the other courtroom he dragged me into to do the same thing again. That's just an echo of the violence and the abuse that I suffered within our relationship. The campaigns to have me fired, the blocking me to try to ruin my career, the threats he's made to humiliate me globally are being lived out in real time in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 weeks and for the whole world since our camera's here.
No further questions. Thank you so much. Amber.
Oh,
All right, Ms. Hurd, you can have a seat next to your attorney.
oh my God. Oh, that was so good.
Attorney's approach.
Like they destroyed her. So I've got something here. Okay, so the I'll show this more at break. All right. I typically would show this in a video, but there's just not time for making a proper video for all of it. So I'll show it at break in detail. But the Australian house just sold. Someone sent this to me. Props to them, by the way. The house, in the house, you can see the wall where she says that there is a phone. The thing is that there is no place for the phone. It's not there. That means it's not wired for it to be there. If you look at the way the lights are constructed, and if you look at the layout of the house, it's not wired for lights of that type. Now, it may be too late for that to be brought up in the courtroom, but my God, it's not too late to point out everywhere else, you know? I want the world to look at this situation. And like she said the world is, they've seen what happened. Yeah, the world, I agree. The world has been watching. And what the world has seen, if this doesn't prove that, again, you're going to have people, she's going to have some hardcore fans. They talk about Johnny Depp's hardcore fans. No, there's a narrative, a social narrative that protects people like her. And she also said, no, most people don't have evidence like this. First of all, I would counter with two things. What evidence, first of all? And secondly, most domestic abuse survivors are walking evidence. You don't look at them and think, is that a real bruise or a fake one? Because when
Your
you
next
see,
witness?
you know.
Your Honor, the counterclaimant Amber Heard rests.
All right.
Of
thank
course
you.
they have to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter. What I propose doing is to go ahead and give you the rest of the afternoon off so you can have a good restful afternoon and evening, and we will do closing arguments
Oh my God, we've
tomorrow
got a big thing.
morning at
Do not
9
wander
a.m.,
off.
and then the case will be submitted to you for deliberations. Just to give you a little logistics of how that will go. Tomorrow, I won't give you a time limit as far as how long you can deliberate in the afternoon into the evening. I will tell you, within reason, I will tell you I do not serve dinner, so keep that in mind, okay? You will not be deliberating on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, because Monday is a holiday. I would like you to have you back here Tuesday morning, at least by 9 o'clock. If you want to come earlier, that's up to you. You can decide as a group if you want to come earlier than 9 o'clock, but you have to be here at least by 9 o'clock to resume your deliberations again. And again, on Tuesday night, and if you have to go to Wednesday or Thursday, that the time that when you take your breaks is up to you, as long as you take them together, as far as not having any deliberations unless all of the jurors are in the room at the same time. When you take your lunch is up to you. And then again in the evening, within reason, I'll let you go as long as you'd like to go. Okay? So have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research.
All right. We're going to let them get out. We'll see exactly what they say in this, what they're going to do forward. And then if they go, wow, what a way to end, man. I mean, that was a mistake and a half putting her on the stand. Oh my God, they couldn't have made a bigger mistake. Like, I can't believe that they did that.
We'll go ahead and take a modified lunch recess just till 12:50. We'll come back at 12:50. We just have a few jury instructions left we have to do. Make
So
sure we
they're
get
gonna
the
come
verdict
back.
form taken care of. I want you to review the laptop that we have mocked up and make sure everybody agrees what's on it. And also I want you to look through all your exhibits and make sure we're all on the same page. Before you leave, I'll make sure you have copies of the jury instructions in the order that I'm going to read them, and you should be able to prepare for your closing arguments for tomorrow, okay?
All right,
All right, we'll see you at 12:50.
again, this came up, this just hit me. So it's too late to go into the jury, but that doesn't matter. It can go into the world, you know? So give me one moment on this, okay? I mean, I can't, like I said, I can't believe that property, that I mean, we can see the property. We can look at it. So I'm pulling up everything right now. Again, this was not expected, so you're gonna have to give me a moment, okay? I'm just setting up, but it's worth it. Trust me. It's about the Australian property, and it directly refutes what was just said. It directly refutes her story. Give me one moment. I'm pulling up a video too. All right. So as far as the Australian home, I'm just going to show you something right off the bat. Okay. Like I said, tell everybody and their mom to come here because I'm going to drop a bomb on you. All right. So in the Australian home, like I said, it just sold. All right. Now you've heard the stories about how there is a phone hiding on the left-hand wall. This is the Australian property. It just sold, like I said. Now, again, if you're looking at it and thinking, okay, well, that was years ago, right? Fair enough. But here's the issue: wiring. The wiring on the house itself is not going to change. If you look at the layout, which we've seen the layout many times in this, I'll actually pull the layout up for you again too, because there's discussion of that. But if you look at the layout, actually, let me pull up the layout. It'll make more sense. Okay, what I'm going to show you here, the layout of the place itself, the wiring is not associated to support a phone like they were claiming. Look at this here. So here's the layout itself. If you look at this, you see the layout with the walls. Notice how this is set up here. You've got your curvature and on. There is no wiring to support an actual phone. Now, if they're saying that they had antiquated, see that doesn't, if it's a decorative phone that they're going for, that falls apart too, because again, you can see the scene itself. There is no decorative phone setup, and you can tell, look at the lights and everything. This is the same setup from 2016 to the new setup. It's the exact same setup. What's more, if you go through, there's actually a walkthrough from the home. That's right. There's a walkthrough of the home. Would you like to see a walkthrough of the home when it was being sold? Would you like Daddy Tug to show you? I'll have to mute it because they have a talk through on it, and it has music. But like I said, there is a walkthrough video too. Now the walkthrough video, first of all, it's an interesting setup for the house, but I'm going to jump so far forward. I want you to see it. You can tell it's the house anyway because of the inside and the outside of the house showing. Okay, so I'm going to flip over there right now. Like you can see it here. You know, like I said, you can recognize how this house sets up. And God, what a house anyway, by the way. You know, what a house. But they give you, I mean, look at that. Hey, you want a helicopter that lands in your garage? Awesome. What an insane world. You want a motorboat around? Woo. I mean, look at this place. It's nuts. But they have, like I said, they have pictures from the inside too. At the very beginning of that, where they're showing the wine and stuff, you get, like I said, you get a feel for the interior of the home. Look, they've gone too far out. But you get a feel for the interior of the home, including the here, let's see. I'm gonna reverse back all the way. All right, give me a second. Look at that place. Good Lord. But it is the same home for sure. You can see that again, all the identifiers and everything are correct. From the outside, you can tell it's the same place. And when you look at the other layouts, again, with their wine racking and everything else, the house hasn't changed that much. Again, for the design wise, the house it's relatively stayed the same. But what's really telling, like I said, is that you have pictures of the wine area. There are other pictures too. All right. So give me a minute. I'm capturing a couple of these real quick. Because I'm doing this real time. So you have to excuse me with that. I may put this in a proper video. I haven't decided yet. Just to break it down for you. There's actually one monster thing that hasn't appeared in the court at all. And that was a certain witness that turned against Amber Heard totally. And I thought that story should be told. But this story also should be told for sure. You know, so there are other pictures. Give me a second. Here's one that you can see of the bar area. You can look here. You can see again. You can tell this is the exact same place. You see the lighting. Again, you see how it's set up. You know, you'll recognize certain portions have changed. But look, it's even the same freaking clock. It's even got the same clock on the wall. Look at that. That's the same clock for 2016. Things have changed so much that, look, check this out. Like, no joke. The clock on the wall is the exact same clock. Didn't notice that until just a second. Look, here in the evidence slides. Look, it's the same clock. So you're talking about changes. I mean, it's changed so much that they use the same fixtures. I think that's amazing, though. So, yeah, I mean, oh, man, there's even more to it too. There's more that needs to be established and more set up. But like I said, there's a picture I put on Twitter. I hope people make enough noise with that. Again, they could be brought up in closing, if nothing else, possibly. I don't know, maybe. But it's just it came in right then, right when I saw it. The the person who did, props too, because again, there are two places that this stuff goes. It goes into the court. If it misses the court, it goes into the court of public opinion. And the court of public opinion is important as well. Very much so. What do y'all think about that though? I mean, you could tell it's not wired for so the whole narrative about wiring and discussing how this stuff works, it's a lie. It's an absolute lie. So what did y'all think about the Amber Heard testimony? Oh my God. The wine bottle? People were mentioning so the discrepancies in photos. Actually, yeah, okay, so the in the trial, they brought up the biggest thing that was brought up in cross is actually the picture of her face. Now, this is available everywhere, but I really want you to drink this in, okay? This is from May 28th. I've brought it up many a time, by the way, but this is the day after the TRO. So you have video evidence that before the TRO, she has no marks on her face. During the TRO, she publicly appears with a mark on her face that she poses for the paparazzi that she never called. And then afterwards, the next day, she publicly appears and there is no mark on her face. You can see it as clear as day. She's happy, skipping along a little la la land. No denial of that. No denial. There is no way to deny it. Did she just admit she wrote the op-ed? Yeah, about exposing Johnny and all of his fans out there because they'll perjure themselves in the courtroom. I mean, basically, what you heard is that everyone out there that disagrees with me, they're for sale for Johnny Depp. Everyone's for sale for Johnny Depp, except. You got to love that, right? You got to love that. Brianne Rush, thanks for the 20. Medicine 101. If it's not documented, wasn't done. I was a nurse for 26 years. Crazy that she said is a doctor and doesn't know. Not buying it. Timelines changing. It's not documented on form. Well, that's. I mean, there are so many problems. But you're right. You know, with the one thing that you have to include in there too, she didn't document any damages done whatsoever. She didn't visit any medical professionals whatsoever. All the doctors that she brings up, they are psychiatrists. She's bringing up people that, again, they're giving their mental health qualifications. Mental health qualifications, there's two real problems with that. Number one, as a mental health professional, if you come and visit me, you know what I do? I advocate for you because you're my client. I believe you because you're my client. I'm trying to treat you. That is not medical evidence. To Bean, thanks for the 5. Perhaps she had a syndrome. For the bruise to disappear. Maybe. She's like, I cured it. I'm amazing. Holy crap. I want to see if they return, like what they're going to show us while, they come back for jury instruction, how they're preparing it. I'm curious what they'll show. T3 Podcast, thanks for 5. Everyone's for sale. That's why Johnny lost his roles, careers in the UK court. It's all his power. Yep. You never, it's all about also, okay. Ellen, thanks for the super chat. I do feel bad that she and the baby have to get death threats. Did they though? I mean, did that really happen? Did someone say that they were going to put their baby in the microwave? Have you ever seen proof of that? I'm not saying there are not crazy people out there. I'm sure people say crazy stuff, but have you ever seen that directly sent to Amber Heard? I mean, I could believe it. You know why I could believe that? One thing, I mean, I get death threats. I get people saying that they're gonna put slugs in my kids' heads and stuff. I mean, you get it as a public figure. It's not an excuse for it, but it's the reality for it. But isn't it convenient that it comes out on the stand as an indictment of Johnny Depp? That doesn't have anything to do with Johnny Depp. You can't control the mob. When she faked a crime and she destroyed someone, and again, that's not excusing bad behavior. It's just saying people react volatilely to this stuff. And you can't control them. You can't. Like for me, I will blame stuff on now. I would say on the other side of that, Amber Heard, the craziest people that are out there that are associated, those people that say they have connection, they are doxing. They absolutely are doing damage for her. They're hunting down people's real lives. They were filing false police reports. And they get back pats by her because that's what they do. They're terrible human beings. So no, she wants you to have sympathy. I have sympathy for her kid if something has gone on with that. I hate that her kid has been thrust into the middle of the insanity. So, but I will not allow her to change the narrative. She does not get to change the narrative. She does not get to refocus because that's what she wants to do. Now she wants to refocus to something else, you know? Guff Magoo, thanks for the 2. Maybe threatened because of connection to Elon. You know, with anything, like I said, it's all about changing up, you know? Love Apples, think 3. JD's team had 5 hours left. Why did they end so soon? They felt they put on their case. I mean, they could have gone more, though, you know? Danielle thinks so too. Run along with Emily. Insight to jury during that. Here's a strange idea. Like nobody has insight into the jury. They can look and see if they smile or something, but they don't really know. You know, see, I don't like that. That's why I don't have people like that on here because they can give you their ideas. But you know what? In UK 2020, everybody said, you know, win, win, win. Didn't make manifest. It's just it's insights in that. I'm not saying that's not their insight. I don't like that. I don't that's why I don't bring it up a lot. The jury, they have you don't know in their real lives, you don't know exactly what they believe, what they listen and believe. You don't know, maybe they're hardcore Johnny Depp fans. See, that's the thing. The speculation to that. It's hope. It's just like the thing with Disney. You know, Disney's going to bring Johnny Depp back. I don't know if Johnny Depp's going to win, but I know he won in the public opinion, and I'll stick to what I know. So yeah, that's no indictment of him either, you know, or them. I mean, you know, it's another talking point there, but I try to avoid that because if it doesn't tell me anything. When people give out stats, you know, it's like 80-20, he's going to win or lose. I don't want to do that. I've been there. I saw him lose. And I think it's a different world. It was decided by a judge, not a jury, but been there, you know, an unlosable case. The win here is broadcasting it to the world and being like, this is what happened. This is how it is, you know. And I do wonder if it does have an effect on the jury when they know it's broadcast to the world and they know what the world thinks because Amber Heard told them. If the jury wanted to know what the world thought about her, she said it on the stand. The world is mocking me. They're mocking me. That's what the jury, like if you want to know about like a jury and their thoughts, there's where it is, man. I mean, that's a big statement. AJ, thanks for the 2. So the jury will decide next week, not this week. No, they start Friday. It's just saying that they can deliberate as long as they want Friday, and they come back Tuesday if they haven't decided through Friday. So they get the choice of it, but they won't decide through the weekend. So if the decision has not come in on Friday, it will go to them. They get closing arguments and jury instructions. So you have quite a bit, and they get to decide, like I said, they get to go back and they decide whether or not they're going to wrap it up Friday. They may wrap it up Friday because They may not want to carry it into a holiday weekend. I don't know if they all are pretty, their consensus opinion. At first, I thought, well, I've been thinking about this more, and I thought, well, at first, if a decision comes in fast, that could be bad for Depp. But really, if people have made up their minds and they just want to dodge the weekend, maybe that's, like I said, thanks for the 10. You should never give it down in the first place. Maybe it's time you had tables turned, because in the interest of all involved, I got a problem solved, and the verdict is guilty. And Melody, no, I can't, can't Melody, dude. I'm sorry, I can't Melody. I'm terrible with Melody. Zid, thank you, there. Zid, thanks for the 5 there. There was a moment near the end of Camille's cross where Amber's mask slipped, and I thought, bingo, that's the real Amber. I would have kept hammering her. I would have hammered her and hammered her and hammered her, and I wouldn't have let go. I'd have hammered her for 6 freaking hours. But they thought less is more. Again, you have to walk, I can say that. I can say that my own thing. But the reality is you have to walk a fine line without seeming like you're bullying and you're nasty, and you make a point and you get out. That's the way they've been going. I thought Camille did a good job too. I just more hours, But to end on Amber Heard, see, that was the perfect ending for Johnny Depp's team. It erased everything that went on the other day where people were talking about text messages. Did he say this or did he say that in an argument? They did that to themselves, and they did it because they thought they were losing. They're afraid that they will lose. Very much so. You can just see it right there. Like, if we need any indication of how that comes across, there it is. Juju, thanks for the 10. Her narcissism was on full display. And for the record, I actually laughed and said BS when she said she had makeup on that pic. If there was ever a pic with no makeup on, that's it. Yeah, let's zoom in on that. Let's look at the TRO pictures, right? The pictures that she took in the courtroom. Let me see. Court TRO. Bruce, Amber Heard. I want to pull up one of her TRO pics, okay? Because she wanted to make this deal of it, and she came out. She might as well have dressed in sackcloth when that came up, because she was definitely trying to send you a certain type of message. She did her best to do that. I mean, she dressed in. She talks about how Johnny Depp kept her from dressing in any type of revealing attire and stuff. Yeah. What I found really interesting then is she decided again to dress like she wanted to present herself as a victim. Like, she very much wanted to be a victim in that. By the way, I addressed this on publicly the other day. So some people, for some reason, have been trying to cause problems with myself and Emily Baker. And I said this publicly, like, I get along with Emily Baker, so they need to stop. So dumb, so dumb. So let me get the Amber Heard pic 28. Now, those are publicly available pictures. By the way, they've been publicly available for a long time. I did not think they were going to work them into the story there. But if you go all the way back to 2016, the articles that they were talking about, right? These are the articles. This is the narrative from back when. Give me a second. So this is Amber Heard smiles as she puts her arm around friend one day after getting a restraining order against Johnny Depp. So this is the picture that they were talking about. So you can see it in the tabloids, right? Whoever thought this picture would become that big? Now we're going to do a comparison between the two. We're going to pull them both up. I'm snipping both so we can like zoom them all the way in. I want to show you the before and after. And when you look at that, she's like, makeup, makeup, makeup. Yeah, Of course she goes with makeup, 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 because if people actually wake up to the reality of this stuff, they start actually asking questions, she becomes the bad guy in this. I'm sure the media, I really wonder what the media is trying to spin right now. I bet you money it's just poor Amber Heard, she had to revisit. So these are the pictures of before and after. All right. Here's the picture with her of the bruise on her face. Okay. Right. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up here. I got to close a couple of pictures real fast. I got too much stuff open. I can't find anything, so I'm closing a few things. I apologize. I didn't know how long it would go today, so you know, you never know what need to be opened or not. So I had a bunch of stuff. But here, now again, high def it is not, but it gives you an idea. You see them, you see the so-called bruise, right? You can see it prominent. Also, look at how she dresses here. She slouches too. In one picture, she's holding her arm. Her arms look rough, by the way, don't they? I mean, like her. There's just something about maybe it's her hands or something. I'm not sure, but there's something about either her hands or her arms that looks so out of place to me. Now here's the next day. All right, hyper zoom in that area. Look, zoom all the way in. There's no indicator of. I mean, look at that. Look at that crap. Because you see where it's at. Eyeball, cheekbone. Her own evidence is damning. And what's telling about this too is that the two people that are in this court TV situation, court TV is for sale. Court TV is absolutely for sale. Well, Court TV went into this. They faked evidence for Amber Heard. They have my loathing forever. Like they won't answer that too. I wish here, let's put that out there live. Let me ask them about that then. I'll ask since here. Since I have 100,000 followers now, I'd like to again publicly ask Court TV about presenting fake evidence. For the trial, presented 6 seconds of the cabinet video, hyper zoomed, making it look like Johnny Depp assaulted Amber Heard. It was part of a video. Any comments? Let's just go with that. I'd like Court TV to answer that question for me. Because they didn't present, okay, so the cabinet video that we've been talking about, right? It's made a lot of headlines. The cabinet video is not a short video. All right. If you understand what happened with TMZ too about the cabinet video, okay, I want to show you the issue with the cabinet video, period. All right. So the original cabinet video, the video that has all of the evidence associated with it, it is, let me pull it up here. I can't show it, but I'm gonna pull it up, okay? Because they'll flag it yet again, because that's what they do, because they think they own the time. They think they own the evidence, even though they didn't copyright the entire thing. They copyrighted 90 seconds of it. But here, this is 2 minutes and 4 seconds long, right? So you see, this is the original video. All right. That's the original, like as in the video with everything, including her smirking. Okay. So if you look up TMZ cabinet, it's online. You can actually find what's funny is their video gets less love now than it before. But this is what TMZ posted. Okay. And this is with bumpers and everything years ago. TMZ posted a 1:30 video. Now you got to remember they have a bumper on here that's about a minute. They have a bumper over here that is roughly what we're going to say 4 seconds. So I'm just going to take the 6 seconds off. I'm going to call it 1:30. Now, their description was Johnny Depp went crazy on Amber Heard in their kitchen, throwing a wine bottle in a glass, and she videotaped it. We're told that the video was shot months before the May 21st incident in which Amber claims Johnny struck her. Amber asks Johnny if he drank a bottle of wine and tries to calm him down. She says she's sorry for something, although she's not specific. Johnny isn't having it and appears out of control. After throwing a glass and bottle, you can see him swiping at Amber's phone, trying to get it from her. So, I mean, that's their description of it. Okay. So they presented a false narrative about it anyway, and they presented it off of 30 seconds of missing footage. That's a lot to not have there. Now, TMZ told you, or their ex-employee on the stand, that they received this video as is, because if they edit it, it would have white flashes in it showcasing that they edited. So that was the entire piece they got. They also told you, as Camille said, that the only way that they can assume copyright is either to buy it outright, and they did not buy it outright, or to get the copyright from the original person that owned it. So they would have had to get permission, ownership from Amber Heard. She presented them a redacted version of something where it takes her smirking face out of it. See, they mentioned that, and that is absolutely true, by the way. One of the things that was removed from that videotape, at the very end of the tape, you can see her. Whoop. Oh, man. Hey, let me pull up something here. Check this out. Let's pull this up real fast. Man, give me a second. Give me one second. There he goes. Had to set up real quick. She's driving a monster truck so she can run over all the people that are there. I figured I'd just bring it up, the leaving videos, since it came up. Look, one thing that's really telling about Depp through all of that is the fact that I've got the volume booster on still. I can hear it. I'm turning it down a lot. No point in having a volume booster on that. I apologize. It's loud. Well, look, he greets everybody there.
Hey, howdy. I have a feeling we will see each other again.
Yeah. But I mean, you see the differences in staying and leaving. Big differences too, you know. I can't imagine, like, is that a Florida license plate? What look like? Maybe Georgia? I don't know. I'm terrible with license plate. He's jamming. Where's the license plate from? I'm terrible with license plates. Is it over? No, the trial part, the presentation of evidence is over. We're at lunch, though. They're going to come back, and they're going to. They're supposed to come back anyway. We'll see what happens when they come back, because we don't really know. They still there are a lot of things that haven't been decided about how this goes forward, and I don't know what'll be aired. The question isn't what's left; it's what's aired. So, we still have myriad items that have not been decided. Today was an insane day, though. I mean, today was just insane. Look at this. Since I have that post that I put up, look, like I've been calling out Court TV. because I want to know about them presenting fake evidence. So I ask, since I have 100,000 followers now, I'd like to again publicly ask Court TV about getting fake evidence. 6 minutes, 1,500. You wish you may, you wish you might, but you're not going to ignore old Tug tonight. I love it. I love it. No, I really do want to answer to that. Because this is the problem with all of these places. They present like there's some non-biased parties, just like the ACLU, man. They were totally team her. They were all the way in 150% until they found that the clicks weren't there. When they saw the public turn, many people, especially mainstream. I'm not talking about people that are new to this, by the way. I'm not talking about people that are figuring out, but many people, media presences, they decided they would turn. Many other people too that had been anti-Johnny Depp, they decided from go, before he ever took the stand and even talked about it, they decided, wait a minute, this is not my best interest. I better pretend that I'm this. And you know what? They're scumbags and they need to be called out for it. Because they are the problem. I don't know how to make this any clearer when I say this. They are the problem. The false accusations are nothing without the magnification of media presence. You have to have it magnified. If they don't magnify it, it lives and dies. That was the problem. Like if you think about her claims as far as the op-ed goes, right? The op-ed itself was damning because the op-ed was her wording attached to media. It was both worlds there. It was both worlds that we were being confronted with, right? It wasn't just one, it was both, like I say. And it's insane. I'm pulling them up real quick if I can. I mean, when you think about that, like again, the media, they're an unwilling participant. They wouldn't call her out. Okay, here's the problem. When they decided to get involved, right? Real fast. When they decided to get involved, what they did is they buckled in totally. They wouldn't change their narrative whatsoever. So you had the media pick up the lies that Amber Heard told, and they just stayed with them. They 100% stayed with them, and it didn't matter what was presented. They continued to stay with the lies. Denise, thanks for the 10 there and the super sticker. Thank you for that. But I mean, you think about that. Like, wait, did Ray Liotta die for real? Is that true? What happened? Let me look. No, Ray Liotta died, man. R.I.P. Ray. R.I.P. brother. I loved your work. I'm gonna post that. I didn't realize that Ray Liotta died, man. That's horrible. I do need to post that. Like Ray Liotta's work. Just nuts. So focused on this nutty crap that I'm glad we at least got to see him in what was it, that Sopranos movie? Again. I didn't realize he died though. Let me grab a few super chats and we'll see. Like I said, if they do come back, then we'll check out what they're doing. If they don't come back, well, then we'll talk about something else. We'll talk about the insanity in the courtroom because it was fun. I mean, I can't believe that they put Amber Heard back up. I can't believe that they would think that was a smart idea. Anything that they gained with Johnny Depp being on the stand, it just went out the window. Gert Rasmus, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs. Thanks for the 5. RIP to a legend. I enjoyed a lot of Ray's movies. He was a great actor. Yeah, and respect to his fam too. You know what I mean? Because there's families involved in this stuff. Yes, come back. Thanks for the 5. Did I miss anything this morning regarding Johnny X's text being presented as his? No, there was nothing presented in that. I think, like I said, I think Amber Heard managed to wash away any of that because she was the last person on the stand, and Camille Vasquez just lit her up. I mean, she lit her up. Marie, thanks for the 5. said in her testimony today that she wrote the op-ed about him. Yep, she did. She, it's not a question about Johnny Depp anymore. Well, I missed one. Yeah, Ray Liotta died. Yep. It wasn't a question of whether or not she wrote the op-ed anymore. She's already admitted to it. They've dropped that. The only thing that they're clinging to anymore is whether or not Johnny Depp is an abuser. Because if she can get a decision that Johnny Depp is an abuser, then it's okay. She could have wrote the op-ed anyway. That's what she's clinging to. She's clinging to the hope that somebody will find it for her. I don't know how to pronounce the name there. Thanks for that. Please check her Instagram post on November 11th, 2021. She had her lip with some kind of injury. I believe she had episodes of herpes. She's to blame Johnny. I think I don't even know her lip injury is real. Here's the thing. If you look at the same pictures from that period, many of them, they don't, that it changes. Layla, thanks for the 20. She said she's not in court laughing and smirking. That's a direct lie. I hope the jury saw her smirking at Johnny when testifying. Yeah. She's not laughing and she's not smirking. Yeah, let's look at that, right? Okay. And it's split screen too. So check this out. Not laughing and not smirking. Here she is. This was her yesterday, right? When she said she was not laughing and not smirking. There's Johnny Depp staring at evidence, and there she is. Ha ha. Oh. They're coming to take me away. Ha ha. They're coming to take me away. Ho ho. Hee hee. Ha ha. To the funny farm. I like that song. But look, I mean, she's just all up in it. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny. It's so rich. Johnny Depp, ha ha, his abuse is so funny. She grosses me out. Man, I don't like her. I don't like her. You can't, you know what she said too? She just promised Johnny Depp she'll never stop. You did catch that, right? She said she wanted to take her life back and she wanted Johnny to go away. Go away. But also within that, she said something else. I want to take my voice back. I haven't been able to own and claim my story for far too long. So she told him that she'll never stop. She plans to continue to go forward. She plans to continue to tell this story. You know why? It's not just trying to win the public. It's she was getting paid $33,000 a speech for a while. After the UK, she was getting paid $33,000 a speech. No joke. Brittany Monroe, thanks for the 5. She admitted at the end that she wrote the op-ed to expose Johnny. She admitted to doing what she's being sued for and has denied the whole trial. Yeah, the 3 parts of it, though. She has to write it, which is there. She's knocked it down. She has to do the damages, which we have heard from experts. And Johnny Depp can't be an abuser. So those are the 3 components that really have to happen as far as the jury's decision. Paul D, thanks for the 2. No statement attached, but plenty of statement. Thank you. Bo, thanks for the 2. Happy birthday to me. Hey, happy birthday to you for sure. I hope you enjoyed that present there where she owned herself. That was good, wasn't it? Got to watch A8 get rage mode. I know. And she called everybody that speaks. Can the court stop her with this whole charade? Yvonne asked. A court can stop a court case from coming through, like suing and stuff, but they can't stop her from expressing free speech fundamental rights. If she were to win, she'll continue, and there will be they will try to take all type of vengeance on people. Anybody that continues to talk about her, they will either threaten or they will sue. I will not be surprised by that at all. Barbie doll, thanks for the 20 there and the super sticker. Appreciate that. And the thug, thanks for the 5. Please send thought and support for school. I don't cover school shooting. I've talked about that. Like I said, condolences for that, but I don't. Again, quickly, I mention this just so people understand it. I don't cover that kind of material. I work with kids forever. I have problems with secondary trauma. That is a real thing, and it's related to kids trauma. I don't invite that in. So, oh, she's back. Judge is back. I'm just going to switch over. Okay, I'm going to switch over fast, and then I'll turn it up.
Okay. I already have them in a potential order, but let's
So they're
go
talking
ahead
about
and go
jury
through 'em.
instructions.
Oh, one thing I'll do for the record first, plaintiff's 287, which is the same as defendant's 780T, is a corrupted file that we received from both of you. I guess it's corrupted on both of them. And nobody seems to be able to do anything about it. So I think it might just be that it's in evidence. However, it's not going to go back to the jury because it's corrupted. Okay, does everybody agree to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. It's
Okay.
just an Eastern Columbia building video, so that's fine.
That's just, it's corrupt. Okay, do you have more exhibits to give? Good, let's get Jamie here.
If it's loud, just adjust the volume. I turned it up as loud as it goes, just so you can hear, okay?
All right.
The one time they use the microphone and it's
All right,
loud.
so these, you want to get your list, Jamie, and make sure. All right, it's defendants 393, 821, 857, 857A, 883, 1859, 1905. Make sure that's nothing. It's the second page of that. 1050. It seems to be a longer one. Hold on.
They're going to be working on jury instructions and all of that. So it'll give you an insight for what's coming tomorrow.
All right. Are you missing any other exhibits?
Your Honor, if I may
I'll be back.
approach.
Yes,
we
you have some?
from
Okay.
today.
Let's
Yes.
go ahead and get those.
All of this, it'll be very important when they
All right, so
decide on
these were the
jury instructions too.
All right, so we have,
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna let it play for just a
Okay.
second. I'll be right back.
I think this one's theirs.
I gotta get a drink.
All right, so I have plaintiff's exhibit 1316 and 1317. Yeah. 1301, does anybody have 1301? Plaintiff's 1301? An Instagram post.
We'll get it, Your Honor.
711A and 711B, the one without the metadata, and one with the metadata showing. It was the same pictures, but it showed the metadata.
I believe that was 712A and 712 and 713A.
Yes, I don't have those. We just don't have them. 712 and 713A.
Understood. Okay.
Can I get them now?
Yeah.
Trying to get all the exhibits together right now, so we have them all together so we can review them.
And then the other one is 120D is not in evidence, but it's on their list as in evidence.
120D, as in David?
Yes.
So 120D was listed as, you had it as an evidence, but we do not have it in evidence. All right, is that all the pieces of evidence? Excellent. That's good. Good. Okay, so we are very close to getting all of that. I don't want to leave here until we have every piece of evidence with Jamie and everybody has reviewed it, so we don't have to review that tomorrow and waste time with that. Okay? All right, so now I think we can do jury instructions, correct? All right. Let me just go over the ones that we had a few issues with. At the first one I'm going to go over is the self-defense. There's two, that would be number 28 and 29, correct? And I took those under advisement. Do you still have an objection to the self-defense? All right. So what evidence do we have in trial that would allow to have these two jury instructions?
Sure, Your Honor. So I think there's evidence in the record showing that, Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's agent, that, he was retained in connection with the UK litigation and with this litigation. There's evidence that he engaged with third parties in that capacity, that he met with the Daily Mail with Mr. Depp, and that he believed Mr. Depp's version of events. And so I think all of that, is relevant evidence to a self-defense, that Mr. Waldman made those statements in self-defense on behalf of Mr. Depp.
All right, so you're saying if agency is found.
If agency is found.
We believe they're inappropriate, Your Honor. First of all, we have not been able to locate case law, but
We found one from 1860?
That might have been-
1887.
And I know I had seen one a
We
while
said it was a
back.
reversible error if you didn't give the self-defense one, so.
Well, I know I'd taken a look at one a while back. I think, but I don't have a case site for you. I think it's a question of law as to whether it applies. So at a minimum, I think we should figure that out, I guess. But the reason we don't think it should apply is these were statements that were made by Mr. Waldman in 2020. I guess it was before Ms. Heard's counterclaim. So if he's saying that
It goes to the op-ed, I think.
Understood. So if he's saying that this lawsuit was a statement in response to the op-ed, statements that were made a year and a half later by Mr. Waldman, and it doesn't, again, Your Honor, the key words are fairly and reasonably. So obviously both sides are going to argue defamatory implication and what did the op-ed really mean, and did it say these things? But saying, even under their theory, 2 years ago I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, to say that then it's fair for Mr. Waldman a year and a half later to make public statements that Amber and her friends roughed up the place and spilled a little wine, all the things that he said in those statements, that's not fairly and reasonably. Ms. Heard responded fairly and reasonably to Mr. Depp's case through her counterclaim. The parties can speak to each other in the courtroom here, but saying that if someone makes a statement in an op-ed, that then you can go and do whatever you want for 2 years, say whatever you want. And obviously there's only 3 statements that comprise the counterclaim. But as the evidence has shown, it was part of a pattern by Mr. Waldman. It's the opposite of proportionate. It's the opposite of fair and reasonable response.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's opportunity for a fair and reasonable response, well, we don't believe it was either, but he had the opportunity to file a lawsuit in this court.
Right.
To have Mr. Waldman be his attack dog and to say anything Mr. Waldman then says as his attack dog is somehow fair and reasonable and entitled to the privilege is inappropriate. And I do think that before Your Honor gives it, we need to confirm whether it's a question of law.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Rodmore noted that this lawsuit was a response to the op-ed, but I think there could be multiple statements in response to the op-ed. So I think that's not dispositive of anything. And the statements were clearly a direct response to Ms. Heard's allegations on their face. And whether that response was fair and reasonable is a jury question.
I don't, what do you say is the matter of law? The privilege of self-defense is a matter of law?
I think it could be whether it applies.
Okay, I don't think it's a matter of law. I think it's whether or not if there is any evidence that a jury could find it being protected speech, not the weight of the evidence, but if there is any evidence. And I don't think it's my role to weigh that evidence as far as how long it was made afterwards.
I think it is, Your Honor. It can't be the case that anytime there's an alleged this is why this doesn't come up often, because this just isn't given. If it were appropriate here, every time there's a defamation case,
this would be an instruction. Even the person who's the defendant in the case, you say,
So-
well, all I said, I was
So-
responding to something that was said before.
So all your evidence that you say goes to the jury are just the statements? That's why this should be given? That he made the statements, that's the only evidence?
Well, I think
You gave me evidence of agency, but that's just agency. Do you have any evidence that of self-defense, that he actually said these statements because of what she said?
Well, I think there's circumstantial evidence, at least, that so it's agency. He's an attorney who was retained in connection with this litigation and the UK litigation.
That doesn't automatically give you self-defense, though, a privilege of self-defense.
And that's
You
our
you have to make them, I have to have some evidence that the statements were made in response to the direct accusations of Ms. Heard. And just some evidence,
On their face, they appear to be a direct response.
not the statements themselves, but is there any other evidence? The statements fairly arose in response to Ms. Heard's accusation. Did anybody testify that he made these statements in response to her op-ed?
No.
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, just one small point there. There's no requirement that it be in response to the op-ed in particular. The question for self-defense to apply is simply whether it's made in response to an allegation against Mr. Depp. And Mr. Walden's evidence is clear, I think, that he was responding to allegations against Mr. Depp, and he believed those allegations to be false. There was extensive evidence in the record on that, in fact, I think.
That he was responding to, so if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground. If he says, well, I was responding to what she said in 2016, that's.
What
That's very
what Mr. Munez is saying is that you take it as a separate case. You take it as a separate case, their claim and then your counterclaim. So your counterclaim is a separate standalone case, right?
Oh, okay.
So the standalone case doesn't, your claim doesn't deal with the op-ed. So they're saying in defense of your case, that's why this comes in.
But he couldn't have made the statements in defense of our case because these are the basis for our case. So what he had to have been, what was he responding to if it wasn't the op-ed? And if it's not the op-ed, then we're really in murky ground because there's no, plus Your Honor, a couple points. To your point, there's been no testimony that he made these in self-defense to anything. Two, the defense doesn't apply. And this is, this is under the Haycox case, 1958. It doesn't apply if we prove malice. So it has to be made in good faith and without malice. So it's coextensive. I could bring the case up if you want, Your Honor. So if the malice inquiry incorporates this, this is the, let's see, 200 Virginia 212, Haycox versus Wilcox Dunn. And it looks like on page 231, they're discussing a Massachusetts case and that says statements made in an honest endeavor to vindicate one's character or to protect one's interests are usually regarded as qualifiedly privileged, even though they're false, if they are made in good faith and without malice. So the malice inquiry takes care of this. In addition, I don't think I need to remind the court, but for the record, Mr. Waldman was not allowed to answer any questions about this. So to say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something, they could have let him answer questions and get that evidence on the record. They can't say, well, he could have been making it in defense of something now.
And when I say, just looking at your case, you're claiming these alleged defamation, the three we have allegations, well, they're saying in response that they made them because of something she said that maybe is not the op-ed.
Then there's no evidence of what that is. She was sued. She said 2016 is when she made her, then 2018, she has the op-ed that have, a couple words that they're trying to turn into what we've just seen for the last 6 weeks. And then she responded to the lawsuit.
Okay.
So it can't be the case that by trying to defend yourself in a lawsuit that was brought against you, if it's not the op-ed, then it's got to be her statements in the lawsuit, that somehow trying to defend yourself through judicially immune statements in a lawsuit entitles someone else to go out and say whatever they want and then try to veil themselves in the privilege.
Counsel for Ms. Heard made a point of making clear that there was extensive allegations about Mr. Depp circulating. They repeatedly brought up the UK action, which was in fact the context in which I believe these statements were made based on the date. It was very close in time to the UK action. They brought up the Dan Wooten article. These allegations date back to 2016. These allegations are out there, and there's there's evidence, from which the jury could find that Mr. Waldman was acting in defense of Mr. Depp.
No, acting in defense against Ms. Heard's accusations. So what are Ms. Heard's accusations that would be defense, that are in evidence?
Your Honor, there has been extensive evidence of the accusations against Mr. Depp going back to 2016. For example, the Dan Wooten article that they raised in evidence prior to the op-ed, which included the word wife beater, and it was essentially,
But it has to be.
That's not Ms. Heard's statements.
Ms. Heard's statements. Right.
I don't believe that's correct, Your Honor. It doesn't have to be
Against Ms. Heard's accusations, it is correct.
That would be crazy, Your Honor, if they get a jury instruction because he was responding.
I understand that.
Again, the number of allegations made by Ms. Heard, it's been very well documented in this case. You have the op-ed, and it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be any one particular allegation, but you have the op-ed, you have the People magazine article, you have the republication of her statements through the wife beater and the Dan Wooten article. You have the fact that she was giving testimony in the UK action about these issues.
Well, then would you agree that actual malice, you don't get the self-defense if there's actual malice in his statements? If the jury finds actual malice, then you don't get.
If the jury finds actual malice,
then it's not protected
that may
speech.
obviate the privilege, but that doesn't mean that the privilege is not applicable or a valid.
But the
jury
only way
instruction.
they can find in this case is if there is actual malice. This goes back to their defense, slap defense as well. The only way they find defamatory statements in this case is if there's actual malice. And it's unique to this case, I understand that. But so if they find actual malice in defamatory statements, you don't have protected speech privilege.
And if there's no actual malice, they win.
Yes,
So,
correct. The same with this. That's why we're
right.
not giving a jury instruction on the slap defense,
Right.
because there's no basis for it.
I mean, if the instruction is not being given on the understanding that it's essentially moot,
Which I agree. I think it's what happened with the slap defense as well. We found out after we went down that legal road, we found out that was moot as well. Okay, so do you want me to deny it or withdraw it? I'll do either one.
if you don't mind denying, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine. I'll deny. That's instruction 28 and 29. Okay, put that in the deny stack. All right, next one I have is the republication one.
What this is this is just behind the scenes trying to figure out what they're going to, how you present this to the jury. So
I see both
they're going
of
to
them.
present all kinds of different
Dueling,
scenarios.
Paragraphs for the republication. Yes, sir. And I understand last time we spoke that you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes a republication. And you just would rather have just the 3 sentences as yours for republication. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
That didn't,
No,
well,
I
you
think
must
it's the
find that
flip.
she read, or you want to add that into it? I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how I'm reading it.
I think, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth. I think we want the whole thing at the top.
Right.
See.
And they just want the one sentence at the bottom.
I'm just saying, like, people when they're
Okay,
looking at this,
that's
don't
correct.
take this as this is behind the scenes stuff. This is not in front of a jury or anything. It's just about instructions.
Your Honor said that on page 92 of the transcript, I don't have a problem with the republished jury instruction. I just think it has to be accurate with adding the language. And
Right.
that language was on page 89. You said, but you also have to say, but adding content to it may establish republication. So that's what we did in the sentence that starts with merely linking.
Right.
It did say merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, period. And then we added directly from the transcript, but adding content to it may establish republication. So now they're going backwards. They just want you to strike the whole thing except the first sentence. And that's different from Your Honor's ruling.
Some people are saying
on
that
Friday, and also doesn't fully
they get
capture
lost in
Right, it
this,
doesn't
but
capture the whole legal argument.
And
doctrine.
if I may just
this is
make
where your
our
case.
argument
This
for
is
the
how
record
the
here, Your Honor.
I already
jury
did on Friday,
gets
but if you want to do
instruction.
it again,
So
that's fine.
Okay,
It's-
just very quickly. So I think the issue with republication is whether it reaches a new audience, which is
What, and that's there.
what we propose, right, it's included in their instruction, and that is basically the full extent of our proposed instruction, and we believe it should be limited to that. Lakova is a case that they've repeatedly cited in support of this republication issue, and that's a case where there was a defamatory New York Times article that was hyperlinked in a more recent New York Times article, and the court said that that's not directed at a new audience. It's the same party tweeting to the same audience, so there's no republication. And that's not the case here, where Ms. Heard has retweeted a Washington Post article. So that, Ms. Heard's audience on Twitter is different than the Washington Post. And so
But if she just retweeted a hyperlink, that's different. But in this context, and that's why I took the motion to strike under advisement, once I got it, there was more content to it. And that's why I'm putting it in the jury instruction, because it is accurate that a hyperlink alone is not enough to reach a new audience. But I'm willing to, what I think would also add to it, though, is after you must determine whether any content that was added constitutes republication. And let's see, I would say then you must determine whether any added content republished the op-ed to a new audience. I could say it that way. Or I could say, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. I could say it in that term. Add that to the end of that paragraph.
I think that's fine if that's the court's inclination.
Do you have any objection to that?
I'm thinking, sorry, I'm
Okay.
slow on the, yeah, that,
Sure, okay. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can incorporate it into it. Okay, so merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find it was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
I think we would prefer just to say just that first sentence, merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may establish republication, period.
Well, that's what you already had. This is
No, because we had you must determine whether any added content that was added constitutes a republication. I think it'd be better to just delete the last two sentences than to add the sentence at the end.
Your Honor, I just want to note, I don't think that adding content is a requirement for republication. I mean, we found a number of cases that when somebody repeats a defamatory statement, that they're as liable as the original defamer.
We're not going back. We're not going backwards. So either it's his language or my language. What do you want?
I prefer the court's language.
All right, I'm going to put my court's one. Okay.
Do you want us to do the revisions? Because if you do it, we may have to just get one more time from you.
Okay.
We're happy to, or
Sammy, can you do it? You gave him to Word format?
we did.
All right, can you do that? Here.
The only other thing I would note is I think the word retransmitted in the second line is misspelled. So
In the second line? Okay, all right, we'll take care of that. But adding content, just do it. Adding content, yeah, it's like this one right here. To, and then just get rid of all of this and add this instead. Okay. All right, and we'll clean it up and just take out. Okay, we'll get that done. All right, takes care of that one. Next one is, I think, instruction FF. Defamatory meaning, consider the publication as a whole. And we have dueling answers here. I know the defendant just has op-ed in it. The plaintiff just has it as plain, which, I mean, it does say that it means you may not seize any word, phrase, or image. So it would appear that so it could apply to both of them in that context.
the problem, Your Honor, is that we believe that because the counterclaim statements that the jury will be presented with are redacted, so the statements are in isolation, that there's a risk that as they're phrasing it, the jury may read the phrase, you must read the statements in context as a whole, to say, well, we can't do that, so therefore there's no liability. We think because it's impossible to read those statements in the context of the whole piece. And so that's number one. Number two, the op-ed was all Amber's statements.
So the whole
I
thing
understand
was
that.
her words. The counterclaim statements were Mr. Waldman's quotes in another article that we don't believe, well, that's not in evidence. So there's no point arguing about that other than you just have these one or two sentences from Mr. Waldman. So we believe that the jury's going to be confused if we give their instruction and say, we cannot read it as a whole. So therefore we can't, follow the jury instruction.
Okay. I can see your point with that. Yes, sir.
I don't think there's anything in there's a lot of instructions here. I don't think there's anything that would indicate they can't find a liability if they're not able to take statements in their proper context, in the context of the entire article. Just thought it would be more appropriately phrased to be mutual, as opposed to obviously applying only to one party.
Well, because yours says you must read the statements, which is true, but you also can take the content in the context as a whole, but you can take the context of the op-ed as a whole, which is accurate. What I could do, if you want, I could keep the op-ed up top for their claim, and then for your claim, we can, in determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false and defamatory, you must read the statements. I could keep that in there as a second paragraph. That way they can't just pull out, because it's accurate law also, that they just can't pull out the word hoax and say, okay, this whole statement.
Agreed.
Okay?
That's fine. Thanks.
Is that okay?
That's fine in concept. I guess I would ask if your Honor does that to add a clause saying disregarding any redactions on.
Well, it says the statements themselves, statements. In theirs, you must read the statements in context as a whole.
Right. So, but I think, could we say in determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements or whatever are false and defamatory, you must read the text of those statements as a whole? Text of those statements in context as a whole or something.
Well, that's kind of, you must read the statement in context as a whole.
You must read, can we say you must read those statements in context?
You must read those.
Because I just don't want
statements in
them to think
context.
that it's impossible for them to.
Any problem with just putting those instead of the?
I don't think we have a problem with that.
Okay,
Your Honor.
in determining whether any of the statements attributed to Mr. Waldman are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll add that as a second paragraph. Keep Sammy. Please. All right. Takes care of that. All right, the next one I have is the objections and assertions of privilege.
Which? 32.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's
Sorry.
Depp 32. It's a new instruction.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
the one at
yeah.
the end. This is the new one.
Do you have any objection?
We do. Yeah, but saying sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness,
Right.
and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any. So why do they need to be told this? I think this risks confusing the jury.
Because to be fair, in the depositions, you wanted to keep in all those objections, when we usually would take them out, but you wanted to keep them in. So I want to make sure the jury doesn't have any improper inferences from leaving those objections in. You wanted to leave them in because show that, hey, I asked the questions, they weren't answered, fine. But you can't infer from that, oh, well, they're hiding something then, or it's attorney-client.
Understood. Just like you can't infer when someone takes the fifth in a criminal case. I get that.
Right, which
but-
I would give an instruction for.
Of course, I know, I understand that, but I think that the jury
is entitled to draw their own conclusions and not inferences. They're not entitled to infer anything from that. But I just think that this risks confusing the jury and getting the jury to think, if they stand up in closing and say they haven't presented any evidence that Mr. Waldman was doing this, then that's using this instruction as a sword. If they get up there and say they haven't, do you understand what I'm saying? They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was acting as his attorney. They haven't proven that Mr. Waldman was authorized to make the statements. Then they rely on this to hide behind that. And we're not allowed, and I'm not saying that we will, but I'm not going to say you heard him instruct him not to answer, and you should infer that he was acting as his agent. I know I'm not going to say that, but if they're going to argue in closing the converse of that, then that's prejudicial, and makes this inappropriate.
All right, yes, sir, Mr.
Your Honor,
Rose.
this is just an accurate statement of law. They chose to play about 30 minutes of Mr. Waldman being instructed not to answer. Without this instruction, that's prejudicial.
All right.
And it would also be prejudicial if they're allowed in closing to say that we haven't presented evidence of anything about the parameters of Mr. Waldman and Depp's relationship.
That doesn't follow from this instruction.
does.
This instruction is simply saying that the jury is not to draw any inferences from the objections and instructions inserted by counsel. They can consider the evidence. They can consider whether evidence was presented or not. The instructions and objections are irrelevant to that question.
No.
All right, I understand your objections, but it is an accurate phrasing of the law. And I want to make sure that the inferences aren't taken against an attorney-client privilege.
Okay. Can you deny it over our objection?
You got it. No, I can grant it over your objection.
Sorry.
Good, Freudian
I
slip.
meant grants. Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Can we get some direction for the arguments that they're allowed to make on closing on that, Your Honor? Because I don't think that's appropriate for them to point to a lack of evidence when they didn't allow Mr. Waldman to testify.
Pointing out that instructions are not evidence is not the same. There's no connection here between these issues, Your Honor.
No, I'm not going to do that. So we're going to do Depp 32. I just need to clean up the top part of it. Okay. All right. Over objection. Be offered. All right, then I have instruction JJ, which is the model.
Right.
So why would I not give the model?
We believe you should. I think the only looks like the only substantial difference is that rather than saying as it's written, it says clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements. It's confusing and misleading to say that if you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp, that we already have a principal agent instruction.
Right. If they find principal or agent, I mean, that would be the only basis for it.
Well, first of all, Your Honor, if liability is entirely vicarious, which I think is the position of the counterclaim plaintiff in this case, I don't think there's any evidence of direct liability. If liability is entirely vicarious, then I don't think there's a basis for a punitive damages instruction at all against Mr. Depp, because vicarious liability generally doesn't result in punitive damages as to the principal. Punitive damages are only applied where the person against which punitive damages are being assessed actually engaged in conduct that was wrongful, and that's not the way they've pled and sought to prove their case. I think that's the first.
So okay. They're saying you're not entitled to a punitive damages instruction.
Well, I disagree with that, and there's no case law that they've cited in here on that, and I think that's going backwards. That's an argument that we are, and I just think that Mr. Waldman's statements were made by Mr. Depp. I mean, I'd be okay with something that said that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made statements with knowledge. I'd be okay with that.
Is that okay?
I think we would maintain our objection on that. On the basis previously asserted, Your Honor. And then what's the other? I'm sorry, could I have counsel's language again one more time?
Sure.
Yeah, if you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman comma, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, comma, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly. I think it's so reckless. There's a typo there, sorry. We'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, we do maintain the same objection, Your Honor, the principal liability, and we do have case law for that
I'll
proposition.
overrule that objection. We'll go ahead and, can you type that up real quick for me?
Sure.
And get that to me. If you email it to Sammy, we can print it out.
Yep.
Okay, you're in charge of that one. Okay. All right. That's fine. I think that was it, correct, as far as?
I think it was, other than the verdict form.
Perfect. Let's go to the verdict form. Look at this. Do you have the other ones for me, Sammy? If you can print those out.
Yeah.
All right, let me get the verdict for that one. All right, I think with the verdict form, it was just the first page. Am I correct with that?
In the punitive damages.
And then, well, the punitive damage, you didn't have a response, right? Do we have?
I think there was a comment in what we got from them that we changed.
Okay. All right, well, in the, put it here. Oh, thank you. All right, I think it was in 1A, the statement was about Mr. Depp. I think the plaintiff wanted that out because we already have, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp, and the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Hurd, which I think is.
If you look at the, I think it should track the finding instruction, which is jury instruction C on page
Okay.
4 of the jury instructions, and that's what the verdict form does.
Okay, let me take a look. And that was C, okay.
Yep.
Okay,
So the way it's been written tracks the
all
finding
right,
instruction.
tracks the finding instruction.
Yeah, we don't have a
Okay.
strong objection here, Your Honor. I
Okay.
thought it was maybe cumulative, but
It does match the finding instruction, which would be clear to the jury, so we'll keep that in.
that's fine.
And then the punitive,
And so
So
that
out
would
of the
carry
last-
through to all of the.
oh, you withdrew all those?
We'll withdraw that, Your Honor. Their proposed language is
All
fine.
right, so the verdict forms as written are the verdict forms good to go, correct?
No, well, are you, I'm sorry, did they withdraw the punitive damages? Okay.
So we're good with the verdict forms. What I have is the verdict forms, correct?
Your Honor, I think yes, but I do just want to make sure, and I understand we don't go back, but I just want to make sure that for the record, we do maintain that the verdict form should state that the defamatory implication was false and not that the statement was false, because under the Pendleton case, that can, a facially true statement can still have a false defamatory implication.
And I think we had that on the record on Friday, but thanks for putting it again. It's fine. All right, so verdict forms are good. So we'll keep the verdict forms. Did you print out the other? No, you can print it out. That's how, yeah. So which ones are we missing then? We're missing which jury instructions? You're working on 2 of them, right?
32. I have 32 in FF.
32 and FF, and you have 1 jury instruction for me, right?
Yes,
All
they're
right.
editing it right now. It's JJ.
Okay, JJ is coming in, and did you do the other one yet, or no? Here, I got that one. Here, could you guys do? Michelle, or could you, on Depp 32, could you take off disputed and send that to us too?
Yes.
Thank you. And that would just leave us, we'll get those 2 printed out, and then I'll tell you the order that I'm going to do them. While I'm doing that, I do have the laptop, if both sides would like to look at the jury evidence on these. They'll stay up here at the bench, but all we did was we put 2 files on here. There's no password for it. As soon as you open up, it doesn't have any internet, and there's just 2 files. One's plaintiff, one's defendant. They just click on those 2, and then they can watch all the audio and the video,
Too
okay?
bad they can't have the combined
So if you want to take a look and
pictures.
make sure it's been downloaded to everything that we put on our website, which is all the evidence. We didn't receive any new evidence today for audio or video files, so that it's everything on there. But if you want to take a look and make sure that everything is there, you can do that. Also, all the tangible exhibits.
So they have to click on the
Jamie will
links
have it,
in their
except we need to get those
website
other ones.
because that'll
So
take
oh, you have 'em?
forever.
Perfect.
Yes, if I may approach, I have
Okay, sure.
1301.
Okay.
Hopefully they have it all involved because
And then,
she just said they
Your
had to click
Honor,
in the
I
website.
just
It means
would
you'd have
like
to
some
download it into the
clarification.
computer,
Sure.
right?
I understand that defendants exhibit 712 and defendants exhibit 713 were initially moved into evidence in redacted format.
Correct.
Today, we offered them and put them in an unredacted form, so that's the
712A and 7.
and then
713A.
713A.
Yeah.
I believe Your Honor should already have those in unredacted form. I believe that's how they were provided to
Oh, they're
you
in our
all
binders
by.
down here?
I believe so. I will. Yes, so I believe you should actually have those in unredacted form
All right.
from defendants.
All right. We have a
Oh.
few binders down here. Hold on.
Yes, I think they would be in the binders. That's correct.
712 and 713. All right, we'll take a look at those. Yes. Do you want to go ahead and make a proffer now?
Yeah, but it included 712 and 713, so I can give you copies of that.
Oh, you can? Well, that would make Jamie happy since she's down here digging through binders.
Right. So I can give you copies of that.
Okay, perfect. All right, now we have those in evidence. Okay, so are we missing any more from over here? Or did you find out about the one that you thought was in evidence?
So, Your Honor, defendant, I believe, it's plaintiff's exhibit 120D. I believe actually Sammy and I had a number of back and forths about this exhibit. I believe that defendant's counsel provided a redacted version of that exhibit to the court, but based off of our reading of the transcript, that exhibit was not actually offered into evidence.
Okay, so it's not in evidence then.
It's not in evidence, Your Honor. I thought, and I believe I emailed it to Cindy last week. But
You gotta take this sheet off.
if you don't have it, I'm happy to bring it tomorrow, but it's not in evidence, so we can go back to the
Okay, all right. So I just want to make sure, because it was checked off on somebody's list that it was in evidence. I just want to make sure. I don't know, but it's not. We're good.
And
We're
then I heard the exhibits 711A and B. I'm not sure.
No, I think
Is that
711
an
was wrong.
error?
It was 712 and 713. So we're good.
All right.
So Jamie, are we missing anything else? Sammy, did you print out the ones that they sent you to? The email, did you email Sammy the?
He's just double checking right now.
Oh, okay. We'll get that in a second. Let me just put these in the order. All right.
No, like I was saying with all of this stuff too, this stuff does matter because it's instruction to the jury, and they'll argue over it because the semantics in it, the questions that are presented, it's how they're told how to decide what they see or they don't see. So both sides they get to make arguments about that, and typically you don't get a view behind the scenes to see how a case comes together. I think this is fascinating. Some people were like, "Oh, well." You can see how much of the case is decided not just right in front of you, but it's also again, the semantics to it.
Yeah, that's it. You want to go print that out? Just print out 2 copies so we can share them. The one that Sammy printed off on republication, I'm just going to give you copies to make sure they're right, okay?
Yes, and you should receive in your email soon, FFJJ and 32.
Okay. So if you print those out too, Sammy. Let's print those out. So you're sending FF also? Okay. Did you take the disputed off the top? Thank you. All right, let me just get this printed. Could you print me out another one of AA? There's a mark on this one. Or at least email that one to Sammy. Something in the paper and it just doesn't look right.
Newsweek said that this case alone cost Johnny Depp, just for the case part, they estimate $5.5 million. That doesn't include so many other portions of it outside of the case, but just the case part itself cost him $5.5 million. The other case cost $3 to $6 million. Like I was saying, minimal conservative effort, $15 million.
Printing? Huh? I'm sorry. Can you send them to Jamie so she can print them out?
How much money does Johnny have left? He makes residuals. You've got to remember, like movie back end. He makes money off the movie back end on stuff. So he probably, I'm gonna guess he still brings in $1 million a month easily. It's just a conservative effort. $1 million, $12 million a year easily from some of the movies he's done because they make so much money going forward. Because he's got some movies that had very good back end deals. So he makes money, but he spent a lot of money trying to get heard, and when I say get heard, like get listened to, not get heard. Amber, I know one of their crazies will be like, ha ha, he admitted it, he's after it. They went to get heard. Like, no, idiot. So yeah, an ordinary person, this is what I've said about this kind of stuff. This is why a case like this is so important, because the average person could never fight like this. When they throw around words like men's rights or this and that, the reality is that when a man is accused of something, and anybody can be accused, and you'll have more people accused later that won't just be men, but right now, it's almost exclusively men that you're seeing go through this kind of stuff. And when you're accused, most people have to eat it, because how do you get in court? That's what Rottenborn said. See, that's what annoys me so badly about Rottenborn and what he just said before. He said, you basically, you can't speak up for yourself, and other people can't speak up for you either. You need to go and sue them in the courtroom.
Will we be getting just a paper printout or electronic copy from the court?
All I have is a paper.
Okay, so we can
So
scan it.
You can
and-
scan
okay,
it and
that's
do,
fine.
if you want to do electronic, that's
Um,
fine.
And then will these be posted on the,
Not until after I get
not till
them.
after, okay, wasn't sure. And then they're read before closing.
They're read
so-
before closing. All right.
That's why they're after Adam Waldman so much, because Adam Waldman had the audacity to speak up. You know, again, there's also limitation on what you can sue for. So if I sue a paper for slandering me, I may only recover hundreds of thousands of dollars after suing after costing millions to get to the courtroom. That's why when they were talking about many of these, they don't happen. They don't happen because people, in the pursuit to clear your name, there's no real liability for most parties. Amber Heard was in a unique position because of her relationship as the writer. But if she would have just had, she'd have just had somebody else write it up,
If you want to take a look.
throw it
at
out there
that
without her name on it.
instruction and make sure it looks okay before I add it to the stack. You have the actual malice one. Was that sent to you? Michelle, you said the actual malice one.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, never mind. Jamie already gave it.
Oh yeah, she's going to appeal. Yeah,
Sorry.
whomever loses in this, they will appeal for sure.
And Your Honor, was it,
Is there?
no, I think it's fine. Does the court want, to leave the, Heard C, Depp 7
No.
sort of things in there? Because otherwise we could,
Oh, no, well, yeah, the numbers at top can stay. I just
Okay.
don't want to say disputed.
I don't think any of them say dispute.
Okay. No, the numbers, I tell the jurors to disregard the numbers in the
Okay.
heading. That's better for the record if we keep it that way. Okay, so are you still reading the publication? Okay.
Your Honor, can we get, sorry to bother, Sammy, could we get one more printout of the actual malice instruction?
Sure.
Thank you.
Jamie, can we get another actual malice?
AA. So these are only copies.
All right, any objection to the republication then? As typed?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Put that in there as well.
Hold on.
Is there a typo?
Nope, it's okay.
It's okay?
Yep.
All right.
Your
Okay.
Honor, I just have a very quick question regarding
Sure.
closing arguments, if
sure.
we may. Does the court have any objection to us playing very small clips
No,
of,
as long as they're in evidence, you can play anything, show any picture.
well, that's my question. So
Okay.
obviously, depositions were by video, many witnesses, especially for Ms. Heard. Do you have any objection to us playing video depositions, portions
If
of?
it's not in evidence, it doesn't get.
No,
played.
of course, just what's in evidence.
But there's no video depositions in evidence.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so,
The only thing that can be played to them is what is in evidence.
but their testimony, it's witness
Well,
testimony.
yeah, but depositions are witness testimony that you have during trial. That doesn't go back to the jury as evidence. And video depositions are the same. That would give more weight to video depositions than witness
Well, so
testimony.
my question is a follow-up question to that. Obviously, this trial was televised, so there are videos of witnesses testifying.
No,
So-
none of that comes in.
Okay,
No, the four walls of this courtroom is what the jury decides this case in,
okay.
period.
And just so we don't have a problem tomorrow, also, we can't put in front of the jury written deposition or
That's
trial
correct.
testimony.
That's correct.
Understood.
Only things that are in evidence. But
Understood,
you
Your
can
Honor.
show pictures and evidence, you can show video that's in evidence.
Or audio that's in
Or
evidence?
audio that's in evidence,
Okay.
all of that's fair game.
No,
You just-
no display of written transcripts either.
No written transcripts, just only items in evidence. And,
No, I'm on the same page. I was-
okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Thank you, Your
And-
Honor,
and
for
you
that
have-
clarification.
And you have 2 hours, right?
Right,
2 hours each, and you, 2 people over here and 2 people over there, is that what's going to happen?
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to split our closing and then only one of us will do the rebuttal.
Okay, and that has
Ah,
to just be on the rebuttal case, correct?
so we will get to hear Elaine
we
in
have that down,
closing.
right? We've gone
Understood.
through that a few times.
Understood.
Mr. Chu, do you have something on that?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. So plaintiff goes first,
Correct.
then the defendant,
Does-
counterclaim plaintiff.
Right, they do
Then-
their defense to your claim, and also they do their offense to their claim.
And then plaintiff.
Plaintiff gets to do their defense to their
And they
claim and
respond
rebuttal.
only with respect to the.
Rebuttal.
To the
To their
rebuttal.
rebuttal to their counterclaim
counterclaim.
only.
And so it goes 1, 2, 1, 2, and plaintiff gets 2 hours, they get 2 hours.
Total.
Is it fine if it's not exactly 1 hour
No,
for each?
that doesn't
That's
matter
up
to
to
me.
us.
No,
Okay,
as
thank
long
you,
as your
Ron.
time is just 2 hours, it doesn't matter how much anybody does. with
Thank
it,
you, Ron.
Okay?
If you wanted to shorten that to about 15 minutes apiece.
I would want to shorten it to 2 minutes, but that's not my take. I
We
gave you
got
2
pretty-
hours. I thought
We
that was
got
good.
pretty efficient at the end of this
Well,
case.
it's amazing how that happens, It's kind of like the physics, you make a circle and the people will fill that circle. Well, that's what happens. I made a circle. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let me just go ahead and read into the record the order that I'm going to give the jury instructions. I'll also read in the record the instructions that were denied. And I will read the instructions that were withdrawn, just so we have a complete record, okay? All right, here we go. All right, so for the jury instructions, I'll read them in the following order. Number heard I, number 3, number 10, 1, B as in boy, C as in Charlie, D as in Delta, E as in Echo, F, G, H, 12, 13, Y, FF, AA, BB, DD, that's David, DD, TT, CCC, 20, Z as in zebra, T, U, V as in Victor, K, L, 5, 6, 7, 32, 8, 9, 16, I, 30, KK, and JJ. All right, those are the ones that will be read to the jury in that order. Okay. The ones that were denied was instruction 22, 23, 24, CC, NN, both as in Nancy, OO, PP, RR, SS, S as in Sam, SS, 28 and 29 were the ones that were denied. The ones that were withdrawn for the record was instruction A, 2, 4, 11, 14, 15, 17, 19, 21, 25, 26, 27, X as an X-ray, 31, W, EE, GG, QQ, DDD, Q, 18, J, M, N, O, P, R S H H L L U U U V V W W X X Y Y Z Z A A A and B B B. All right. So I will get you copies now. I'll get you hand copies of the jury instructions I'm going to read in that order, so you'll have copies when you leave here, okay? And I'll give you copies of the verdict form as well. And you can have those while you prepare for your closing arguments. Other than that, if you could come up to see Jamie after I leave the bench, just to make sure you go through the exhibits and everybody okays the exhibits, so we don't have to do that tomorrow. And also if you can have a look at the laptop with Sammy, just to make sure all your exhibits are there that are going to go back to the jury, okay?
Your Honor, one quick question
Okay.
about closing to make sure
Sure.
we don't have any issues tomorrow. Understand the jury only sees evidence
Yes.
that they've seen in the trial. If that evidence is displayed through like a PowerPoint or whatever, are headings allowed, or do you not want the jury to see any written text or anything other than just evidence?
I mean, I've seen PowerPoints in cases before in med mals where they have their other items up there, but I think in this particular case, I'd rather just have no writing and just have your arguments orally.
That's fine. I just wanted to, make
Okay.
sure that there wasn't
Just try to keep it clean.
or paraphrasing of witnesses or anything like that.
Okay,
It's just,
that sounds fine with everybody. Does anybody?
that's fine with me.
That's a good question, though. Are you going to have a PowerPoint?
Probably with evidence.
Okay.
You know.
Did you want me to have the big screen up as well? For the
I think
PowerPoint?
so. Yeah, I think that would be great.
Thank you,
Okay.
Your Honor. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
We'll do that as well.
And starts at 9.
Starts at 9. Closings start at 9.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Nadelhaft has a proffer still on some
Oh,
things.
yes,
Do
okay.
you want to do that now before we?
Sure.
As does Ms.
Everybody
Myers.
wants to hear your preference.
As does Ms. Myers at the end of Mr. Nadelhoff's.
Yeah, okay. All right, they have one too. So that's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah. This will
If
be
you can just
shorter.
get to the microphone so I can hear you better.
No problem.
Or the quote where I can hear you better.
This will be shorter than the other day.
Oh, good.
Okay, this is for metadata. On May 16th and May 17th, 2022, the defendant attempted to introduce into evidence photographs from May 21st, 2016 that included metadata on the photographs. Ms. Hurd testified that the metadata was included on the photos by pressing a button on her phone. The metadata demonstrated the pictures were taken on May 21st, 2016, along with the times they were taken. The exhibits were defendant's exhibits 700 through 726 and are exhibits A through AA of the proffer. Tabs N and O of the proffer are now blank, as defendants 712 and 713 were admitted with the metadata on May 26, 2022. Mr. Depp objected to the metadata on the document, stating that the metadata was hearsay and there was no foundation for the hearsay. The court sustained the objection on the ground that the metadata was hearsay and that there was no foundation, and admitted the exhibits, but redacted the metadata. And then separately, we have a proffer for Stephen Duders. On May 20th, 2022, Ms. Hurd moved to designate certain portions of the deposition testimony for trial of Stephen Duders, who was Mr. Depp's personal assistant. Mr. Duders testified that he was on the Boston flight and sat in a seat facing Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp. He further testified that the day after the flight, Mr. Depp told him he wanted to, quote, smooth whatever issue, end quote, existed with Ms. Hurd. Mr. Depp asked Mr. Duders to, quote, write a text, end quote, to Ms. Hurd and to say, quote, whatever she needs to hear, end quote. Mr. Duders then sent a text message to Ms. Hurd about Mr. Depp, stating, quote, when I told him he kicked you, he cried, end quote. The testimony is contained in Exhibit A, Mr. Duders' deposition. Ms. Hurd moved to admit the text message into evidence, arguing it was not hearsay under Rule 2:803, which provides for the admission of statements of a party opponent and his agents. Ms. Hurd argued Mr. Duders was acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text, and the text message was therefore not hearsay. The text message is Exhibit B to the proffer. Mr. Depp objected to the text message as hearsay, arguing that although Mr. Duders was Mr. Depp's employee, sending text messages to Ms. Hurd was not within the scope of the employment. The court denied the motion to admit the text message in testimony, finding that Mr. Duders was not acting as Mr. Depp's agent when he sent the text message. And I have copies to provide.
All right, fine. We can add it to
The list. Yeah.
We have a box for you. All right, we will add that.
Oh, sorry, Eric.
I think he has more.
And this is the other one.
All right, we'll make them part of the record. Thank you, sir.
Thank
All
you.
right, yes, Ms. Myers?
Thank you, Your Honor. On May 25th, 2022, plaintiff intended to call Dr. Kim Collins as an expert witness in forensics pathology. Defendants objected on the basis that Dr. Collins had not been designated as a defensive witness and was designated only to rebut Dr. Jordan, which was defendant's forensic pathologist who had not been put up at this trial. Dr. Collins intended to testify as to whether Ms. Heard's descriptions of violence and injuries allegedly sustained by Mr. Depp were consistent with the photographic evidence at issue in this trial. She also, for incidents where there was no photographic evidence, she would have testified as to what injuries she would have expected to see based off of the violence that Ms. Heard testified to. And finally, she would have testified as to her opinion as to the cause or as to Mr. Depp's finger injury and what she observed consistent, which was similar to what Dr. Gilbert testified to today.
All right, thank you. Any other proffers? Okay. All right, so just don't leave here until you check the laptop and you check all your evidence and make sure we get your checkbox on that and everybody's happy with it, okay? Anything else for the court?
Thank you.
Really?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you in the morning.
All right.
That was actually pretty fascinating. You know, you get to see a behind the look at how exactly things played together. We'll talk about that for just a minute. Whoa, that was loud. God, I tell you, that's one thing I won't miss. Is the absolute sound of my ears getting wrecked as they don't have any mic etiquette. Oh man, TMZ is in full press damage control mode too, because they're making up like articles to try to distract about the Johnny Depp situation, which is funny. They put out an article just a minute ago talking about how fans are saying that Johnny Depp and or here, let me just pull it up for you. I'll show you how they're trying to distract. It's hilarious. So this is again, they need to distract you away from what was truly revealed about TMZ. So they're like, Kate Moss and Johnny Depp are getting back after 25 years. At least that's what fans hope after she torpedoed Amber Heard. Now look at that. Number one, you notice their narrative shift. Oh, she torpedoed Amber Heard. That's interesting considering you've been colluding with Amber Heard. How long now? How many years? Oh, you finally want to about face? See, this is them trying to shift the narrative. This is them also trying to shift discussion with TMZ and with Johnny Depp. And this is them also trying to pretend there's somehow at least semi-pro Johnny Depp. The torpedo part. They want to shake the stigma. Them trying to shake the stigma. Give me 1 second. I'm posting that too. Of being bought and sold. For Amber Heard. And it's true. They have been. You know, we found out she denied repeatedly on the stand that she had ever given them anything. And we know that wasn't true. Heck, you saw it in the case itself. You saw them do it in the case. So it was it's bizarre, like the denials anyway. Hey, you want to see something funny, by the way? Give me 1 second. I'll show you something really funny. So I was going through evidence, I was looking at anything that I possibly missed. And guess what? That umbrella guy is not only an exhibit, like but I have my own day. Like there was nothing else added to defense exhibit that day. This is pretty funny. Look at this. Give me 1 second. let me switch this over. I thought this was funny. I was going through their evidentiary stuff. You know, they have a website where all the evidence gets put, and this is evidence number. Yeah, let me move that over. Number 1903. See it right there. And it has its own day. You know, there's nothing else on that day, which I thought was funny. So, like, that's all for, I think it was the 24th. I think I can't remember 24th or 25th. Yeah, see, it's its own day. Defense 1903. That's hilarious. Oh, what a bunch of crazy people. That umbrella man. I thought this would be a circus, but I had no idea how far the clowns would go, you know. I like how Rottenborn's defense, by the way, it's free speech for everyone. Amber Heard deserves free speech. She should be able to talk about this anytime she wants. By the way, when Adam Waldman speaks up, he needs to be sued because how dare he speak? If Johnny Depp wanted somebody to speak up or he needed any kind of advocacy, he could have done that in lawsuits. Don't you love it? Catherine Holmes, thanks for that 50 there, by the way. No statement attached to it, but a big statement in backing. Thank you. Catherine Holmes also, thanks for additional 20. There was no statement attached to that one either, but a huge statement again in backing. Thank you again. Vicky, Ella, thanks for the 20. Thank you for speaking up about speaking the truth about Ezra Miller. Love your show. You're not afraid to speak the truth about Amber too. These people don't deserve pity. She should go to jail for what she's done. Yet what really got me upset about it, and again, when I say this, I'll be very clear. I'm not directing this at anybody. I'm just directing it at this notation. I hate people like Ezra Miller because Ezra Miller has co-opted things that are important. Like, for example, identity. If you identify as, say, trans, he's co-opted that. That a lot of people defend him, saying if you mock Ezra Miller, if you say, look at that whack job out there, you're mocking trans people. No, if you mocked him for his identity, then that might be something else. But when you mock Ezra Miller, you're mocking him because he's a garbage human being and he deserves ridicule. I also, people were talking about, well, he might be mentally ill. You can't, the stigma that associates with mental illness just pisses me off. People that are mentally ill are not, by and large, they're not violent. First of all, a guy going out and getting drunk or getting high and attacking people, doing terrible things, acting the fool, that's not mental illness. Is he mentally ill? Possibly. Does he need help? Sure. But you know what? That doesn't mean the clown car. He didn't just ride around in it. We can't make fun of him. Because you should be able to. Because these people, if Random Joe Blow did this, you'd be like, man, that's nuts. Florida man? And also people who say that, explain to me the difference then. What's the difference between #MePoo and Ezra Miller making a fool of himself? What does he get? Special treatment. He shouldn't. These freaking celebrities, it's ridiculous. People hold them up like role models. And the ones that are role models, they deserve respect. If they act like role models, they deserve respect. But if they act like damn clowns, then they deserve to be clowned. That's the way I look at it. But I'm tired of people promoting the stigma for mental illness because people who are mentally ill, they deserve your sympathy. Your empathy, not sympathy. Sympathy is the wrong word. Sympathy is almost looking down on. Empathy, support, compassion. But if somebody's acting the fool running around, okay, even if somebody's if you laugh at the action, you're not mocking the person. If a guy's running around in his underwear, running from the cops, saying crazy stuff, you're not mocking him because he's mentally ill. You're laughing at the absurdity of the situation. Anyway, you're not mocking a mental illness. You're just mocking the absurdity to that. I mean, I've seen many of times on shows like Cops, for example. Yeah, look at the absurdity of the situation. Now, does it change if the person is mentally ill? Does the absurdity of the situation change? No, I've been in some absurd situations with mentally ill people, and they there's something else, there's something else, the situation there, you look at it and you think, my God, and you look back and you laugh, you chuckle. Even the people sometimes when when their lives situate and they finally have everything, straightened out, they laugh about it too. They have fun. In the moment, it's not fun getting treatment, but aftermath, again, they're not laughing at mental illness. I just hate that. I hate it because it associates, again, stigma that doesn't belong there. And it makes me mad. Mental illness is not acting like a freaking clown. When people, how can people not get, and we need to stop letting people, Amber Heard did the same thing. She was like, you can't insult me because I'm a woman. You can't talk about what happened because I'm a woman. Ladies, rally around me. And it worked. It worked for you. It still works. And that needs to be torn down because that is trash. You know how absurd that statement is? If you went out and you said, oh man, that umbrella guy, you can't insult what he thinks because, if my identity, okay, hey, he's straight, we would all laugh about that. We like, that's stupid. That's ignorant. Well, why is it ignorant for one person without the other? It's ignorant, period. Nobody gets protection from freaking mockery. That's part of it. You ridicule them because of what they are. You don't assume that they have some reasoning behind all of it. And you don't let them either. You remember when Kevin Spacey came out and people were talking about the claims against him again? Due process, right? Due process. Let's say that. Now, he just had some charges put against him, by the way. I may look into that, I may not. Again, different cases. Kevin Spacey stuff looks bad for him, by the way. I'm sure the media doesn't care too much because they would be potential male victims. But remember what Kevin Spacey was talking about? Remember he switched off. He went from talking about to, guess what? I'm gay. And I've been keeping that all along. Why? Because he thought identity would be a weapon. He thought it would be a shield. He thought it would deflect, and it doesn't. And again, I'm not saying anything about the claims themselves. I'm just saying people are learning that they can adapt their behavior in the most negative ways. And if they adapt that along with the right qualifier, then hey, man, we're impervious to that. Screw that. Screw that. Catherine Holmes, thanks for that additional 50 as well. Thank you. I'm a DVS, and yeah, let me say DV survivor. Yeah, when I say that, I want to make that distinction. And I was beaten with rings bigger than Johnny, and I have scars on my face, and I had to be rushed to the hospital. And I had a bottle somewhere, nearly dead. I bled so bad. She isn't a DV survivor, liar, scammer. Exactly. That first of all, it's horrible that happened to you. It's horrible that happens to anyone. Like I said, you have my utmost, I'll say, empathy, respect for talking about that. They're powerful testaments that people put out there. And it's powerful that people, like I got contacted by a lot of media sources after the trial stuff. And what I kept saying to people over and over again is, if you really want to understand this case, talk to people like you. Talk to you. Because you know what? If they really want to understand the power in this case, then talk to the domestic abuse, the survivors of violence, because they overwhelmingly support Johnny Depp. And they don't want to do that, though. They don't want to ask, because if they ask someone like you, they might get an answer they don't like. Like, hey, I do this because I know what it's like to go through this, and she's faking. That whole idea of malingering that we discussed, in the tools when you test people, and they absolutely do detect that too. They were trying to claim that that didn't happen. Yeah, you can absolutely see who these people are. And I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad that stuff gets called out. I'm glad that stuff gets put on blast. It's so gross. I'm glad you speak up. I'm glad so many people have spoken up, and women. You know what? I keep saying this. Women are the ones that have to fix this problem, not men, women, because They have used for far too long. Like people like Amber Heard, have used identity as a shield, and they hide behind it, and they hide behind women. So, and you folks have, you've are the ones speaking out. So it's amazing there. Tristan Lee, thanks for the 5. Tug, my prior statement. Also, let me see. Women have fought for years for equality, and Amber wants to tear it down. Oh yeah, people like Amber Heard are definitely trying to do damage to so much that women have presented. Again, well, it's just like there's this weird thing in society now that that being thinking that, first of all, women have specific. I can never speak about certain women's uh, issues because I don't understand them. I'm not a woman. I can advocate for women to be able to have those, but I don't understand them. At the same time, there are issues that men exclusively deal with. And we all advocate to make sure that we all have an even playing ground. And then there's things that we all overlap on. In society, somehow, we manage to turn men's rights into a dirty word. Women's rights into something that people want to manipulate and turn into a ridicule, scorn, laughing stock when that's not it. And you look at that, I'm talking about people like Amber Heard do, and it's just gross. It's gross on both ways. At the end of the day, what we're talking about are, for men, for example, men have an insanely high suicide rate. That exclusive to men. Why is that? Well, we need to be able to answer that question. We need to be able to focus and say, why does that happen with men? With women, again, there are specific issues that deal with women. Again, that's not my I hate it when, again, if it overlaps something with me, then sure, but it's not my conversation. I can advocate. I can help with that. I hate the word ally that certain people put on there because, again, that's just a lot of times they're using you as a shield. Nah, if you need your voice amplified because you survived something like DV, there's way too much assault that, like, in our justice system, women do not get justice as far as law enforcement is concerned. They don't go through the women who actually do go to the police that do have proof. The law enforcement is jacked up about that. And what I mean are like rape kits. I remember in New York one year, they burned hundreds. They got caught doing this. They burned hundreds of rape kits. Now that is a failure in the justice system. The problem is that after people saw that, the pendulum swung so hard that you just accuse somebody and it destroys their life. We have to find a happy medium, and we hold the right people accountable for this. We hold the justice system accountable for its failures. We hold law enforcement. We hold political entities. We hold them responsible, but we do not turn this into a public lynch mob. You can't have that because ultimately what lynch mobs do is they decide justice there. They decide it at the end of the virtual rope. And we should have learned our lesson as a society when people like Emmett Till is the perfect example of what listen and believe culture is. Culture changes the face of it. But Emmett Till, a black teenager, was accused. And because of the accusation alone, he was lynched. He was murdered. And it was publicly applauded. And we should have learned from that. And we haven't. It takes the destruction of human beings. When we talk about the Johnny Depp situation, that is a human being being destroyed. Ultimately, we can talk about this clown car and all of the jokes about it, and it's fun to laugh at and point. But ultimately, we had this just farce of a trial because someone decided that they wanted to set Hollywood on fire. They wanted to burn the old system down that talked about meritocracy in some way. They want Mary to go out the window because she can't freaking cry on cue. She can't do any of that. She's a terrible actress. But she got to this point where she needs her career to go forward. So what does she do? She tries to set things on fire. And the way that she did it is she used his life, his career, as the firewood. And that is not acceptable. And anybody who thinks that's acceptable, then when they come for you, and they do eventually. See, here's the thing. If you think that you're impervious to this kind of stuff, you need to understand that you never had to do anything wrong. You don't have to actually be culpable, or rather, you don't have to be guilty to be culpable. That's what I want to say. You don't have to be guilty to be liable. A false accusation is simply that. It's reaching back wherever you want, pinpointing in time, finding a vulnerable place and saying, right there, you did it. You want me to tell you how jacked up the Johnny Depp situation is? You really want a good example of that? Most people have never heard. They know that she has 14 claims, right? Most people understand that. Yeah. I mean, all of you understand that, right? There are 14 claims against him, major ones. She said that she could make up any more that she wanted. Do you realize that not all of those claims have any kind of backing whatsoever? Like, one specific claim has text message behind it. And Amber Heard actually went on record and said, because of that specific text message where Johnny Depp is apologizing for something, she couldn't remember what he did. But since he was apologizing, he obviously did something. No joke. That's one of the 14. That's one of the few that UK 2020 knocked out. Because she said, I can't remember what happened. I just have this text message. Like, what kind of insanity is that? In what world is this? Is this anything? What how is that proof of this again farce? And she talked about having evidence. Okay, you folks that have been through this kind of stuff, you understand one thing. You were walking evidence. When you walked into a hospital, you had something happen to you. Even if you didn't, if you took a picture, people would have known what happened to you. Right? Like, they would have been able to see it. It was written on your skin. It's written on your faces for real. It's written on your bodies. It's also written on your minds. I mean, like I said, I've seen plenty of broken human beings in my life and mental health. And that person that spoke today, person that spoke the other, again, you know, one thing that you can't do that should be very, very profound and speak to all of you. You can't, if you're emoting, like right now, if I get upset and I started crying, right? Let's just say I did, right? I'm sitting here and I start crying. If somebody just walked in and they said something and I stopped and I responded and then I started crying again, you know it's fake, right? Amber Heard on the stand, she does that. She will cry, well, without tears, but she'll make the sounds. You know, those sounds. And oh yeah, you know, she does that stuff too, you know, which anybody can do. But she stops on command. And I'm not saying that she pauses her story. I'm saying that she stops emoting. So here's one of her claims. Do you want to see a claim without any evidence? Do you want to see Johnny Depp explain that to you? You want me to tell you how fake this is? Because we didn't get to see these. So we want to show you an incident where there's no proof whatsoever. And yet this is in her, this is one of her accusations. Okay. This is one of the few that got struck down. This is December 17th, 2014. These are Johnny Depp's words on that. I understand from my solicitors that the defendant also alleged that I'd been violent toward Miss Heard on December 17th, 2014, And then afterwards, I sent her text messages supposedly apologizing for my behavior, and calling myself a fucking savage and a lunatic. The defendant's pleading does not even contain specific details of the violence alleged to have occurred on December 17th, 2014. And as such, I can't provide any detail as to what happened on this date. There was no accusation. She couldn't even remember. She found a text message. This is what we call, making making quote unquote evidence fit the quote unquote crime. She's making the evidence fit the scene. She's dressing it. She's telling you that there was a scene there was violence there. It all happened. But the problem is that she offers no proof that there was an incident that transpired at all. I mean, how do you defend against something like that? If somebody were picked through every single statement that you ever made in life, how would you defend? So here's her statement. Okay. I'll pull her statement up on it too. Okay. So you'll understand where some of this stuff comes from. December 17th, 2014. So they added a copy of a text message exchange, right? Where Johnny Depp is apologizing for an incident of violence, she said. I can't even remember what the incident involved. He said that he couldn't be more sorry, that rage was never the answer to any equation or occasion. And I'm a fucking savage. I got to lose that. Going to lose that. The devil is all around, right? I'm well aware that I should have been bigger in that moment. You remember that text? And that will never manifest negative experiences again. This is an example. Use promises that would never happen again. So you remember that text. That text was associated with claims that Johnny Depp does violence, and they put it into the court record, but they couldn't even tell you what the violence was supposedly. It transpired. So she couldn't remember the claim, but since he apologized in something, obviously, every single thing. Johnny Depp falls asleep on the damn sofa. Proof of violence. I mean, Johnny Depp, he jaywalks. You know why he jaywalks? Because he was just beating me. I mean, it's like, what does that even mean? Oh my God. I get so sick of that stuff, though. I get sick of the lies. That's why I talk about that stuff, because the lies are. It's not just the lies, it's the destruction through the lie. A liar can lie. I don't even care. I won't even mess with I wouldn't pay attention to just somebody that embellishes story. You know what? To differentiate a liar, just somebody that embellishes tales, man, that's storytelling, right? That in and of itself is not such a crime. The problem is when you point your lies at someone else and you say, that person over there, they put a cigarette out on me. They beat me in the corner. It's because what she was saying. He threw a cigarette at her. And then you find out, wait a minute, she used him like a human ashtray. Huh. Crazy stuff. Amy Lee, thanks for the 2. I have BPD. I'm angry AH is becoming the face of it. Yeah, I don't know how to say this better. One person, a diagnosis is not a human being. Individuals are individual. BPD does not make you do this. Being a disgusting, repulsive human being makes you do things like this. Now, the diagnoses are meant to. That's what I mean. Okay, this is what I mean with somebody using mental health as an excuse for terrible deeds, and they should be mocked anyway. Amber Heard was not diagnosed because she went involuntarily. She was diagnosed as part of a court order where they tried to destroy someone's life. And you can't just say, excuse my words, I'm just going to say this. I'm going to just say it how I want. You can't just go out and say, why did she do it? Well, because she's a cold-hearted bitch and she loves to destroy people's lives for profit. You can't say that. That's the reality, though, isn't it? What you have to say is, well, It's because of certain personality, certain personality defects. We range them into certain clusters, cluster B, and the reason that she does that actually is because of we identify and we excuse the behavior in some way, and it's not excusable. And when we do that too, it's an affront to people who are going in and trying to get help. People who look at their lives and they think, "Man, I gotta get help for what's going on." It is an affront to them. It is a mockery of what they go through. But because we're in a trial setting, she becomes the face of something that most of the world will never understand. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, we're talking about borderline personality disorder or anything else. Labels like that are not meant for the public. The public doesn't understand what they're for. They explain, they categorize, but the one thing that they're meant in a certain type of condition. If I say borderline personality, I would be typically talking to another professional. I wouldn't be talking to the client. The client may find that out because it's on a piece of paper, but I would never call them that because they're an individual. You are not a borderline personality disorder. You are a individual with borderline personality disorder. And the individual shines through. So none of that matters. It's just a label. But again, in order to try to explain why somebody would do these dark and hideous things, we can't call a gold digger anymore. We can't call a lying, disgusting piece of garbage what they really are anymore. We have to have a label for it. We have to categorize and slide it off in the corner and pretend somehow in some way we can excuse that. You know why? Because if we start admitting people like that exist, then we might actually start identifying. We start pointing our fingers at the people that do this kind of stuff. And we might just say, you know what? That's unacceptable. And beyond that, it's inexcusable. And even more than that, it's jailable. See, people like Amber Heard, they need an excuse. They need many of them because, if their fallback too, they never have to admit culpability because borderline personality disorder, baby. She's high functioning. She'll never admit it. And you know what? That's not how it works. That's not how it's ever supposed to work. Grosses me out. Anyway, I know I've ranted about that, but it pisses me off. People out there, you deserve better than this. People with diagnoses, you deserve better than this. Women, you deserve better than this. These are not your advocates. Domestic abuse survivors, you deserve better than this. And I will tell people, I keep saying this and I want people to understand it. I do not believe in believing all women. I do not believe that at all. I believe in believing all nobody. It's an individual thing. But I also don't believe in blaming all. If you somehow in this case took, well, I'm gonna blame all because of the gear between their legs. Well, you're no better than the people that we're talking about. Now, I'm sure that messes with some people's trust in dating. It scares you. That's fine. I understand that. I understand too where people won't date or something because they're afraid they'll get the random selection of that person. I get it. But you can't blame everybody. Just because you're born with certain gear, you know better than. It's no better than saying all men are abusers. It's garbage. There is no qualifier for all of it. In fact, we need to drop the identity thing altogether. If you want to use identity and talk about who you are, that's fine. That's you. It's part of you. But remember, you're a person first, Like transgenderism, for example, just any trait. You're a person that identifies as. You're not transgender. You're a person that. We need to drop all these labels that box people into these giant categories because we're all unique. We're all different. We're all wired a certain way, and nobody gets to use all of us, our identity, our lives, our livelihood. They don't get to use us as shields because that is a malfunction in society, and it dominates headlines. It dominates people's thinking these days. You can't speak out because a woman that says that. No, this is a person out there that is making a claim. Not a woman, not a man. It's a person. Come on, man. Tired of that. The people who do that too, you know why people do that? Because they're in a position of problem. Like the people that still advocate Amber Heard, that still use identity as a bludgeon like that so much. The reason they do that is because they benefit from that kind of thinking. They benefit from the lies. Magazines, thanks for the 5. James Lee just posted a Johnny Depp trial music video. I'll have to check that out. Yes, Mullins, thanks for the 2. No statement, mini statement. Thank you. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Tug, have you been receiving my super chats? I don't know. I wasn't looking at the things I haven't seen yet. I gotta scroll back. I was just I got on a rant for a minute. I get mad about this stuff. I get mad because again, like I said, we all deserve better. I don't just mean like I said, I'm not a woman. I can't speak like for how that, but I know you deserve better. I know you absolutely deserve better. You know why? Because men deserve better than be treated like fucking footstools, and you deserve better than to have your voices co-opted, to have your experiences silenced, to be spoken over. It's gross and it's disturbing behavior. Okay, happy things for the 10 there. It's meant to help overcome and treat, not to excuse behavior. Exactly. Diagnostics is part of just being able to understand. Yes, it qualifies certain things. So, like I or my colleague talk to each other. Yeah, exactly. You know who? Thanks for the 5. I always ask if there's a police report, medical records. Age has no proof. Hard to believe her. TMZ, pics, audio, make no sense. Story doesn't match up. Yeah, exactly. And beyond that, and beyond all of that, look at what she supplied. Paper 99. Thanks for the 10. No matter the outcome, thanks for all the videos over the past year. There'll be another month of cleanup after this. It doesn't matter which way it falls, because there will be societal fallout for this. It'll be big. It'll be crazy. He takes it. Thanks for the 10. As a person who has given up on the psychiatric field, you've given me hope to try and be treated again. Yeah, just remember, when you go in, if you've had a bad experience with a mental health professional, remember they're human. You look at people. I always for a psychiatrist. Remember, a psychiatrist gives you medication and talk treatment or anything. I personally like the broken up approach. I like a therapist, you know, or somebody that will meet with you about coping skills and whatnot, like a nurse practitioner or a doctor that meets. That way, you have at least two providers that are part of that. You also have, so they have to communicate, they have to get together, they have to do their own thing, and on top of that, you don't have somebody that can just try to pill mill you and throw you out the door. You have somebody that you're meeting with, that their one qualification in that is to try to help in a certain way. We're talking about evidence too. The danger of, see, you want to know another danger with Amber Heard presented? When you look at the evidence in this case, some of her evidence at first glance, it could be compelling the first time people saw it, especially when it's manipulated. Like I said, her evidence when it came through the Sun, for example, when they were putting out stuff, if you look at the way that she presented it versus how it actually looked, again, it seemed very compelling. This is why I hate the media so much. I mean, look at this. So, the Sun, when they talked about this, look, real picture, their picture. Real picture, their picture. Real picture, their picture. That. People talk about Elon, the attachment. There's more. Like you, and we didn't even heard half the Elon attachment to this case. I mean, there's a lot of nutty stuff there. Maybe it'll come out. Danielle, Dante Robertson, thanks for the 5. H's bruises are like the mole on the king's face from Robin Hood, Men in Tights. It moves daily, indeed. Thank you for your hard work, Doug. Hey, thank you all. I mean, it's just, it speaks there, you know. Trent, thanks for the 5. BPD is a dangerous disorder. Unless you meet them in the crazy phase, they will appear normal. It's worse than bipolar because wave is longer. Well, again, at its core, it really depends on the. It really depends again on there's factors. Again, there are people all over that board, you know, where you have people that, again, at its core, it's a terror of being abandoned. That's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people that are terrified that they will be abandoned. When you're dealing with, I mean, think about what you're terrified. Have you ever had a phobic reaction to something? I mean, truly, like not a natural fear, not like, you know, I'm gonna fall over something. Have you ever had like something been phobic, you know, with something? Again, people, spiders, heights, whatever. You know, imagine it's abandonment, and you think that everybody in the world will abandon you. You think that everybody in the world will one day turn against you. Then what would you see in the people's actions ultimately when they want to do their own thing, or when they want to do anything at all? You see some kind of negative, and that's the problem with BPD. Again, that's not trying to excuse any behavior that comes up from anyone. It's just that's the explanation. Someone truly dealing with that, it's a terror, not a fear, a terror of being abandoned. You know. Gabriel Badwell, thanks for the 5 there. Sorry, realized I didn't wear my last super chat quite how I wanted. It's hard to limit characters, so deleted. Oh, you're good. You're good. I haven't gotten there yet, so you're good anyway. Heather Walsh, thanks for the 10. Just went through a drive-through while listening. The checker said, "Is that umbrella guy?" I subscribed the other day. He's the best, and his voice dreamy. Justice for Johnny, good work, Tug. That's hilarious. It's been weird. Like, okay, so I know these people. My mom was talking the other day at church, and she said, "You know what was strange? I some of the teenagers were sitting in the back, and I heard them talking about something online, and they were watching something, and I could hear your voice." I was like, "That's so crazy. That is so crazy." I was like, well, welcome to welcome to insanity, Mom. Welcome to insanity. Welcome to the internets, Mom." Uh, Raleigh, thanks for the 5. Resending because you missed last one. I just haven't gotten to them yet. You know, I've got to roll my way back. Okay, it'll take a minute. You know, there's a few hundred of them in here, so I'll do my best to find every single one of them. I hit them as they, you know, while I'm talking sometimes. They're already profiting from all of this. Saw an ad by Disney or Discovery Plus, who are making a series on it. You know, Discovery already did a hit piece documentary. That's crazy, right? I buy you a mega pint. Thanks for doing. I'm in a dentist chair right now. Hey, dentist, be nice. Thank you. You know who? Thanks for the 5. Remember, AH's psych doc said IPV with men was only with gay men couples. Yes. Like never with a man and a woman? Talk about bias. Exactly. You know, she doesn't work with men, though. That's the thing, you know? Amy Terry, thanks for too. Read my other chat example of what you're saying. Yeah, I'll roll back. Like I said, I can't find one at a time. I can either, apparently I can export this as a Word document, but this is what I get. This is what I mean. So, you know, I get a list. So, you know, when I roll through, I either get a list or I can export it as a Word document. So I catch them, and I have to update. Like I have to refresh if comes in. So just to know, that's what I mean. Like when somebody comes in, there's no search tool on super chats. Comments, I can find a comment, but I can't find a super chat. They should add a search tool though. That way you can link them together and stuff. They still have a rudimentary system for it. So, and again, I'm not used to this much attention. So if I miss you or something, again, it is not intentional. And that is my bad because you support not just the channel. The channel support is a lot, but beyond that, I mean, it's so much more. I mean, again, it's life changing stuff. So thank you. Great, thanks for the 5. Can anyone confirm the release date of Aquanet? Aquanet, Gaze of the Flabby Fish Mark, co-starring Elon Musk. Warner Brothers is all over that, right? Yeah, I liked Aquanet. I thought that was really funny the other day. Fred Luce, thanks for the 9. Tugger, you and the cat lady dancing off into the sunset with this is all done. How did you know? How did you know? I'll be like, um, how did you know my plans? I'm so upset now. I think somebody has broken into my emails or something because you knew about my plans. I'm like, oh, Elaine. Oh, Elaine, 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 man. Yeah, if we're gonna dance off into the sunset, she's gonna call me all kinds of things. She gonna be like, he's my umbrella man. And I'll be like, oh, that's so. Wait a minute, you can't remember my name, can you? She'd be like, yeah, I absolutely can, umbrella boy. We're like, what? Oh, Elaine. Elaine, Elaine, Elaine. I need to sing that to you. Oh, Elaine. Let's pack up the cats and get away. I saw some people like they were like, I get somebody was saying this online. I would have mentioned this too. So somebody was saying, I get tired of the cat lady jokes about people. Well, first of all, if you're on the internet, never personalize anything. Or otherwise the internet will crush your soul. Take it from me. Take it from me. If I ever personalize anything, the internet will crush my soul. But beyond that, the qualifier you miss in the cat lady jokes is the crazy part. It's not cats. Like my mom owns cats. I like her cats. They're actually nice. I like them. I personally don't own any cats because I have spiders actually. That would horrify most people, but I have some spiders, and my daughter has an axolotl. So I mean that's there. But I'll have cats. But the qualifier in that is not cat. The qualifier is crazy. Owning cats is not that. It's crazy. I, I don't know if you've seen those people who like. Have you ever watched an episode of Hoarders and you see people that they don't just have uh, compulsive behavior like that, but have you ever seen people that are just the animals are everywhere and it's out of control and people don't want help? That's the behavior that's indicative with that kind of stuff. People look at it and it is. It's out there. It's out there. And that's what it comes with people like Elaine. She like spiders jumps on the deck indeed. You know who? Thanks for the 10. Mainstream media and some of society will always view men and women as docile. So it'd be hard to believe a man could be the victim of DV from a woman. Narrative will be hard to change. A lot of times, yeah, I don't do shout outs while the court's in session. That's right. I try not to talk over the court period, just because I'm listening. I may say something while folks are at the bench or whatever. But even then, I try to talk about what's going on, while the court's there. Because again, you didn't. You may tune in to listen to opinions somewhat, but you also tune in to listen to it in context with a trial. And I know there's a lot of people out there that they look at what's going on with it. They talk about I mean, there's more people that'll talk about what's going on like heavily in the trial. But like I said, I don't want to speak over the trial. I'm listening. I myself am listening to the trial, so that's why I've covered it. I typically don't live. I've never live streamed another trial or anything else, although it was fun, I have to say. So maybe I should have. Actually, I don't have time for that in my real life normally. I mean, I have a job. I took time off to do this stuff because I thought it was interesting, and I would say if they had another, one, I would do that too. Eddie Graves, thanks, dude. Love the tug closing arguments. Thank you. I like that, the tug closing arguments. Excluded the X-ray photo of Johnny Finger under Stinker Lake. Yeah, well, there were a few things that they excluded out of there. There's certain pictures that they didn't allow, certain text, and again, one of the interesting things for us to be able to look at that, we couldn't see the trial photos or whatever that they were trying to exclude. So, some of that stuff, um, some of that stuff is possibly things we saw, but anything that's evidentiary on record right now, I mean, if it's in there, they were saying what I thought was odd. So the way they said it was, we have the laptop, it's clean, but it has a link plaintiff and defendant, and they can look at stuff. They can look at whatever we have on our website. And I thought, how would that work? Because if it's not loaded into the computer, like it should be loaded in, because if it's not loaded in, some of those files take like a 20 or 30 minutes to download, some of the giant MP4 files, and there's no order. What sucks about the Eastern Columbia stuff, for example, is all of that police footage. Like when I play you the entire police footage put together, right? I did not put that together, by the way. Someone else did because they're cool like that. But oh man, let me give somebody love too for a minute. So come geek some, dude. The freaking algorithm hates that man for some reason, and I don't understand why. So come geek some. It's covered this case, and I mean he's getting more love, right? He's gotten up to 25K, and that's great. But man, he'll put out shorts and stuff, and they get crushed. So let me give him love. Like I said, let me give come geek some love. This guy right here, yeah. Actually, let me link his channel for a second. All right. This guy right here has covered this stuff, and again, look at this. Like, I'll show you. Like he puts together videos, and his videos, man, they don't get anywhere, and it's a bunch of crap. Like, I mean, he's a likable guy. Like, I listen to him. I enjoy his stuff, and he'll have stuff that'll hit sometimes, but he doesn't have anything that does it like a look at that, not 393. Okay, like again, that's not a depth thing, but still look. Like, there's no basis for average on his regular stuff. 1,000? What? It's also 3 minutes, so it's short. 16 minutes, 4,000. Now, he has some that hit, like a 14-second, but you know what else he doesn't get with that? He doesn't get any money with that. 14 seconds, you don't get jack for that. So come geek some a little bit of love, man. I'm going to give him, like I said, I'm going to link him in the chat. He's been covering this forever. And if you haven't subbed him, if you have, awesome. I want to give him some love, man. I like that guy. He's been around for a long time, and I like him. I mean, he uploads stuff. Like I said, some of it hits hard, like some of his shorts, but you don't get anything. Like as a creator for his short, yeah, for the short videos that he puts up, like he may get 300,000 or 400,000 hits for those, but he didn't get any money. Like you get nothing. You get nothing for it. He may get like a $20 for that, maybe if he's lucky. If he's lucky. Because shorts are not, they don't get anything, you get it for long form videos. Like me, I don't record long form videos because the money I just can't say anything in 8 minutes or less. I can't do it. I don't know how. Like I feel like I need to explain things to you. If I bring up something, I've got to explain it, explain how it fits into something. That's how I understand now. While people are watching the trial, maybe it works better, when people just directly upload so people can laugh. Ha ha. Camille said this or they did that in the day. Great. You're keeping up with that. But if there's stuff presented, man, there's a background to all of it. It all has legacy. It has some type of attachment. Will there be lower membership tiers? Be a member, but I can't afford maybe a buck. I put it. I just put a 5 there just because I don't know. Maybe think about that. You know, there's a Patreon thing over on there's a buck field over there. You know, and what I'm going to do though, I'm not. I haven't set it up now because again, I've got it set up. All right, but I need to make sure I have mods in place and stuff. I'm going to attach from all of that, including like I haven't figured out how to do this for I want anybody, like, super chat anybody. Like, what I wanna do is let me explain this. I set up a Discord, but I don't want a wide open Discord because what happens is all kinds of nut jobs will come in there, and they'll be like, "Look at my" "Oh, this happened to Yellow Flash." All right? You had people go into his, Discord and start dropping N bombs and stuff as part of a plan. They planned to cause him problems. And then outside of that, when they got back to it, you know what they did? They said, "Oh, he's allowing people to drop N bombs. He's this," because they were causing issues because they were gross because they're horrible human beings, you know. So I want to limit it in some way. Hey, let me mention my comic real quick before we continue. I'm gonna hit into the super chats hard, okay? And I've been all over, but I want to answer questions and stuff, so we'll get into that hardcore. But I do want to bring up the comic first because the comic book matters. Comic books matter, man. So I want to bring this up. Give me 1 second. Like we don't accept. All right, I've been getting like a million sponsor ads, and that's great and all, but I've never accepted a sponsor because I feel like in the mainstream media, I think that's where things went wrong. Now, I'm not saying like sponsorship is wrong or anything. I know people go that route, lots of people, and that's fine. But for myself, I've never accepted a sponsor. Instead, we make our own thing that keeps us, beholden to no one, and also it gives us a challenge to the industries that they allow things like we watched to happen. They allowed this to happen. They denigrate. It's not just what they did to people like a Depp or backing. It's also that they denigrate their customers. They treat you like trash. The companies that did this, the Disneys, the Warners, they control all types of industries, including the comic industry. They are the majority shareholder for the comic industry. So I believe you walk away from them, but I believe you walk towards something. You know? Do I sign my contract? Yeah. I do. I do, just because I sign them as T to the U to the G. I don't sign them in my real name, just to say, because I don't ever use my real name. just to note that, okay? So, but yeah, I sign them. Yeah, people ask that. Like, I don't see any value in my signature personally. It's just, I mean, if you want the signature, that's fine. I'll do that for you. I've never gotten egotistical enough to think my money, my name on a piece of paper or something is worth any kind of, money. So, yeah, if people want that, hey, you're welcome to it. You are totally welcome to it. But yeah, our comics, we're on a third comic now. They're not like 18. Most comics, if you strip away all the ads, you're talking 18 pages. We have 44-page comic here. All of them have been at least 40 pages. They're all ages, meaning for everyone, not just kids or anything, but all ages. It's a mix between a detective noir, following a detective and a sidekick around, and horror, like a paranormal type adventure. This is classic monsters meets Twin Peaks is the best example. Now, if you're looking and you're like, why is there an umbrella guy in that? Well, that's because Little Umbrella Girl was the avatar for my daughter. When she looks at it, like I said, she sees dad and her going off to solve adventures. For you're following a detective and a sidekick going out and doing their thing. The artwork is phenomenal. Look at that. That's S.K. Bennett. Like, look at that artwork. This is one cover. This is the other cover. I love this cover personally, my favorite, because you have S.K. Bennett's work. But look, my now 8-year-old daughter, she has her own work involved in there too. That's so cute. I love it. But you have the other comics are attached to with new covers. There is artwork pages. So if you want to see how the artwork is going to come in and look, you get a feel for that as well. I love the artwork on that, like I said. S.K. Bennett is phenomenal. You get free cards and stuff that come with it too. And there's a mini comic if you want to pick that up. Now, my wife writes these. These are funnier. Like we did the Night of the Bug or the Baby Umbrella Girl. You can see the type of design. Like the new one, that's not the name of it. We have a new one coming up. But if you're like, I don't care about comic books, I'm not into that, I don't care. I would want you to check them out, but if you just say, "Nah, I'm not gonna do that," there is a donation tier, all right? You can donate a comic to kids, and we will match that, and we will donate a comic to kids, and we will take them and donate them ourselves. That way, we do something that a lot of these people never do. So I pinned it at the top because I just check it out. But we're always complaining about industry doing this wrong. Let's create alternative industry. That's how you teach them. Every time you hold up like what we can do with this stuff, you're holding up an example of success that we create, not them. They didn't create this success. We created out of nothing. Like you and I, all of us, we did this. And I love it. But anyway, I love comics. I've been around comics since I was a kid, little kid, and I love them. And they're not theirs. That's our hobbies. These are our hobbies, like our movies. Like they think they own them now. We allowed them to make them, you know? Angela Smith, thanks for the 5. AH stole her baby microwave threat story from Rebecca Varney. I added you on Twitter with this story. Message you in case it's a big case in the UK right now. That's weird. I haven't heard that. Let me look. Can you bump your message to the top again? Can you just like in there, can you write bump? Bump, you know? That way it could go to the top. Somebody messaged me and they said, you know what? I really like Ricada. I used to not like him because he used crass language, basically. No, Ricada's good people. He's good people. So is Flash and all of it. Like again, some of us are crass, you know. I'm crass sometimes too, but crass doesn't matter, man. It's what people say with their voices. It's not just the crassness of their voice. I want to see that. I want to see that. That example of the of it being from another story. I was looking like I can't find if you tag me in something, I can't find it. So you'll have to message me, and you'll have to if you've messaged me, you'll have to bump it to the top. That's the only way I'll find it. I'm just telling you, it's crazy. My Twitter has gone nuts. So like I said, I apologize. I just don't know any other way to do it. When people bump it up too, like they write bump. Yeah, let me see. Is that it? Oh yeah. That's crazy. That is crazy. So Amber Heard, damn, I'm gonna post that. All right. So Rebecca Vardy claims trolls posted about microwaving her baby. So that's another stolen story. Jesus. So Amber Heard stole the story of people threatening to microwave her baby. Jesus. Imagine stealing that story. Stealing that and applying it to Johnny Depp. Sorry. I'm just pulling that up right there. But yeah, that's a headline that somebody, thank you for clipping that too. So a headline is Rebecca Vardy claims trolls. Here, I'll pull it up real quick while we're talking. Like I said, thanks for noting that to me. I would, like I said, I would listen to each you know, I I have not worked out a way to be able to listen to everybody. You got to remember in this too, like I'm one person, so I don't have a team or anything like that. You know, if I had a team, you know, it might be different. But there's just one person, so I haven't figured this out yet. It's new, and I love it because I have so many people showing me and feeding me stuff, but I haven't worked out a system for it. So here's that post though. It was from 2020. Rebecca Vardy claims trolls posted about microwaving her baby after calling Rooney Row. Row. Did you hear that? Did you hear me get it right, by the way? Are you proud? I had to make myself a visual editor. I had to see like row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. I had to make myself a visual to remind me. It's row, dude. It's not row. Anytime I want to say row, I pull this up and I'm like, row your boat. Because row is not a word that we use in the US. So I had no idea. I've never heard anybody call it a row. I didn't know what the hell that was. So that was something that just caught me off guard there, you know? You know for a fact that if the microwave BS were true, oh, they would have thrown that out there. They'd thrown it all over. Um, they would have at least put it on social media. They definitely would have. They would have used it like Eve Barlow would have posted it, you know? Why an umbrella? A true fan side asks. Why an umbrella? Um, well, there's a lot of first of all, it's a joke about two things like that come up. I always like joking about two things. I like joking about Resident Evil, but also, you know, the Umbrella Guy. Have you ever heard of Have you ever heard the conspiracy theory about JFK, about the shooting there? You ever heard about that guy? So there's, the umbrella guy is a signaler. I always thought that was funny there, But anyway, I have an umbrella tattoo on my hand, and I used to put up videos though. The reason I named the channel that is because I would put up videos like reviewing products. I used to review products on Amazon, and people would steal those and they would try to use them for scams. So I would port them over here. And when I port them over to here, you'd always get people that would go complain about them. And there's this one guy who would always complain about stuff. He'd be like, "Oh my God, it's that umbrella guy again. I hate this guy." And I thought it was funny. So I named it that umbrella guy. Oh my God, it's that umbrella guy again. So I thought it was funny. That's why. There you go. It's just a dig on somebody. But the whole joke of like the umbrella stuff, it goes between two things. Again, it's a shout out to Resident Evil a little, but a lot of it has to do. Like I always thought I think it sticks on the whole JFK thing. Because I always thought that was funny. I think it's funny. Like they call us all crazy and conspiracy, nuts and stuff. So I like the connection because of that. It's just funny. Oh my God. When you think about what Amber Heard and her people are saying, it just makes it funnier, I think. DC, thanks for the 5. Yes, Tug. My friend thinks her diagnosis means she can't ever act in certain ways. I see my diagnosis as making it harder, but I can learn to change. Exactly. It just identifies certain behaviors and you work on those. That's exactly it. Boom. We got you. Good. That's what you look at. Yep. Nikki Nelson, thanks for the 10. Tug, you and Andy rock. So grateful for your channels. Mainstream media representation is trash. Also, Camille is my spirit animal. Indeed. Phantom Freeze, thanks for the 5. So I missed the trial today. Are you going to do a recap video by chance? A huge fan. Been following you since the trial started and appreciate all you do. You need to go in and watch today. You don't need to do a recap. Let me just say, you need to go in and watch the testimony from today because there were some good owns in it, like big stuff. And Amber Heard took the stand. She herself took the stand. She was the last person to do so. So if you missed it, today is a trial day. You're not going to have other trial days anyway. You got tomorrow where they do closing arguments and then they give jury instructions, and that's it. Then you have decision time. But yeah. I mean, so I'd watch it. I would. That'd just be my suggestion for you. Because I mean, it was there's some big stuff in it. Normally I'd say, yeah, but you need to see like Amber Heard take it because Camille Vasquez ripped her apart. You know who? Thanks for 2. DUI got a letter saying don't talk about the jurors you saw. I'm not surprised by that, honestly. I'm not surprised. Like telling them that, hey, stop talking about the jurors. What's the handle for the other Andy you refer to? Not Popcorn Planet, the other Andy. It just goes by Andy. Like that's all he goes by. Like he just fixes stuff. I don't know anything else about him. I just know Andy. He's not like online that I know of. If he is, that's my bad. But he just prepared document. Like there's a lot of people that do stuff like that, and his was just creating ways to destroy these stupid items there. Mom Sheep, 13, thanks for the 20 there. I too found you through this trial, and I have to say, I love that umbrella guy. Thank you. Hey, have you heard so I did a Anime Matsuri panel one time, and I did that. Listen to this. I love this clip. That's where that comes from. I'm going to play a clip. So, adjust your volume reasonably. I don't know how it'll come through. I'll make sure there's no sound amplifier, but I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Let's see. Here we go. This one. Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. Thank you.
Damn, that was.
So did you see the end? Yeah, I'm live. Did you see the end of that? Amber Heard took the stand.
Oh, yeah.
Did you catch all that?
Oh, yeah.
The rest of it was jury instructions. So, tell my wife, she walked in.
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah.
Camille's were her up.
Yeah. I thought it was
I
good.
like this mine.
Yeah, I liked it. I thought it was funny. Yeah. What's up? What's going on? What? My 2-year-old yelling at me. Hey, let her come down here for just a second. I'll let her say hi real quick. My 2-year-old is begging to come down. I'm going to let her come down for just a second. Yeah. She can say hi. Danielle Dante Robinson, thanks for the 5. AH said she's only done one film for $65,000. She forgot to mention the 1.2 million for the stand. She can't tell the truth no matter what. Hi. Hey. Oh, you want to say hi to the people? You want to come here and say hi on the video? Oh, come here and say hi. You like games?
Yeah, I like games.
You like games? You want to come here? You want to say hi?
My family.
Your family. Your family.
Yeah, family.
Oh, family. Can you say hi? Say, I'm Baby Umbrella.
I'm being that one.
That's right. You did good there. Give me a 5. Good job. Yeah.
I got some on my shirt.
You got some on your shirt. Oh, man. Is that drink on your shirt?
Yeah.
Did you spill something on your shirt?
Yeah.
Oh, man. You going to go change clothes?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you want to say bye-bye to the people?
Bye, people.
We want them to kiss, say, mwah, mwah. Oh, yeah. See, that's all the people. They're saying hi. Oh, you like that? Yeah, she's smiling.
Oh, I like mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, give my umbrella.
Give you what?
Give my umbrella.
Oh, give you the umbrella?
Yeah.
You like it? We'll say, hi, I'm Baby Umbrella then.
I'm being real.
Yeah, you say it good there. Good job. Like I said, give me a 5. You did good. All right, you want to go change your clothes?
Yeah.
Okay, go change your clothes. Good girl. All right. Well, I see you later, okay? All right. Bye-bye. She's 2, so he's 2. She was like sitting at the top. We have stairs that descend down, and she was like, Dad. So I thought I would let her go and say hi or it. She really wanted to say hi. Like the girls get that my 8-year-old, she was 3 when I really started getting doing stuff online. So, and then my the 2-year-old, she was born, and I mean we've been doing this all her life. So this is just reality. I say beautiful gypsy. Thanks for the 2. Hello, you cutie pie. Useless piece of. Thanks for the 2. Oh, super sticker there. Darius, thanks for the 149 and the umbrella on the beach. Bad Dragonite, sorry. Thanks for the 5 and that super sticker as well. Yeah, the kids, like I said, they love saying hi and stuff. The internet, she's getting to where she understands that all of that. She can't read, obviously, but all those symbols and stuff that come up, she likes those. That's why she saw the little umbrella. She was like, my umbrella. Finbar White, thanks for 5. Would she appeal the decision? Yes. Whoever happens, they'll appeal. Surely she won't have the funds. Yeah, she'll appeal. Found your insight in the case and other subjects very powerful. I've been hearing, like I said, discussion about where the payments coming from. I'm telling you, it comes from Elon Musk. I'm telling you. Like I know other people are like, nope, it's this or that. No, it's freaking Elon, man. I know that from very good sourcing. It is Elon, That's why the question was even lodged into. That's why the question was even lodged into documents. And it's also one of the reasons why Elon wouldn't pop up, because he'd have to answer. That'd be the first question people ask. Hey, are you paying for this trial? You know. Gloria Lewis, thanks for the 2. Had to work today. Where I can catch today's hearing. But just rewind and, start at the beginning. And you could, one of the good things, this video, you just jump backwards and you can start on it. One of the good things about today is Amber Heard was part of it. You can look at each witness and decide who you want to listen to and what. But man, the last witness on there was Amber Heard. And that was glorious. So you'll want to get that. Tristan Lee, thanks for the 2. So Moon Man has brains. Indeed. Is that a is that Return of the Living Dead joke? Send more paramedics. That's what it sounds like. It's interesting. A DUI got a letter. So who did he get the letter from the court, by the way? Or who did he get it from? The judge and the court system, they weren't ready for this. They had no idea how big this would be. Hey, Psychotic Bat, thanks for the super chat there for the little umbrella baby. All right, she'll love it. Why does Whitney look so pissed? That's a good question. Like, why is she so mad all the time? Is she mad because she's been pulled into this? Is she mad because of some other reason? I mean, if you look at her, I mean, she's always, look, this is her resting face. Let me pull it up. I mean, she always looks like this. If people haven't looked up there, I took a screen grab of her. Like, this is how, I mean, this is her resting face when she looks at the camera, she looks even madder, but that's her resting face. She's just mad. Like, she's like, "Rrr." I mean, she looks pissed all the time. Hey, Waves, thanks for the 50. Oh my God, Amber admitted she wrote the op-ed about JD on the stand. Yep. We agree that the worst part is outside of what she did. JD is how she used and she abused real victims of DV, SA, and used the women's movement. She may be unbalanced, but she's also evil. Yeah, and part of everything else, you've got to weigh like mental health. Like I said, if somebody's unbalanced or unhinged when you look at it, and they need help, they have to ask for help. Hey, True Fanza, thanks for the 10 there. Congrats, Tug. You're obviously a great father. Well, thank you for that. I like I said, in my past, I had addiction problems, and one of the reasons I straightened my life up was before my kids were born. I wanted to be a good parent. So, got my life together. So I appreciate my kiddos. Now my kiddos are that's why I do all this stuff too, because ultimately it will give them a much better life than they could have otherwise. Grand Wazoo 42, thanks for the 20 there. Thank you for being you. Hey, what's up? Thank you for being you, Grand Wazoo. Appreciate you. I always loved your name too. 70 Tam, thanks for the 2. Check your PayPal. Love how your wife trends. Yeah, she does good with certain words. Some words I can't understand. Like when she says, I get some of them, but like umbrella, I'm not used to her saying like umbrella. So, well. Hey, ST, thanks for the 5 there. Appreciate that. The thing that bothers me about AH and her legal team is the hypocrisy they constantly downplay. Please remind viewers to donate through PayPal. Thanks, Tug. Yes, if you would like, one of the ways that we can use money to help out, especially around the community and whatnot, we have access to PayPal like on the day. So if somebody's like, yo, we have a need over here or there, is there any way? Like some of the charities will hit you up or people will hit you up. They'll put you in touch sometimes. Sometimes you just find something that needs to be like a few weeks back, again, just a spot like this, just some random. I was driving down the road and there's an old guy that lives way up the road down here, and a tree split in half on him. And I was trying to figure out like, how I could take care of that tree without like, I didn't wanna he's an older guy, he's, like, kinda proud, and, I didn't wanna I didn't wanna take care of that with, and embarrass him or anything. I didn't wanna go over and, like, be like, "Yo, we want me to fix that for you," but I didn't wanna just send somebody over and do it. So, what I did is I sent the guy over that would do it. I just had him go over there, and I told him, "If you go over there and ask him, I'll pay you X, and if he says yes, then I'll pay you Y." Ultimately, that's the best way to do it. So, anyway, stuff like that you can do, like, just on the scene. But, I mean, all of it is. It's just on the day it helps. Let me see. Tristan Lee, thanks for 5. From now on, y'all in trouble, say, "I disagree with the characterization of that," you know? Yeah, just think about the way some of this stuff comes together. It's just like, yeah. Gert, thanks for the, super chat there. No statement attached, but plenty of statement in the back, and thank you. Natalie, thanks for the 2. Oh, boy, man in Dutch, that's funny. Was that Parapla? Parapla? De Parapla? I think that's man, I'm terrible with I like that. I'll have to look it up and see a enunciation to it. That's cool. All right, let's get some super chats in there. Roll back. I like a lot of the Mama She 13. Thanks for the 10. Gives me Elizabeth Holmes vibes. Yes, I could see that. Elizabeth Holmes pulled the same thing, blaming someone else. Oh man, it was my boyfriend. He was abusive and stuff. I mean, you see how that went over. It was just like what? Zoe, thanks for the 5. I thought I heard she was using homeowners insurance to pay for the trial. I heard that's what celebs have been using. Maybe you can find out. Here's the question: how would you make that work with your witnesses? Like, here's the thing: do you think your homeowners insurance? Okay, fair enough. Let's say they'll pay for you, right? Do you think they're going to pay for your witnesses too? Because AH's witnesses are also being added as to the same lawyers, like Amber Heard's sister, same lawyers. Josh Drew, same lawyers. I mean, they're all being represented there. Your insurance company is not going to do that for you. So, could she have some kind of thing that maybe cuts in to help some of the costs? Possibly, but there's a lot of they're not going to pay for your PR teams. They're not going to pay for all this other stuff, that comes up. And one of the issues with that, you would have they managed to go through her financials and look at pretty much anything, and they know that she wasn't writing off on her trial costs or anything. So again, like PR and stuff, somebody's paying for that. And that that's not being paid for out of a policy or something. It would have to be paid for by someone else. So again, I'm not saying she might not have something that offsets some costs, but there's no way that all of that would be covered because there's just no. You ever try to get an insurance company to cover something for you? It wouldn't work with so much of that. But like I said, maybe there's some kind of offset, But nah, Rocket Man's covering a lot of cost. Seth, thanks for the 5. If AH scored so high for PTSD, wouldn't she have been triggered by Camille's attacks today? Indeed. Actually, even more than that. Here, let me hit this. You know who takes for 2? That Me Too speech disgusts me. Such BS. Oh man, just wait. Just wait. It'll get worse. What if she was so buried by PTSD and all of this? You would see. Let me pull this up. So Amber Heard in 2016, her deposition from then. She like when you look at her expressions and stuff, she is not exhibiting any signs of PTSD. There's nothing there. You have the exact, I mean, there's nothing. So when this first came up, just look at her. No, listen, just like look at her the way that she responds and acts. And remember too, like she's rehearsed this case since then, but this is what she looked like back then. You see how she's acting there? Actually, listen to her. Actually, let's turn it on. Let me turn on the sound. Give me 1 second.
You're asking me if I've told them.
If you told them on,
Listen, this is about the.
did you ever tell any officers at your house on May 21, 2016, that Johnny Depp had ever done anything wrong to you that night or before?
You're asking me if I've told them.
If you told
that
them on May
he-
21, yes.
Again, I said to them, I declined to give any statement at this time as per the advice of my counsel.
Did the police?
They did make a comment to me about it seeming unsafe. That's why they needed to check the apartment. They made a gesture to my face. They said that I looked hurt.
See, she lied there. You see that?
Me aside and
She's
said,
lied many times.
Look, just say a statement. We can make sure you're safe. Just say a statement or give us a statement and we'll go get the guy. And they said the exact same thing to Josh.
She lied.
Is it your testimony that a police officer on May 21
Yes.
And we heard
told
from
you
the
that
officers.
it appeared you looked hurt?
He or she gestured. I can't remember which one.
Well, that was going to be
my
the he
face
that
and
didn't even
said,
talk to her.
We can tell you've been hurt or you don't look good or something to that
Uh-huh.
effect. But I don't remember the exact words they used.
But something to that effect?
Yeah.
So you see, I mean, you look at how she carries herself. You look at what she said then too, which were obvious lies because we heard from the cops themselves. But it doesn't matter. The truth doesn't matter, I mean, she lied there. I mean, she just straight up lied there. Why doesn't some of this come up? People are saying it was probably ruled out of the court because, I mean, they did bring up a piece of it, but they were probably only allowed to bring up certain parts of it. DJ, thanks too. She's not normal. No, this is crazy. That's what I mean. Sticky Tumpy, thanks for the 2. She tilts her head to one side like Michael Myers. That's funny. That explains so much. Oh my God. That's really funny. Sticky Toppy, thanks for the vibe. Hey, hello, Tug. Breaking news. Elon is remote controlling Miss Android Turd from his evil James Bond villain lair under the volcano. Better watch out. Better watch out. Better not pout. Better not cry. I'm telling you why. Because Elon will get Amber to poop on your bed. Gross. Janice, thanks for the 10. Place a request for everyone to tweet justice for Johnny tonight to show AH she didn't fool anyone today. Yeah, actually, it'd be good to get something trending tonight. That would be fun, Yeah. Hey, Camway, thank you for the 100 there. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. I think you mentioned news outlets requesting interviews with you. I'm curious if any of them have attempted to interview you on your stream. No, they will not do that. They will not come out because they can't control that there. Love the coverage and content. Keep it up. Take care and give Baby Umbrella a hug. Thank you for that. No, they will not do that way. They want to control the thing. And I usually will not respond to media unless I post it on Twitter. I will because I don't trust them, and with good reason. When you start messing around with the media, they lie and they manipulate. Heck, I had one lie about the text that Mr. Knight responded to. I'll show you. Hey, Suzanne Taylor, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs, by the way. But let me show you. Hey, Kathleen Bay, thanks for the 2. That super sticker, cool. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up. So I had, let's see who they. Times Reporter. They wrote an article, and they were talking about the post that I put up. Right. Here's what they said. On April 21st, That umbrella guy tweet said that the Hicksville incident would go against Depp. No, I never said that at all. In fact, I didn't tweet about one way or the other with this statement. Actually, it was a pretty calm statement because he was on the stand, and I was trying to explain to people like what's coming up. I'll give you in the moment. I would give people trade. The Hicksville incident's coming up. She's going to say this. This is what he's going to say with that, and yeah, just here to watch the world burn. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the upgraded membership and welcome to the Tuggernaut. So thank you for that. DJ, thanks for the 2. At one point, her hair looked like a poop emoji. Maybe that's what she was going for. But I mean, just look at that. I mean, that's a lie in the media. It's just straight up. It's a straight up lie. I pointed that out too, because that's not what my tweet said at all. And I'm not, I do not like being mischaracterized, but that's what the media does. They do it in a lot of ways too. They mischaracterize to the point. That's why I bet like people like JD do not like have the various technology things for dinner. Are you not seeing the PayPal super chats? I sent one a while back about AH's makeup, making her right cheek stand out whenever she's on the stand, or a day when she's going to be discussed. Yeah, I haven't gotten through all those yet. I just, like I said, there's a bunch of them. If anybody thinks I haven't caught their super chat, it's just because I haven't rolled back. I'm still rolling. There's just there's a bunch of chats, and again, I appreciate all of them. I'm just, got to get there. Margaret Lowe, thank you. Welcome. How in the hell are the porn bots getting through? Like I got a delay on it. 10-second delay, right? Is it not? It's delayed, right? Margaret Lowe, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the upgraded membership. Welcome to the Tuggernaut. Amy Lawson, thanks for the 2. AH had the last word, but not the last laugh. That's exactly it. Yeah. Check how many people like you. Yeah, enough to still have. Yeah, I mean that's true. Thank you, Ronnie. Yeah, that's very much true. A lot of people they tune in and just we talk about stuff, and it's good. I appreciate it. All right, Christina, thank you for the 10. I see where you said I could use that name. Why is everyone talking about Johnny eating candy? Has no one ever tried curb a cigarette craving before? Also, have you seen the videos where cops pull AH's bottle from the trash? Oh, yeah, I saw that. Now, some people have said maybe that's recycling. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they did that, but I did see that video. And yeah, I mean, what does it matter? He's in the courtroom and he ate some candy, Like, I don't even get the big ha ha hoo hoo, to hee hee to that. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't get how that's some kind of own, you know what I mean? I mean, it's kind of dumb. Let's see. BA, thanks for the 2. I don't like how AH said JD should have come forward sooner. She does not realize not all victims come forward straight away. So she's shaming him for not coming forward sooner, considering he is such a powerful man. Should have is what she's saying. Well, why didn't she come forward? If she wants to say that, why didn't she do that? I mean, that would make sense, right? I think SC, thanks for the 50. Never been a celeb follower or fan, but your insight and clear discussion have me enthralled. Keep up good work and all my best wishes for you, your lovely wife, and your amazing kids in the future. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not a celebrity follower per se. I do keep up with some of the weird stuff that happens in that field, but I don't care about celebrity necessarily. Like I don't like the idea of celebrity even. Celebrity is it's star worship. It's telling you that somebody has they're valid because they were in a movie, right? And I mean, is that real? I mean, does that mean anything? Because I don't understand the meaning to it. I don't get how that. We should judge people on deeds. We should not judge people on the ridiculousness of those kind of notions. So I agree. I'm not a big fan of celebrity either. But Let's see. Her cheek blush is always standing out in her left eye. Surprised nobody's pointed that out. It's like she wants people to stare at her right cheekbone, or am I seeing things? She has cheek implants, it looks like, to be honest. I think she has cheek implants. Like a lot of people have mentioned that, and I really do think that, because if you look at her beginning to the end now. Iconic Storm, thank you for the 5. Did you notice that she said that Johnny allegedly beat her up for 5 years and the relationship started in 2012 and ended in 2016? Yeah. Well, she said at first, he beat her up in 2013 to 2016. Then at first she said he did this in 2016. Then she stretched it all the way to 2013. Then she, on the stand, has stretched it into 2012, and now apparently there were extra years somehow in there that I don't understand. Apparently he was beating her before her relationship, because she did say 5 years on the stand, and they weren't together 5 years. But hey, details, right? Gee, thanks for the 2. Love it when you rant. Helps refocus on my mission. Cherry, thanks for the 2. Are you going to join the LawTube CHLA auction? No. No. I do not believe, I will say this clearly, 2 reasons. I do not believe in organizational, like the CHLA. Mm-mm. If I do charity donations and stuff, I do them in my community. I don't do stuff like that. Our community, we live in one of the most poverty-stricken areas in the world, and we have like the last count that I saw, we have over 1,000 kids, K through 12, that live in poverty in this area. We are one of the poorest areas in the world, or in the U.S. rather, not the world, but the poorest areas, because we're part of the Appalachian Tracts. And all that skips over. I put my money there, and I don't give it to companies. I make sure it goes there. That way, 100% of my money, there's no overhead. It just goes to whoever. So no, I don't do with companies like that. And I don't. How do I say this very nice? I don't support the CHLA, even though I support their mission statement and stuff. But they are at another end of the U.S. And what I mean is, I support their mission statement and what they do, but we have our own needs here, and all my money and my effort will go to that. I don't know what I really think about part of making the CHLA my live stream goal either. I don't know if I like that. Again, that's just for me. I don't know if I like that. People will also, Amber Heard's goons. There was a thing called the kill stream that used to exist. They gave money to St. Jude's Hospital. They raised $22,000 for St. Jude's Hospital. You know what people did? They went in, they called them a bunch of alt-right nut jobs. St. Jude gave the money back, and they banned the kill stream. They banned the entire thing. It's another thing I'd be afraid to open myself up for. But no, I mean, like I said, I look at it, I do charity in my side of the world, I mean, we have so much need, and I don't want it to feel like, again, I'm wording this very carefully, because I'm not saying this about people doing it. If I did that, I would feel like I was virtue flexing. Look at me, do for this charity. I don't want to do that. Like I'll mention some stuff we do so I can make people understand that charitable donations and money goes for good stuff. But I don't like doing that. It also puts a target on the charity's back. Like, they're already been targeted for how long now? And I just, it's good that people want to do good for them. Like I said, I just, it just doesn't feel right for me. And I word that very carefully, because it is not an indictment of anybody doing it. I'm sure they're doing it for the best intentions. It's just for myself. I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about it at all. Anything that even remotely rubs me like weird, I just, but I don't like charitable organizations Like if they're going to use the charity tab, I don't know how that money comes through. I don't know if a piece of it gets taken from somewhere. I don't know what happens there. I know, however, if somebody like handed me $10 and I take it over here to the well, I don't want to name the charity. Actually, there's 3 charities here that I like in just in this area because I know what they use it for. But again, I try to make where I live better. You know, my efforts go there. So I, anyway, even beyond that, like I've streamed with a couple of law tubers. I haven't streamed with any other law tubers there. I haven't really been invited to stream with people there, so that's okay. Just to throw that anyway. I wasn't invited anyway, so it's all good. I don't have to feel like bad about doing it. I don't mean that a negative. They didn't invite me. I mean, like I wasn't invited, so I won't have any of these problems or those feelings there. Simplex, thanks for the 2. Manson case dismissed. Yes, there was a piece of a Manson case dismissed. One of the accusers against him got knocked out because they have no proof. But yeah, we'll talk about that after this stuff wraps up. We'll get all into that because it'll be interesting. DJ, thanks for the 5. I have to call her Amby Hard because YouTube won't let me use her actual name. I don't really care though, as long as y'all know who I'm talking about. That's crazy. Tamer. Jackie, thanks for the 2. I might be in Westmoreland area in October to November. Westmoreland, Tennessee? Huh. The DUI guy said hi yesterday in the stream to you. Yeah, I mean, I again, I walk these careful lines because let's just say that umbrella guy likes everybody. Like I've been through the petty drama ringer with YouTube and stuff. I don't like it. Like I like everybody. I want to like everybody. And like DUI guy, I like his coverage. I think it's interesting. I think it's an interesting way he's doing that. So props to him. Again, people were trying to start drama again. Emily Baker was one, and I like Emily Baker. Like she's been supportive, good. I appreciate her. Even if people don't like me, I like you. Even if I don't like you, I like you. You understand what I mean? Like my drama and stuff has nothing to do with any of this, and I try to keep it on a better thing because the drama is just ugly, and it eats and it consumes and it takes away. It unfocuses. It directs focus to me and the focus. If I wanted to focus on me, I'd have my face on the camera and stuff, but I don't want it to be me. I want you to hear what I'm saying, and I want to talk about whatever we're focused on. So, like I said, hopefully that makes sense. Like I like everybody, So I walk those statements very carefully because again, and I like some people. I actually like. I've streamed with them a while, and I like them. Like Ricator Law, you can tell. Like I know Ricator for a while. I like him. I goof off with him, have fun. Legal Mindset, I've enjoyed like streaming with him. It's been fun. I like that kind of the cut up vibe. I like people that also aren't. I don't like. There are some people like. I don't like channels where I have to walk on eggshells too. And I don't know, like, sometimes I always like to find out if that's that first, because I mean, I don't like, I don't, I love everybody being here. If you get offended easily, though, like, you'll get offended by me sooner or later, and you'll hate me. So you might want to leave, and I don't want you to, but that'll happen. I just say that. I'm not going to call somebody like some kind of, nasty thing, this or that, but I'll offend you in some way. I believe or my friends will offend you, like they'll offend you in some way because they have the right to be offensive, and anyway, I like being here. Like here, people know what to expect, and we have fun. So. But I like I said, that's not an indictment of anyone else out there. Esme, thanks for the 2. Unbanned Susan Taylor. That was an accident. All right. Yeah, see, with all the people that are here too, if somebody gets hit accidentally, like by a mute or anything, that is not that is an incidental thing. and I will have to find you. Just give me a second. I'll get it fixed. That is it happens where we have to go in and we have to approve every single comment, for certain ones. And God, you get a lot of stuff that it gets crazy. So sometimes people, like, when we're approving, we hit them and we don't mean to. So let me see. Let me check. I'm looking for her on the list. Just give me a minute. If she's been unbanned, then good. There's about I hit a lot of porn bots in the beginning too, so there's a bunch of porn bots in the names. I used to ban them because I used to think like they wouldn't just make 5,000 more, but uh, no, actually, I for banning we try not to ban anybody really. Like I don't want to ban you if you're here and is we have very few rules. I guess is the way to say that. And if you end up getting banned, you probably I can't find her on the ban list. I'll check in a minute again. The ban list, in YouTube, if somebody gets hidden or banned, they don't give it to you in a straight list of like A to Z. It's just a bunch of random names, just like the mod list. It's just a bunch of random names. So I'll look through again in a minute, though. I'm checking the list now, though. I'm almost done. Excuse me, folks. I don't like the idea of somebody being banned on accident, and neither does Esme. So I was checking to see if that was there. All right. So let's see. Matthew Stafford, thanks for the 2. I thought you were from Raccoon City. Indeed. Cult member, thanks for the 2. I was timed out on Emily's channel yesterday. That happens sometimes. I mean, mods, mod's a free position. Okay, unless it's me doing it. Mod is an unpaid position where people aren't exactly, they aren't always appreciated enough. And I love my mods. I just want a few things from them. I want them to keep you from doing channel damaging crap. I want them to keep from the giant, spamming repeated. I don't mean like you putting up a block and enjoying yourself for a minute. I mean like just repeated spamming. I don't want that. There are a few things like if the kids come on, you're nasty. I'll ban you outright. Like there's not even a point for that. You know better. If a 2-year-old's up here, an 8-year-old, if you're nasty, you know better. But most things, like I don't care if you like the other side of an argument. I don't care if you dislike me. I think echo chambers are dangerous. So I don't ever want one. DJ, thanks for the 2. Amber Heard would make bank in adult scam movie. Gross. That's true though. That's true. I can't believe that. Like, how are the like I said, the porn bots, even with the slowed typing and everything, they're still making it in, and that's ridiculous. Like Amazon should fix these. Not Amazon. I said Amazon. The platform, rather, YouTube should fix this because I've already got it turned on. Like I don't like restricting. I've already restricted it to subscribers. I've already restricted us to slow mode. I even have like links. You're not supposed to, unless you're a mod, you're not supposed to be able to post a link, but they're doing it anyway. So that's ridiculous. Like YouTube's supposed to, I have links limited to approval. So anyway, I was just complaining for a minute. It annoys me. Love my PR people. Thanks. Yeah, I've never been through DV. I never wanted her on my side. Oh, I have been through BV. My bad. I read that. I don't know why I read it that way. I saw the never. It's capitalized. I have been through DV. I've never wanted her on my side. Indeed. Yeah, you didn't ask for her to be your representative. Hey, women, did you ask for Amber Heard to be your mouthpiece out there? Did you want her to be Did you want her to be your mouthpiece to the world? Trippy Savage, thanks for the mini taco guy. That's exactly what I'm eating here, eating that mini tacos. we have a food truck that comes in, and the guys who have it, there are a couple of guys that, when I say Mexican, they really are. They're still the Mexican working on citizenship in the United States. So they really are still, prior Mexican citizens, and they have a damn good food truck. They have food. Oh my God, it's so good. I see all you women are like, no, exactly. So think of the 3 there and the super sticker. Appreciate it. Excuse me, like if you hear me like choose something, I apologize. I hate it when people do that, but at the same time, I'm like, oh man, I want this taco. You know who? Thanks for the 2. Yeah, that cop thing she was talking about. Yeah, those same cops she was talking smack about. And Lawson, thanks for the 2. AH had the last word, but not the last laugh. I hit that one before, but thank you again. I'll roll back some more. Nick AU, thanks for the 10. She may be talking about an internal network thing, about the internet and not the internet per se. An internal or private network that only works in court. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, the court computer? Maybe. Batismo, thanks for the 10. Tug, I know 2 people with BPD. One is Console, who sadly took his own life. The other unleashes her torment on the world. Not all people with BPD are the same. No. Like, if I said all people with depression are the same, you'd think I was nuts, right? Or anxiety. Man, everybody who is experiencing anxiety, they're all the same. That's a nut job, like, right? But, people will assign that to things like BPD. So you're right. DJ, thanks for the 2. A taco with just the meat. Call it a naked taco. Indeed. Food trucks are the best. Yeah, if you have like ones that are good. Am I in Kentucky? No. I'm in Tennessee. I'm over, we're still in the same twanging distance. No, we're still in the Appalachian tracks. We're all in the same area, who thinks for the 5? Yeah, but the jury has cell phones, PCs, or internet. Do they monitor their activities? No. Even though they have a clean PC for jury, yeah, they have no idea what they're doing, Like they have no idea what they do. V, thanks for the 10, is a person who's given up. Oh, I've got that one too. Let me roll back farther. Just here, what's your word? Burn. Thanks for the 5. My husband and I are survivors. We both sickened by AH. She needs to be held accountable for JD and all male survivors. Indeed. Tristan. Tug, my priority statement also. Women who fall. I got that one. Non, thanks for the 5. About Depp. Oh, that was a typo thing. There we go. Was it just me, or did she admit to writing articles specifically about depression before the end? And Depp, yes, she did. Carpentry Hero, thanks for the 7. The 2 texts yesterday that Johnny denied typing. Is it true they're incoming? Yes, they're not his. They weren't his, and I don't know. I thought they should have brought that up in some way. Amy, thanks for the 2. AHT implants make her look like a male Elon. Oh my God. Poor Amber Musk, I tell you. Elon Hurd. Smokey Pooch, thanks for the 5. Hell no. We do not want her as our advocate. Her story smells shady from the start, and I, for one, would rather have a trashy, loving, formerly abused raccoon. Indeed. Esme, thanks for the 2. At Susan Taylor sent a $10 super chat. Okay. She sent it before the thing. So I'll catch her as well, roll her down too. Hey, like I said, Susan Taylor, or anybody, if we accidentally hit you there, we're not aiming for you. Again, not trying to cause you any before she got hit. Yeah, like I said, I'm anybody that gets hit, but like I said, I'll see. Sometimes it takes it a minute. Or Susanna, I said Susan, but it's Susanna Taylor. You may have gotten, like I said, darked out, but I'll find you if you're there. It's just crazy. Like, you would think, like, I'd be able to look through the users' names, and find them, but you can't. So it makes it difficult to find anybody if they've been hit. It's so ridiculous. Like, the Amber Heard thing. Okay, so all the I'm figuring most of you by now have seen what went on with Amber Heard today. Why would you put her on the stand? Like, did any of you look at that and think that was a good idea? Like, when you saw her come on the stand, I mean, obviously it was a smart idea for Johnny Depp. It's a great idea for Johnny Depp, right? But why would you do that? You know, why would you do that? Is there any world in which you would think that that is a good idea? Like, for me, when I saw them do that, I thought, you're kidding me, right? I mean, why would you? You know why they did it. I mean, I understand why they did it. Okay. They did it because they're desperate and they feel like they're losing. Okay. Like that makes sense. But in what world is that a good idea? I mean, you'd have to be very, very desperate to tell me that that could be that could be good at all. Again, like Depp had to get up there because first of all, Johnny, I know it was dangerous as a move for him yesterday, but he did very well at first, and they felt that they needed to add in a few more things because there you are, Susanna. I found you. Susanna, you're good to go now. I hope you're still there. Apologies. We fixed that. It took me a minute. You didn't populate on the other board. Like, I have this big board of stuff. Let me see if you're here now. Savannah Taylor. Sorry about that. There. You good? It took me a minute to find you. When people here's the issue that we run into. Like, we try to do stuff like this. Like, YouTube aims at your it aims at your discussion, and it will ban a lot of your discussion. Like, somebody's already approved some of the well, you'll have comments that'll come up, and when the comments come up, some of them will get hidden, and when they get hidden, but yeah, let's give Suzanne Taylor, let's give her a round of thank you and appreciate you. Like I said, that was just an accident there. Esme. Esme feels bad, so I'm rubbing it in a little bit, and I'm just playing. No, but if that happens accidentally, I'll fix it. Ian Wilkinson, thanks for the 5. Only found out about you randomly catching stuff online. Glad I did. By the way, Umbrella Man, Mega Man themed stuff. I'd buy it. Indeed. I was, what's funny is I went back and I was playing the Mega Man collection. Like, I hadn't played Mega Man in so long. So I kind of been getting my Mega Man back on lately. I haven't gotten to play in, I got my Switch, but I haven't gotten to play since I've been doing this. Man, God, I can't wait to dig back into that. David J. Bisco, thanks for the 5. I think the thinking behind putting her on the stand was she get the last word through redirect unchallenged. Did anybody feel that her redirect went well? I mean, like, it did away with what Camille threw out there. Does anybody feel like the I mean, really, if you're being non-bi, I want you to, like, set aside any kind of for her. Does anybody really feel that redirect actually helped her enough versus the cost? Because it did cost. It had a direct, I mean, we had her questioned about, did you do this with TMZ? She was like, no, 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 no. What about, I thought having the face pictures was really interesting. Her having her cheek, where people were looking at it. She also got up there and she did a fake cry again. I mean, she did all of that. I was astounded. You know, here let's see if somebody. I want to see somebody who's pulled that up. Surely, Ricada Law, I think, put that on there. All right. Okay, look, I'm going to pull this up off of Ricada. I want to look at just a little bit of that for a minute, okay? Because I want to watch. I want to watch Camille absolutely torture. So Ricada put up a clip of it, 30 minutes of it, and it's worth watching. So I'm going to hit it. Here it is. Let's look at it.
You just testified that this case has been very hard for you. So let's talk
I mean, you knew. Well, here, give me a second. I got to drop off for a minute. Here we
about
go.
that.
All right.
Get her.
Your lies have been exposed to the world multiple times, right?
Straight for the throat.
I've been lying
Yep.
about anything I've been here to say.
I mean,
You
30
sat here
minutes
and
she
told
got
this
eaten
jury that
alive.
the events in Hicksville started with Mr. Depp getting really upset about a woman leaning on you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's effectively what happened, yeah.
You testified that he actually grabbed that woman's wrist and twisted it, right?
And told her that he could effectively break her wrist by saying he knew how many pounds of pressure, or asking her how many pounds of pressure it took to break a human wrist.
But your own witness, your former best friend, Rocky Pennington, she didn't corroborate that, did she?
See, so she
I'm
got
not quite sure what part of that night.
so she got hit with the Rocky Pennington. First of all, Rocky didn't even corroborate her story. So your own witness there doesn't corroborate your story.
She saw there were a lot of people there.
Oh yeah.
You
Nobody
didn't
corroborated.
testify that Mr. Depp grabbed anyone's wrist in Hicksville.
Again, I don't know what Rocky saw. There were a lot of people there that night.
I'm going to
Once
Hicksville,
you
folks.
brought Mr. Depp back to your trailer, he trashed it, correct?
That is correct.
And the manager of the Hicksville trailer park was furious that Johnny had wrecked the whole thing. Do you remember that testimony?
That's correct.
Well, we heard from that manager of the Hicksville trailer park, Morgan Knight, on Monday, didn't we?
I'm not quite sure who that
$62.
guy was or if he had any involvement in this. I know a lot of people have come out of the woodwork to be involved.
Everybody's a liar,
Mr.
except
Knight
for her.
of testifying and committing perjury.
I'm not accusing anyone. I just don't recognize that man.
I mean,
The
We heard
manager.
Mr. Knight testify
So-
that it was actually you who was upset with Mr. Depp spending.
well, you know why she
time
doesn't
away
recognize
from-
him, though? You know why she doesn't recognize him? We found this out in the past. It's because she doesn't recognize peons, right? If you're not the big dog somewhere, she doesn't care about you, right? So
from him. Isn't that correct?
How would he know? He wasn't there.
You heard Mr. Knight testify that it was actually you who was yelling at Mr. Depp.
Again, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things to be involved in the Johnny Depp show, but he wasn't there.
Right.
He
Like
doesn't
you.
know. And he certainly doesn't know what happened behind closed doors, like most people.
So you're calling
yeah, so you remember her story was that he did this massive amount of destruction, and then he cavity searched Amber Heard. Remember that? He cavity searched her. So we found out from Mr. Knight that all that massive amount of damage was he bought a double set of light fixtures, and he only had to replace one, but he found two, so he got to replace two, and he charged Johnny Depp $62. So yeah, that's your massive, like, instead of him being on some crazed bender where he's doing all this crazy stuff, and then he decided, oh, I'm going to violate her right here too. $62.
Mr. Knight a liar?
I am saying he wasn't there, and what he testified to doesn't match what I know happened. But I don't fault him. He wasn't there, so how would he know?
Oh, look at her
Testified
smirking
he was
and
there, Ms.
sneering.
Heard. Did you hear that?
That's his testimony, yes.
So you're calling him a liar.
I'm just saying he wasn't there.
So you're calling
You
him
heard
a
Mr.
liar.
The computer wasn't trashed. And that's why you're calling him a liar.
He testified that a light fixture was broken, similar to the way that
Yes,
Johnny's
other than a light
employees
fixture. That was
testified
the
to
only
my
thing that was
closet being
broken, right, Ms.
rearranged
Heard?
and things
Ms.
like
Heard,
that.
the only thing that was broken in the trailer, according to Mr. Knight, was a light fixture. Yes or no?
I realized that he summed it up by saying a light fixture was broken, just the way his security guard summed up him trashing my closet as being rearranged.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after he summed it up, that it was a light fixture as non-responsive.
She answered the question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
In the security guard testimony, Your Honor?
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight also testified that he charged Mr. Depp only $62 for the damaged light fixture. You heard that, correct?
I did.
In Hicksville, you were the only one that was jealous that Mr. Depp was spending time from other people. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
That is incorrect.
And Hicksville, you were the one who was upset that Mr.
Funny.
Depp wasn't giving you enough attention.
Incorrect again.
Ms. Heard, you told this jury that you had no idea the press was going to be at the courthouse when you got your TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I said I did not have anything to do with it. Yes.
No. My question again. You told this jury that you had no idea that the press was going to be outside after you got the ex-party TRO on May 27th, 2016. Do you remember that testimony?
I apologize. I must have misunderstood Ms. Vasquez. I actually had no idea whether they were going to be there or not. When I walked into the courtroom that day, it was completely quiet, still, empty. Even though I had given Johnny's team notice that I was filing a TRO,
Your Honor, this is not
we had no
responsive.
reason to
Move
believe the
strike.
press knew.
And Your Honor, I would also ask that you instruct the witness to please stop talking once I lodge an objection.
Your Honor,
Yeah,
she's trying to answer the question as best she can, and Ms. Vasquez is misrepresenting to her what she testified to.
I'll strike the last part as non-responsive,
Thank you.
just if you could just answer the questions asked. Okay, thank you, Ms. Heard.
In fact, you testified that you were, quote, shocked when you saw press when you were leaving the courthouse. Yes?
Yes.
You weren't shocked at all, though, were you?
Incorrect. It was.
You knew the press
horrifying.
would be at the courthouse, right, Ms. Heard?
No.
Well, you did bring your publicist to the courthouse with you on May 27th, 2016, didn't you?
I sure did. I'm a public figure. I brought my publicist in case it blew up.
Oh,
In
sure.
case.
You actually had a
In
look
case.
at TMZ that you would be filing a TRO against Mr. Depp that very
No,
day,
I did
didn't
not.
you?
No, I did
The
not.
one day you didn't bother to wear makeup to cover up the mark on your face.
I did.
She's such a liar, man. I'm like, man, she's like 5 minutes in. How many lies has she told in these 5 minutes? Like when you think about it, don't think about like 30 minutes of her being testifying or whatever. Think about how many lies does this person actually tell?
Not call TMZ or any other news source or paparazzi source. No one.
Well,
I
we
never
heard
did that.
testimony from former TMZ employee Morgan Tremaine yesterday, correct?
Did I hear his testimony?
Yes.
Yes, I was here.
Yeah. And you heard Mr. Tremaine's testimony that he knew to dispatch the paparazzi to the courthouse on May 27th, right?
I heard him say that he knew that, yes.
Yeah, and that he dispatched paparazzi to the courthouse to capture a picture of an alleged bruise on the right side of your face. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember him saying that.
That information must have come from your team, right, Ms. Heard?
Absolutely not. Why would I want that? What actual survivor of domestic violence wants that?
Now, the video of Mr. Depp
One who
beating
wants
up
it
some
public
kitchen cabinets, you admit
for
that you
leverage.
took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016,
I'm
right?
not aware of that.
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the videos.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX. Yes?
I don't know if that, I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it. Yes?
That's what I heard him say.
See, I mean, when you look at that, okay, TMZ, so she gets lit up over TMZ. I mean, they lit her up.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source. Yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible because
And
it
you
didn't come
heard
from me. I was
Mr.
flying.
Tremaine
So
testify.
I know that's incorrect is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand.
I just know that
Yeah,
that's
see?
incorrect.
There's another liar. Like how many people? Okay, so Rocky's a liar. She doesn't know really what's happening. We have another liar and Mr. Knight. Oh, he's a liar. He wants to be part of the Johnny Depp circus. We have the TMZ liar.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband. Yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband. Yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video. And
The
yes,
cabinet
that was my
video-
husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce. Yes?
That's correct.
You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
So what they mean by that too, again, like I was saying earlier, the TMZ video is around 90 seconds long. Let's just 90-91. We'll go right in there. Because they have bumpers on the front and the back. They didn't edit any of it. That's what we were told the other day. They didn't edit any of it whatsoever. So they were sent something that, again, they copyrighted it through Amber Heard. So she gave them permission because she was the owner to it. So she's lying about giving it to them because they copyrighted it. Like I say, they can only copyright it through 3 ways, which we were told. And she cut off the parts where she's smirking and stuff, as they're going to point out.
The video that the jury, that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified
Came
that
from your
any
phone.
portion of the video where you
Yeah,
set up the camera,
she hasn't
that wasn't
seen
included in the video
the one
that
that came
TMZ
from
received.
TMZ.
I
though.
don't
She
know
doesn't-
what
she
video
doesn't know,
TMZ
right?
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Heard. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes,
Under
I
oath.
heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Heard?
No, it did not.
You
That
edited
video
out
did
the
not come
portions.
to me. I
Ms.
mean,
Heard,
come from me.
Ms. Heard, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So
If
that
I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot
She
more.
testified she
I
didn't
would
know
leak
Look at
how.
that.
a mountain
Right?
of this evidence. If I
This
wanted
is
to
a
leak it, I
classic
could.
liar's excuse.
Yeah.
They half-ass it, and then they
I
say,
really-
"Hey, if I'd meant
This
to
trial
do
is
that, I
huge.
wouldn't have half-assed it."
I
Remember
don't.
that?
See, that's why I couldn't be on a panel because I would yell at somebody if they spoke over me while I was listening to this shit. I'd be like, "Shut up!" No offense to anyone. That's just how I would be on this channel. I'd be like, "Shut up," because I would want to hear them dig into her. Like that's why I don't do panels usually. But because I couldn't keep my rage in. Sorry, I dropped my cord real quick. But did you hear the threat there? If I wanted to, I could do so much more damage. I could do so much more. I could be a beast. I could be a monster.
You edited that video before you gave it to TMZ so that only Mr. Depp would look bad. Yes?
That's absurd.
Right in the middle of your divorce proceedings.
Again, you're very wrong.
This isn't lawyerly indignation. Camille
I'd
looks
like to show you
genuinely
a
pissed.
picture that's already admitted into evidence. It's Defendant's Exhibit 799.
It's funny. Hey, somebody in the chat just said, so the timing's a little different. I'll see the comment before it rolls up here. And someone said, you can tell Camille is genuinely pissed. Listen, that probably just rolled up on the comment. So that's hilarious. Oh man. When you listen to her though, because look at her, look at her expression. Remember, she wasn't snarking or doing anything nasty. You notice too, okay, she's to this mentality or earlier when she started out, she was crying and everything else. Oh my God, help me.
But I like this theme. Everyone's a liar but you, right? We're supposed to disbelieve everybody except for you. You're the only person telling the truth.
I mean, if
She
she
may be
would
watching
have
it.
given
Johnny,
it
the
one thing wrong.
I hope she's watching it. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a fraud. She may be watching it. Good. She's a liar. She's a fraud. Good. I've been very clear on that. I'm allowed to have my own opinion based on evidence. They love that idea of free speech. Unless it pertains to you speaking your own truth, Like I said, I've seen all the evidence there. Look at her. Here she is. Look at her holding her side like she's hurt or something. Her arm looks so weird there. Is it just is there something wrong with her arms or something? Her hands look so strange to me. What is it? Is it just proportions here? Because in the other one, she looks strange too, but look at her arm there. Does it not look weird? Is it just me? Like, I mean, it genuinely looks odd to me. It actually has a stick arm and like a novelty hand or something. You know those giant novelty hand back scratchers? Like that's what it reminds me of. And I don't know if it's angle or not. You know those like with the big hand that you can like manipulate and you can scratch your back like, oh yeah, that feels good. That's what it reminds me of. Giant novelty hand scratcher.
2016 when you got your domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
Oh, they're gonna
It
have
is.
the picture from the
And
next
next
day.
to you is a woman named Jody Gottlieb, right?
Yes.
Jody
Face
Gottlieb
of a
was your
woman slapped
publicist.
with a
And
mackerel.
dear friend.
And I'd like to show you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit.
Is it anorexia? Is that what that is? Is that what did that? I mean, because her hand looks swollen. Like that's what I mean. I could see like her arm, but I mean her hand looks. I mean, has she been hitting like her publicist or something? Because her hand looks swollen, like it's like huge, you know.
1316. This is a picture of you and your friend Rocky Pennington, right?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit this photograph.
Any objection to 1316?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1316 in evidence. You can publish the jury.
I've seen this photo.
This is a picture of you on May 28th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
I
I
don't
wondered
know
why they
when
didn't
this
bring
was
that in
taken.
before.
This is the day after you obtained the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
I have no idea when this image was taken. I did not take it.
There's no bruise on your face in this picture, is there?
Again, I don't know when this was taken. And also I'm outside. I was obviously wearing makeup. I have no idea when this was
mad.
taken. So I have no
Yeah.
idea. if I
Zoomed
can
it in
see
on her
what
Refresh your
face.
recollection.
bruise you can see
Let's
or not.
refresh your recollection about when this picture was taken. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1315, just for the witness?
Like how mad she got there. You could just hear it. You're like,
This is an article dated May 30th, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's what it says, yes.
And this article contains the same photograph of you and Ms. Pennington we were just looking at, yes?
Yes, I see that.
And the article is entitled, Amber Heard Smiles as She Puts Arm Around Friend One Day After Getting Restraining Order Against Johnny Depp. Is that what the title says?
I know that's what the title says, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish the article with everything but the headline and date and the photo redacted.
Objection, Your Honor. That's inconsistent from the way you've treated all of these.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, next question.
Let's take a look at picture Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
In on this one.
Yep. I like that.
Doesn't really matter. The
Also a
jury
picture
heard
of
it
you
all.
and Ms. Pennington on May 28th, 2016, isn't it?
I don't know when this photo was taken, but it looks like the same outing as the picture prior.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1317.
Any objection?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1317 in evidence. You can publish.
See, she opened
There's
herself
no
up
bruise
to
on your
this.
face in this picture either, right?
I disagree. If it is taken
Look,
when you
she
represent it was
agrees there's
taken,
a bruise
then
there.
obviously there's a bruise on my face. It's covered by makeup as per usual.
Let's zoom out of that picture for a moment, please. Thanks, Tom. That's Josh Drew in this picture, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Miss Pennington.
Look, and he's got a tiny shirt on again. Look, you look at him. He's got another tiny shirt on. I didn't even notice that. Look, like I said, I got COVID fat on me. You know what though? I dress in big shirts. I like to wear like casual, like a Tommy Bahama type shirt. You know, those casual button ups, well, you know, that are big, or maybe a Caribbean. You know, I like those. They're comfortable. They're big. But look, I mean, his like it. He's got again. He's been shopping at the Baby Gap. Like I said, I got my COVID fat on, and you know what? I don't dress like I'm shopping at the Baby Gap. I don't get that from Josh Drew. What is up with that? Why does he dress like that?
That is correct.
In there too.
That
Ms.
is correct.
Pennington submitted a sworn statement on your behalf in support of your domestic violence restraining order, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
Mr. Drew also submitted a statement.
Look at how they're acting too. It's gross. Like it's so gross when you think about it. They're like, I'm so happy. I got to ruin his life, and I'm gonna make $7 million because he put up my freeloading friends. You know what's funny? Rocky, she's gonna drop you like a bad habit. Josh, she's gonna drop you like a bad habit. None of you are going to get anything out of it. Not over the long term. She's going to want you to testify. I wonder if they knew that they were going to have to be testifying for 6 freaking years in the aftermath. I wonder if they would have stuck to this, because that's what that's what they got. They got 6 years of testimony, 6 years of involvement, and they are universally hated and despised for what they did. Like, if their names come up, if you were to, I don't know what kind of life, like what kind of job you could have after this hate hoax that they participated in, because the world hates you. Like, how do you go out? Like, how do I go to the airport when I've had that backfire on me? You know, what do? Do I wear a bag over my head? Is that how kids are coming? What do you do? Because again, you become so universally loathed. Like, they're part of the co-conspirator. They're not some rando that did this, right? They're part of the main co-conspirator crowd. So, I mean, I wonder if they knew, would they do it again? And I would say no, considering Rocky distanced herself. Josh distanced for a while until he was needed again. Then he popped back in.
Reporting of domestic violence restraining order.
I believe they both did, yes. Mhm.
Ms. Ford, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 512, which is already in evidence.
512.
You've seen this photograph before, right?
I have.
On the second day of your
I like
direct
this right here.
testimony, you testified that this was taken in the downstairs of the main apartment on December 15th, 2015.
Now, she
Do
knew
you
you
recall that
messed up here.
testimony?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's your testimony that Defendant's Exhibit 512 reflects damage to Penthouse 5 that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident. Yes?
I'm not quite sure from what incident this is when I see this photo in
She messed up. See, she knew. She knows right there that they screwed up, because that is from the 2016 thing. And they posted it into the wrong, that day. They used it in the wrong accusation. And she absolutely does. You know why she knows? Because when it comes to their quote unquote proof, they have very few pictures that associate with the supposed rampage. There are very few of them that have ever been produced.
in a vacuum without context.
Let's give you that context.
What?
Can we please, you can have day 16 trial testimony?
I mean, she's got the sledgehammer out, and she's going to hammer down again that I think that theme. Everyone is lying. Everyone but me is lying.
Even the media, even the news
Everybody,
reports.
everybody.
And let's see.
Legal
I thought it was a
mindset,
little
and you
longer
missed
pause.
the whole testimony about people wanting to kill her and putting her baby in the microwave.
Oh, I saw it. I was microwaving food while I was microwaving food while I was doing that.
4585.
I thought he sidebarred for a minute. That's why I was looking.
What an unlikable human. Assuming she's human. I think self-defense. Andrew's probably right.
She's clearly fallen to chaos. 100%.
And she's going to peel off her skin and reveal
Specifically
the
on
reptilian
starting
underneath.
on line 16.
You notice how she did her hair. She knew she was going to be up here. So look, when she put it on this side, when she's sitting in the crowd, she was covering her face so they couldn't see her smirking and smiling. But when she was on the stand, they could clearly see her face. That's why she wore that hairstyle. You know that, right? It shielded her when they were watching her on the last day. It shielded her so she could smirk and glare and do whatever when she was sitting over there by her team. But when she was on the stand, they could clearly see that she was going to cry up a storm, baby, without tears.
Where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015.
You said 458. Oh, I'm on 4485. Sorry, you said 4584.
4585.
Pardon.
Line 16. Line 16, where it says, let's talk about December 15th, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
And then do you see that your testimony about December 15th, 2015 follows?
Let's see. It's just the first line or two. Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 4603.
Well, this better be worth it because she's letting her really drag things out.
4603. Starting at line 12 and going on to page 4604, line 4.
Okay.
And do you see that you testify that defendant's exhibit 512, which is on the screen,
Yes,
is a picture of the downstairs of the main apartment?
that's correct.
And the main apartment is penthouse 5 in the Eastern Columbia building, right?
No, well, depends on what, the main apartment's penthouse 3 generally when we say main apartment.
Penthouse 5 was where you had your closet?
The downstairs was kind of like had some of my painting studio set up and a reception area. Upstairs was the closet. Mezzanine office was in between.
All right, so it's your testimony that defendant's exhibit 512 reflects damage to the penthouse 5, that occurred during the December 15th, 2015 incident, right?
I'm just not sure from which incident this is a picture of, since I'm only looking at
Even though your
picture
counsel
four.
I like how she's not
asking you
sure.
questions about December 15th, 2015, and then admitted this picture into evidence
Again,
in
in my
relation to that incident.
Sorry, go ahead.
In relation to that incident on December 15th, 2015. This exhibit, defendant's exhibit, you are the defendant, number 512, was admitted into evidence in this court. You testified that this was the result of damage that occurred on December 15th, 2015. Yes or no?
I just need to orient myself because I'm just looking at a picture of a partial
No,
picture of a
Ms. Heard, you
floor,
didn't just
so
look
I
at a
can't.
picture. You looked at your testimony.
You pointed me towards the page and then asked me a question. I haven't actually reviewed it. I don't know if this was submitted in relation to that incident.
Let's actually leave up defendant's 512 and please pull up defendant's exhibit 725, which is already in evidence
Thank
in redacted form, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can publish.
Just side by
how bad
side.
it's going.
Her going,
You've seen this photograph as
Same
well,
post.
right?
I have.
On the third day of your direct testimony, you
Oh,
testified
shit.
that this photograph reflected spilled
That's what I
wine
was
in
saying the
penthouse
other day.
5 on May 21st.
This is what I was saying the other day. I noticed it when it came in because they accidentally put in the same one, and I knew this was the same picture because of this is the floor type. Here's the rug that they use with the ECB. This is the rollaway cart. You can see it's from a different angle than you're accustomed to, but it's the same place. It's the Eastern Columbia building. You can tell that this is from May 21st, 2016 incident, but they put it in twice. Now, of course, she's going to deflect away from that and be like, no. But see, she remembers everything. See, here's her problem, though. She remembers every single piece of evidence, right? She remembers every single fleck of it that happened to her. She could identify all of the damage, only she identified this in 2 places. It's weird when you can't keep up with your own lies anymore.
2016,
oh
didn't you?
shit.
Again, I don't know if I'm looking at a
Same
partial
photo.
picture of a floor. So unless you remove the metadata you've covered up, we could then tell. If you
I didn't
remove
cover it up.
It's the same fucking water spots. Holy shit.
That's how it's in evidence.
That's how it's in evidence.
Next
Well,
question.
the metadata next to it is so that
Ms.
to
Heard,
avoid this
Ms.
sort of
Heard, there is
confusion.
no question pending, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't be making argument to the jury.
Sorry, I
It's
thought you had
inappropriate.
asked me about it.
No, I
She's
didn't
trying
ask
to
you
talk
about
to the-
anything.
The
Let's look at your direct
Camille tore her
testimony
up,
from
man.
the third day.
Damn.
Holy crap.
She just eviscerated her. You just showed the same 2 pictures, testified they were from 2 different incidents. I didn't catch that because it was, attenuated.
I know, because you guys are like, you weren't on the level of that umbrella god. No, I'm just playing. You gotta get on my level, Ricada. What's up? No, man, Ricada has good. I like his coverage and stuff. Again, we just do different cover things. I watch he's a funny guy on stuff. But no, there were two places that they see. They did that twice. They did this incident right here, and then with the metadata expert guy. Yeah, their expert. He had another one. So they actually did this twice. They put in the same exhibit twice, saying that they somehow, some way, those were two different things. But oh, look at her
Yes,
sister.
ma'am.
Look how mad. Look how mad she is. Look like right behind. Look.
Holy crap.
They did that more than once, though.
Let's turn to page 4750 in day 17 transcript.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
4750.
They just, I mean, she destroys her for 30 minutes. I almost hated to see it.
Rottenborn sitting there going, "Oh shit! Oh
Specifically
fuck! Oh god!
line
Oh
16.
damn!"
Yeah, they opened this door.
Do you see where Ms. Bredehoff asked you to describe for the jury what took place on May 21st, 2016?
I see that.
And do you see that your testimony is reflected about May 21, 2015?
Yes.
That follows? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's turn to page 4804 at line 14. 4804. Starting at line 14?
Yes.
Through 4805, line 4.
Going to what line?
Line 4 at
You hear her? She's so
4805.
uncomfortable.
Do you see that you're testifying that defendant's exhibit 725, which is reflected on the right side, reflects spilled wine on the floor in penthouse 5?
That's correct.
Okay. And defendant's exhibit 512 and 725 seem to be different versions of the same picture, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So which is it? Which one was taken on December 15th, 2015, or May 21st, 2016?
If you remove the redacted metadata, you can find out.
Shut up.
Right there.
Or if you're telling the truth,
Shut up.
you would know.
You recognize a portion of of spilled wine on a floor, and I'm supposed to know off the top of my head when you've
No.
lived through 5 years of this stuff? I
Not
don't
off the top of your head. You
Look, she's
testified.
losing her mind though on it. Yeah. If you want to look, you see it. She just leaked through. There it is right there. The real Amber Heard just made an appearance. You finally see her. She has fought to keep it out, but the real Amber Heard, you see her face, you see her look, you see the look, the glare. That's the real Amber Heard standing up right there. The person that would, I mean, just look at that face. That's the real Amber Heard. The one that they had the chance, they hit you right in the face, punch you right in the face, call you a washed up fat old man, and much more, much more. Did you see her?
You testified to both of them.
Thank you, Tom.
See,
It's
look,
heard at the
she
beginning of-
never broke. Did you see how long she sit there? Like, look at that. Don't dwell on it.
Top of your
Look at
head.
it.
You
Just watch her.
testified.
You
Look,
testified
she
to
doesn't
both
break
of
that
them.
glare. Look, she sways.
It's heard at the beginning of your
You see it. Like, I mean, she is pissed. She establishes. I mean, look how long it's there. I don't want to jump too far, but again,
Top of your
watch,
head.
if she
You
says it.
testified.
Because look, after that, she's finished her statement.
You
She just
testified
keeps
to both
looking because she's so mad. See, she's still
of
stuck.
them.
Thank you, Tom.
See, she's swaying because she's mad. Like she's lost her temper there. The vitriol comes up because the one emotion that she really shows when it comes up is that. That's who you're dealing with right there. And that's it. Not the fake tails, not the tears, not the fake sniffles on there. That's the real person.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination
Your
last
Honor, may
week,
we approach?
Yes.
Also, she's kicking our ass, Your Honor.
This seems insignificant, but this is brutal.
I mean, she just basically said, how am I supposed to know which one it was? You testified to the truth of both.
Both. Yep.
Yep.
And your of the same, the best reviewing thing.
No words. No words.
Oh, look,
No
she had to
sounds.
get onto the
like
gallery.
what-
The gallery was so holy crap that she had to get onto the gallery. The judge did. Look what
happened. But man, this is nasty.
It ain't good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I would ask that there be no words or no phrases, no words, no sounds at all coming from you. If I hear one more sound,
DWI guy.
we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom.
People must have gasped.
All right, your next question.
Yeah, it probably was. See what happened there. You know what happened in that moment. People were like, "Holy crap, she's getting destroyed." I want to show you something else too. After we finish this, I want to show you on her original portion when she gets up there. She does something that I noticed that I thought was interesting, but I'll need to pull up a feed where she gives her whole testimony.
Ms. Heard, at the beginning of your cross-examination last week, I showed you an audio where you told Mr. Depp to tell the jury, tell the judge, tell the world that he is a victim of domestic abuse. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And you testified you found it hard to believe that Mr. Depp would tell the world that he's a victim of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I said I find it hard to believe that he would do that knowing that he himself had beat me up for 5 years.
But he
That's not
has
what he
told the
said.
world
That's not what she said
that he's
either.
your victim of domestic abuse, hasn't he?
Well, he started to say that only recently. He didn't make that claim up until very recently. So when we signed our divorce agreement and we signed a statement saying that neither party had ever.
Because he's a man. You know why? Because men are taught not to realize that they've been abused, because we're taught from birth to take it. That's why so many men have a crazy ex story, but so few men report that they've been abused, because we're taught that they're just crazy ex stories. You got punched in the face? That's just a crazy ex story. Someone tried to ruin your life? It's just a crazy ex story. Someone cut your tires, stalked you for years? It's just a crazy ex story. That's why men don't stand up and talk about it, because you're conditioned not to, and you know the ramifications. Like if in this instance, I don't know if I would stand up publicly and talk about it. I don't know, and that's because with Johnny Depp, look at what he paid afterwards. He didn't pay a price until she decided to burn his life down. And afterwards, he was like, "Yeah, I got to stand up. I got to do something about this." He finally recognized what he was. He finally did that. And when he started speaking up, when he wouldn't accept the label, that's when people decided to destroy him.
Said false claims for financial gain. It was relevant and important to me because I was the only one making the accusations. I was the only one making those claims. He wasn't doing that at the time, and he signed his name to it.
You didn't expect as many people to show up and testify on his behalf. That did,
You didn't, did you?
Incorrect.
When you told this jury under oath that you never assaulted,
You see your face coming out again.
when you told this jury under oath that you punched Mr. Depp because you thought of Mr. Depp pushing Kate Moss down the stairs, you didn't expect Ms. Moss to agree to testify.
That's true.
But that never happened, did you?
Incorrect. I know how many people will come out of the woodwork to be in support
What?
of Johnny.
So you
It's
think
clear-
Kate Moss. She just accused Kate Moss of being part of the circus. She accused Kate Moss of needing to be excuse me how I say this, but a fame whore, a clout chaser. In the same way that she would accuse a guy that, again, no offense to him, but Mr. Knight, excuse me, Mr. Knight running something, right? That guy over there, that peon over there, he is, okay, well, Kate Moss is at another freaking level. She's at another level. You think she needs a clout in this? Do you think that this helped her? Do you think that the risk versus the reward? Her testimony, I was shocked that she would testify, because the the stigma that could come with it, especially, I'm not talking about the societal stigma. I'm talking about the work relation stigma. You think that you think that anybody wants that attached to them? You think when they're trying to go get jobs and stuff, and they're like, "Oh no, she spoke up about this. I don't know. I don't know." You think that helped her? But you think that she needed it? What a clown, man. God, fit that woman for some clown shoes because we got a circus going on, baby.
They pushed down a fucking stairs 30 years ago.
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister. Of course, I thought of that. I did not expect her
It would
to
have
show
nothing
up
to
or
do with
not
that.
expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and
this is
testify that
beautiful.
that wasn't true, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you
Morgan
had no
Knight did
idea
the
that the
last trial.
paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him.
Everybody's a liar except for me.
That's why I wrote the op-ed. Is I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him?
She's admitting it's Johnny now.
His power. He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
And I know
favor
that
and
firsthand. I've
risking
lived
jail
it.
time for committing perjury.
Ooh.
Excuse me. I didn't hear your
You
question.
didn't hear
Excuse
my
me.
question?
You didn't hear it because you were narrating.
Ms. Vasquez, if you do
Exactly.
mind,
Curry.
please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom
I have
for
seen
a
people
powerful
do this.
man?
I have seen people do this time and time again. That's why I wrote the op-ed.
You
Who
didn't
is more
expect
interested in
Here she
lying than
goes.
you?
Watch her. She's gonna
Australia
give it
to
away.
show up from England. He flew from England to testify that Mr. Depp's fingertip was found exactly where he said it would be. Did you?
I have never heard Johnny testify to knowing where his finger was, or really, frankly, making a claim that he knew where it was when it was found. I've never heard Johnny claim that.
You didn't expect
Johnny
Keenan
doesn't-
Wyatt.
Johnny has never
Ms.
actually
Heard.
said that.
Ms. Heard.
And
I think the
then
jury
saying
could,
yes.
Ms. Heard, there's no question pending.
Shut up.
You didn't expect Keenan Wyatt, Mr. Depp's longtime sound technician, to show up and testify that Mr. Depp is not being fed lines through his earpieces, but instead music, did you?
Not that it matters much, but of course I did. I know how his employees treat him.
So you
I know how
probably-
his team treats him. Of course I expected that.
He's actually not an employee. That's another thing that they've pulled over and over again with people like Keenan Wyatt. Keenan Wyatt doesn't work for Johnny Depp. He worked for Disney. He was the requested person, or whatever company. He worked on Pirates, for example. That's why I closed him at Disney. But he was the requested person Johnny Depp liked to work with, but he didn't work for Johnny Depp. He was just a guy that he was comfortable with and he liked to work with. You had Elaine pull the same thing, because Keenan Wyatt, how dare Keenan Wyatt actually be a professional that people like to work with? How dare he? You know?
Okay, so you probably expected Isaac Bruges to just come and testify for Mr. Depp, right?
I'm not sure I thought about that.
Yeah, but you didn't
Yeah,
expect
yeah,
Mr. Bruges
yeah.
to weep for Mr. Depp
Real tears,
after
liquid
what
tears.
you put him through and so many others with your lies.
I
did you?
relate to Isaac because he and I are
There's
the
no
only
further
ones who
questions, Your
cried
Honor.
on this stand.
Ooh, look at
She
the
cried on the
urgency
stand.
there.
Wait, could somebody show me where she cried on the stand?
Just
Did you get that?
destroyed.
I mean, see
Holy-
that? Okay, that was brutal. That was brutal. Now, Amber Heard, one of the things that's really interesting. Okay, I want to show you her part of it. I want to show you the other part where, I mean, Camille destroyed her there. Now I want to show you what she did. She went through that. She let herself, her team let her walk into that, and what they got out of it. Let me show you what they got out of it, okay? I mean, it's because it's astounding. So I'm going to show you. God, that was bad. That was so brutal. Oh my God. I can't believe like she walked into the lion's den for that. I mean, can you give me 1 second? I'm pulling up her testimonial. I can't pull it up from freaking like Law and Crime because they think they own the trial. I hate that place. I can't believe anybody watches them. Just give me a second. I'm fast forwarding it through another. There it is. I'm gonna try Fox. No, I think I'll try CBS. Just give me a second. I'm gonna fast forward it to that part. I couldn't believe that she took the stand though. Period. I was shocked. Okay, so I'm gonna pull it up here. Just give me 1 minute. I've almost got it up there. Just get ready to take the stand. I'm just making sure I've got it in the right place. All right, here we go. There it is. All right, so check this out. Like I said, I'm gonna put it on her. And again, the reason I'm going to show this is because I want to show you what she did that for. But I'm going to comment on stuff. So, yeah, there's a point to that too. So I actually do want to comment on it as well while we're going through. You know, usually I don't comment on stuff, but we're going back through, baby. We're going to comment. So let's do it. I want to point out her fake crying and stuff. I mean, I want you to see like
Thank you, ma'am.
the
Just a
way
reminder, you're still under
she does
oath,
something
okay?
in this that is
Of course,
just
Your Honor.
crazy.
Thank you. All right, your question.
Like this is beautiful.
Amber, just to orient you and the jury, at this time, we're in the rebuttal to your counterclaim against Mr. Depp. So I'm going to
Now,
confine my
Rottenborn,
questions to
you
that.
notice first off, Rottenborn is in charge. It's not Elaine this time because Camille destroyed them to such a point that Elaine rage quit last time. They knew they couldn't have that incident. Oh, by the way, Elaine is going to be one of the closing lawyers. She's going to give part of the closing tomorrow. There's going to be 2 closers, and then there's going to be 1 lawyer finish up. So we don't know how that's going to work yet, but we heard that.
Okay.
All right.
How have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Just watch the fakery. I love it.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things I've lived through, used to humiliate me.
Look, she's okay. What
People
she's
want
doing,
to kill me.
what she's doing is she's working her. You know, it's part of trying to bring up emotion. It's actually an acting exercise that people do. And they're trying to quicken their heartbeat. They're trying to quicken their breathing and whatnot. And you notice that she over exaggerates her facial expressions because again, remember her acting coach said she can't cry.
And they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave.
That story right there, somebody passed that on to me. So I posted this on Twitter. And that headline actually, that's somebody else's story. That's another story she decided, well, hey, you know, that's free. I'm going to borrow it too. There was a story from Rebecca Vardy. It's a headline. It says, Rebecca Vardy claims trolls posted about microwaving her baby. So.
And they tell me that Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection as to that, if you want to ask the question.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
in the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day, I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage.
She wakes up screaming. That's actually that she just names things that she thinks the average domestic violence survivor is going to deal with. She just throws in just my hands shake. I wake up screaming. Again, it's interesting, right?
Done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Now look how she calms down to every time. I want you to pay attention to this. Anytime there's an objection, when she's like, or whatever, watch how she calms when there's an objection, because it's an involuntary thing that she does.
Spoken rules.
Overruled. Go ahead.
About how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors.
You have to throw money at her. Now here's one I like. Listen.
Medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see.
She has rules for doctors. So she sees doctors and stuff, just not when she's been beaten, drugged through glass, violated with a bottle and stuff. She doesn't see medical professionals then, but she sees medical professionals. They just what does she see them for? I don't know. I mean, she's immune to everything else. So what the hell is she having, like, testing? To show everybody what kind of a grade A freaking immune system she has. Because I mean, she must be a mutant or something. But it's interesting that she doesn't see medical professionals for the other stuff, but apparently she does see medical professionals.
I live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow, for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because—
God, could you imagine her faking a PTSD flashback? Could you imagine what that would be like on the crew? Actually, probably what she does is something happens she doesn't like. She flips out, and then she blames it on PTSD.
Of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making—
She was too. There are plenty of videos out there for doing it while Johnny Depp was on the stand just the other day. But she's not snickering and laughing, right?
snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible.
Look, the fake cry now comes
This
in.
is painful.
Like she bucks her
This is
teeth out.
humiliating for—
See, she bucks her mouth up because she thinks that's how you cry, but she cannot get the tears up. And she actually, she'll pull a Kleenex in a few minutes. And I want you to watch that too.
any human being to go through. And perhaps it's easy to forget that, but I'm a human being.
Wasn't Johnny Depp a human being? Did that matter?
Even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on. The statements, the attacks on me, the campaign, that Johnny has elicited millions of people to do on his behalf when he himself
Objection, Your
couldn't
Honor,
do
lack
it.
of foundation.
Torture me every day.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
See, you notice, like, the switch off. The fake emotive switch off for objections. There's no tears. There's no sniffles. Like, if you were upset, it'd be like this. If I have that, that involuntary when you're crying, if I have that, I can't stop it because my body can't stop it because my body doesn't go from 60 to 0. You don't just, your emotions aren't just boom, you stomp on a brake. That's not how it works. Once it comes out, especially if you are suffering from PTSD, you don't put the genie back in the bottle like that. It doesn't work. That's what trauma is. Trauma, that's what I say, even secondary. Like I deal with secondary trauma from working with kids, and even with it, man, I can't control my emotions. Like it's bad. And that's just secondary. In the moment, if somebody went through these harrowing experiences, you don't just turn it on and off. It won't go away. Because it's like a malfunction in your emotions, where your emotions once worked right. Like I could turn that on, or you get upset and you turn it off. Something triggers that in your body. Whatever it is, whether it's thinking about something usually, and you can't stop it. It won't go away. It doesn't turn off. You may choke it down, but sooner enough, if it ever comes out, man, if it ever comes out, it doesn't come out like this. It doesn't just pop up and dance around like a fucking clown on a little ball while we're at the circus. Watch me sing, watch me dance. Let me watch off stage. It doesn't work like that. You know why? This is acting. This is what that is. That's acting. That is not trauma. There is a difference. And I hope the world sees the difference.
Amber, how have the Depp Waldman statements impacted your ability to do charitable work?
The only reason that people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and say I'm high functioning and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is because
That's not what Dr. Curry said. She was saying that if Amber Heard was experiencing the level of PTSD that she was reporting, it would be debilitating. She would be able to function, but it would be noticeable. When she went out and did stuff, you would see it. Like enough paparazzi around, something would set it off sooner or later. You would have to avoid so many things in life just to make it work.
Non-responsive.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long-winded responses.
So you see that right there. Look,
your ability.
she's supposed to be upset. Look,
to do
now watch
your
it.
ability.
Wait.
To do charitable work.
Which watch it. I know I go back, but I want you to see how she does the emotion in the.
The only reason that
when Camille hits her.
people like Dr. Curry can sit up here on the stand and
So
say
watch
I'm high
the
functioning
way-
and I do things like have hobbies and have interests is
Objection,
because I'm not
non-responsive.
See, it stopped.
Your Honor, Mr. Depp gave long.
She's waiting for the cue. You notice, look, there's nothing left. It went away. Now
because
she
I
turned it
found
back
a
on. Look,
solution.
it turned back on. Do you see that? You can see her face start to, but she made a stone face. She waited for the response because again, she has a bad tail that she hasn't worked on. That's a really bad one right there. And when the judge, she doesn't want to put a bad face forward to the court. They told her, when you stop, you have to do that. And she never figured out that was a huge tail. Like she just stops emoting. Now she's back to
that
it.
pain. I woke up every morning with panic attacks and trauma until I realized I could do something with it. So the answer.
You don't turn panic attacks off. That's not how it works. Panic attacks just don't turn off. I used to have panic attacks. I don't know why I had them. Like I think it's because again, like as a guy, you don't know how to. You either succeed or you fail. You can't fail. So I started having them, and you think you're going to die because it's it's like a heart attack. And what you have to do is you have to figure out how to control them. Sooner or later, if you're lucky, you'll be able to step through and not have them again. And I stopped having them after a while, luckily. But it wasn't just I got up one day and I was like, "Yo, I'm just going to turn this off." And that's not how it works. Panic attacks don't work that way. Panic attacks. You have to sit down. You might have to have breathing exercises or something, but that's not how they work, man.
Question, Ben, I was able to turn the things that I've lived through, my pain, my life experiences, into work, into action, into providing a voice for other people. I'm not a saint. I'm not trying to present myself as one, as you all
See,
know,
she
but
blinks.
I selfishly found relief in being able to use what I've lived through to advocate for others, to bring light to these issues, to give a voice to people who don't have the voice and the platform that I have.
Look, again, fake, nothing there.
And while I would not wish this situation on my worst enemy, if it gives a voice to someone who doesn't have it, but I now, as I stand here today, can't have a career. I can't even have people associate with me because of the threats and the attacks that they have to endure.
Objection,
when they
non-responsive.
Threats and attacks. Okay, like Eve Barlow, I'm sure gets looped in that. You know what? I was talking about Amber Heard. I posted about Amber Heard. Eve Barlow. It's like, oh my God. It's like people like that Umbrella Guy, or like what I deal with Jewish advocacy. I'm like, who the are you, and what are you bringing? What are you bringing Jewish people into this for? You can't use them as a shield. And he's like, it's like, dude, that's not me attacking her. That's her attacking everyone else. I mean, if you want to get your friends involved and stuff, and you want to get your loved ones involved, and they think they want to throw down, I'll spit facts at you. I don't have to be nasty about it. I just spit that fact. Ugh, people. But oh, they're gonna attack me. I can't have any. This woman declared war on somebody. She declared war, and now everyone that ever speaks up is anyone that has a voice that does not belong to her is either attacking her, they're lying, they're part of the Johnny Depp circus. You heard how she described it.
And I can't do my charity work.
Sustain the objection.
Amber, other than the threats that you've described, what other threats have you endured since the Depp Waldman statements were made?
I receive hundreds of death threats regularly, if not daily. Thousands since this trial has started.
How? Well, how are you getting them? You don't have any open communications that I'm aware of. You don't have any open posting. You only let people that follow you discuss that. So how is all this rolling in? Where's it going? You don't have any open communication whatsoever. Are you just talking about some rando dicks online? You know what? Here's the difference. People will tell me straight up because I don't because I talk about Amber Heard that somebody needs to put a bullet in my kid's head. People do that online. They're crazy. The difference is the people doing false police reports, the people trying to knock other people offline, the people trying to deny you a voice, they're not randos out there. Many of those people belong directly with her. They claim connection with her team. They're people she follows online. She follows 200 people, man. But hey, Hollywood people, organizations, and these randos that behind the scenes, they do some of the most repugnant shit that I've ever seen in my life. Is that some rando out there making random threats that you can associate? Nah. So where's the direct connection belong again? Anyway.
People mocking my testimony about being assaulted.
Mocking my testimony. How the hell does she know that people are mocking my testimony? Is she supposed to be watching this stuff? Is she supposed to be sitting here and watching us out here? Is she supposed to know? Is she supposed to know what the circus looks like? I thought she was supposed to stay in the bottle there. I didn't know she was supposed to be keeping up with this stuff. She just admitted, I'm watching this. People are mocking me. People are mocking me. I mean, boom, she's busted herself.
Making fun of myself.
Objection relevance, non-responsive.
Look again. Stop. Suck it in.
You can continue.
She couldn't get her breathing down fast enough. She'll get a Kleenex out in a minute, though.
Agonizing, painful, and the most humiliating thing I've ever had to go through. I hope no one ever has to go through something like this.
I know, man. It sucked for Johnny Depp, didn't it?
I just want Johnny to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I've said that for years now.
Did Johnny write an op-ed on her? Here's the question. Did Johnny write an op-ed on her? I'm curious about that, you know?
I thought he would after
Objection
2020.
non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What do you hope to reclaim after this is over?
Protecting the secret that I did for as long as I did has taken enough of my voice. Johnny has taken enough of my voice. I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what.
So she says Johnny Depp needs to stop. And right after that, she just said, I'm not going to stop. You caught that, right? I'm not going to stop. That's what she's saying. I will never stop. He needs to stop speaking up. He needs to stop his truth here. He needs to stop when she's using him for fame or infamy as damage, as the pulpit, you know, to stand on his back. He needs to stop standing up for himself because she ain't going to.
What happened to me? I have the right to my voice and my name. He took it long enough. I have a right as an American to talk.
You don't have the right as an American to destroy other people's lives. Yes, I am a heavy free speech advocate. I very much believe in free speech. I do not believe that you have the right to torch another person's life with lies and BS. That is not free speech. That is not protected in the Constitution.
Talk about what happened to me, to own my story and my truth. I have that right. I hope to get my voice back. It's all I want. And I've said that from day one.
Thank you, Amber. I don't have anything else.
Now, now watch. Now I want you to see something here. Okay. Now watch this. Watch the Kleenex. Now I want you to watch it. Watch what all she does with the Kleenex. She does everything but actually dot I's until this. Watch what happens. So she pulls the Kleenex, right? We don't need to hear anything for a minute. Just watch her. Okay. So she has the Kleenex on her. She's faking like there's going to be, look, okay, look, she blows her nose. She wipes her boogeries. Look, she put it back in her lap. She's like, oh yeah. All right, I'm gonna sit here and maybe come on, breathe deeply. Maybe I can get a tear or five out. Come on, I can get a tear. I get a tear. Oh, look, I'm fluttering my eyes. Fluttering. Do you think they're seeing me? She's faking breathing exercise is what it is. She's faking calming exercise. But look, she never clears her eyes. She never wiped her eyes there. Look, she still hasn't. That's what I mean. Look, all she did is wipe her boogery funk because she can't produce tears. Again, that whole time, like I noticed that when she pulled that Kleenex out, I was like, wait a second here. She didn't. I mean, it is. Look, like she's trying to get her boogery funk to work there too. You know? She's trying to turn the nostril nozzle on, and that's gross. That is very gross. She's like I said, She never did it. Like, I mean, look at that. Look, never does it. You know, she never does it. She gets her a drink. See, she abandoned it. She didn't even wipe her eyes. I mean, that's amazing to me. Look at that, too. Look at that, wiping that knot. Ugh. Gross, man. She's faking breathing exercises. She's faking breathing exercises. You don't just breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. With a real breathing exercise while you're having a panic attack, the best way to do this, and most people will teach you, is that you've got to put your mind elsewhere too. What you do is you imagine the tip of your fingers. You imagine a calm, a soothing, whatever that thought is. You take yourself there. You imagine the tip of your fingers. You imagine that feeling it elicits, the calm, and you feel it run down your fingers. You let that go through your fingers to your hands and on, and it takes a minute. You don't just breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth a few times, like 3 or 4 times, and suddenly it all just singularly vanish. It takes a hot minute. You know why? Because when you're having a panic attack, you're a hot mess. Because you think you're going to have a freaking heart attack because you feel like it. But Amber Heard doesn't understand that because she's never actually dealt with trauma. See? She knows she's up there, but she's like, okay, I think it's been long enough. I think it's been long enough. It's just amazing, you know? She could have an effective career if she could have gotten past the fact that she was just such a entitled monster. Did you see her with her boogery napkin? Did you see that? That's gross, wasn't it? My wife walked in.
She's just a disgusting human.
I'm just saying with the boogery napkin though, like again,
She pooped on a bed.
that's true too. I mean, well,
come on.
you got a good point there. But look at the fake, like here, like look at what she thinks is crying. Like I've been watching this without sound because if you turn off her sound, if you turn off the sound, what you do is you get a direct feel for what somebody is. Give me 1 second. Let me adjust something real fast. Okay. I noticed that YouTube it didn't clean it up much, but YouTube diminished the quality again. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring this back up. I had to increase the quality again. If you watch it without sound and you watch her acting, like look at it. Now watch it that way. Don't listen because you get the person acting out what they think trauma looks like. You don't get trauma. You get what somebody who hasn't experienced trauma thinks it should look like. It's overacting. You see the overacting, you see the facial expressions, too much animation. Again, this is D-list celebrity acting. And you saw her acting coach the other day. Her acting coach had all these I can't imagine her acting coach being very good at what she does. Anyway, she had so many issues. But look at her, like again. Huh?
I'm a better actress than her.
Man, I'm a better actress than her.
I can at least cry and get myself out of a ticket.
I mean, if I were going to get up there, I'd put a thumbtack in my shoe or something, you know? No, I put a thumbtack in my shoe. You better damn well believe I would or something. I'd do something. If I were going to pull that, like again, looking like that. Like, look, there it is. See? There she's doing it. See, that's just bad acting, you know? It's just bad acting. It was the best of times. It was the worst times. Johnny's like,
I mean, we all know women like her, though. Everybody's come in contact with a woman like
No,
her.
it ain't even
Maybe
that,
to
like-
degree, but
did you caught all of her cross today then? Okay, with her cross, she said that Johnny Depp should have he should have come forward sooner. And I thought that was very interesting considering she didn't even go to medical professionals or anything. So Johnny Depp should have came forward with his story sooner, but she didn't need to come forward with a story sooner. That's very strange.
my question is, why is there there's no police photos, there's no medical examiner photos, they're all
No.
photos taken by her and her friends.
Did you see the forensic guy, her specialist come in? So did you see the double picture? with a question in it? Okay, like this was one of my favorite things. You're talking about photos, and that's why I mentioned that. Let me pull this up for everybody. So the forensic, her expert got up on the stand and was talking about proof. He's talking about whether or not there was proof, and this was what was presented to him. They asked, okay, he was first asked, do you agree? Actually, let me show the first picture. So he was asked, do you agree that these are two different pictures? And the guy said, yeah, they're two different pictures, right? It was like, okay, well, can you care to explain why both of these pictures, they were taken on the exact same day, at the exact same time, they are the exact same picture, but they've both been put in. So if they're the exact same picture from the exact same time, first of all, they have to be edited. But before that, since they're both on record, which one is the jury supposed to consider? Because it's the same picture. So what does the jury consider here? What's proof?
Well, the one on the right, I would say, is the original.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question's there. See, and it brings up something. So it brings up another question. So we heard from Brian Neumeister, right? Brian Neumeister was the tech dude for Johnny Depp, right? Okay, well, Brian Neumeister, in his statement, he brought up something that I thought really went to that right there. So he made let me pull this up real fast. Oh, give me a second. Gotta find my document. Give me a minute. All right, here it is. All right, so Brian Neumeister, he said, you've seen how many pictures are in this, right? Let's say, let's be overly generous because it's nowhere near that. But just to go a little crazy, right? Let's say there's 1,000 pictures in this thing. There's not, but let's just say there is, right? 1,000 pictures of everything. I'm talking like of everything that she put in, which is way over generous. He said that of over the 58,000 photographs they turned over to him, they're supposed to turn over original composite. Like it's supposed to be, their case with original composites. They dumped on them, and the tech guy for her team, her expert said, I could find the original in the stuff she turned over. I could find the original for him to go over. He's not supposed to have to look for the original photo. He's supposed to have it turned over and it's verified to him. So if they turned over 57 copies of one thing, that's them playing games. And they admitted to game playing. And they messed up because they put two of them in there, just like they put two, the same pictures in twice. But they, they gamed. Like it's mentioned here. It's caught in there. And it actually, I think it gave a vindication for Neumeister because Neumeister, they treated him like he was an idiot, I suppose, treat him like he was incompetent, I think is a good way. But I need that picture too. I wanted to show off Eve Barlow. When all of that came up too, like everybody got into it. Like everybody got into this trying to hide data. So Eve Barlow, she was asking, let me see. She went online and she asked, can somebody, I'm paraphrasing. She asked, can somebody tell us like how to delete metadata? How you get rid of it? I was trying to find that picture. I can't remember her exact words, so I can't pull it up, But I was going to throw it out there. I was going to show people it. I just can't remember that. I do think it's funny though, like Eve Barlow, like if we're talking, the her getting really close to the Johnny Depp mess here. I thought this was telling, as far as Eve Barlow goes anyway, there are a lot of people questioning her attachment to this. Captain Jack Sparrow just asked for my phone number. 2015. Nobody cared about her back when. You notice how much clout Eve Barlow's gotten out of this tale too. Like it's made her name something that people actually recognize. It may be infamous, but baby, people recognize it, right? It's a wrong kind of infamy. See, I like the kind of infamy that these people will give you. I like that because if I get infamy just because I stand up and I talk about the truth of something, that's the kind of infamy I'm okay with. I'm not okay with the kind of infamy that it's because I lied and tried to destroy someone else's life. That's not cool.
Well, if you're going to scream about equality, right?
Hmm.
And you're going to be loud and proud about wanting equality, right? Then make things equal. Let people know. Women are just as capable of lying. They're just as capable of making stuff. They're more likely to make stuff up like this.
Yeah, well, it's because nobody cares what a man says about this, Like everybody mock you. Like you're like this.
I think you're wrong. I think people do care about men. I think
That's not what
the
I'm.
vast majority of public care about men.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you went out and you said, that woman over there did X to me, right? And I'm talking about from a position. I'm not talking about like average Joe citizen. I'm talking about like a celebrity, right? Celebrity goes out and points at a woman. That may be salacious for a minute, but all she's got to do is turn around, cry for a minute, and be like, "It was because he beat me. I was defending myself," and that's all you got to do.
Well, let's go back to Vic Mignogna.
Oh, the Vic Mignogna stuff is just trash.
I mean, that whole the jelly bean eating.
No.
The dreams that he did something sexually to someone. I'm sorry if you have a dream that something happened.
I had a
dream. It doesn't mean it actually happened.
I had a dream.
You know what I mean?
That's the wrong kind of dream.
Like it was just some random person, wasn't it? If I remember right, she just came out and said that she had a dream one night and she accused Vic of doing I don't know how to.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, when you look at it, like the Depp situation, the interesting thing about it is it took about 6 years for people to truly understand that she wasn't just a fake, but she's the worst type of fake there is. Her, like, what bothers me about this situation is if I were sitting here and she would have been better at this, like say one time she was a little less vain, so she would have taken a row of quarters and she would have beaten herself about the face or the ribs. This is probably a different conversation, and I'd still be some kind of sexist monster because I doubted her. If she would have decided one time to go and what if she'd have taken a razor blade to her feet? I mean, again, they're crazy people. You look at what you're going to do is get somebody that's truly motivated. Like we keep talking about that the personality disorder, right? There, right? Okay. If you truly get somebody that's unhinged, that will do anything, you've seen Fatal Attraction. That would be somebody at the far end of, I boiled your bunny, that. Well, I mean, how much damage would somebody do to themselves? It's just
She's a true life Gone Girl.
Yeah, Gone Girl. Oh Lord. You know who? Thanks for the 10. Panic attacks come on sudden, no way to stop them. You can manage with CBT. Yep. Breathing exercises, only way to stop. Right away is benzos. Even with benzos or Ativan, yeah. I mean, that's you still got to get them to kick in. You're exactly right. Catherine Holmes, thanks for the 50. Is there any way I can contact you? I'd like to share something with you or your wife, please. I'm Victoria, Australia. You can write me on my email. It's probably the easiest way. I'll notice it easier. It's granular, GRANULAR, heaven, HEAVEN, 2 words, granularheaven@gmail.com. Just send it over there and I'll notice it. I can't guarantee I will write back because there's so many emails, but I'm catching them and doing everything I can. Amanda Dennison, thanks for the 5. I've cried enough to know that when you cry and your nose drips, that you get stuffy. She's breathing the whole time. Oh yeah, yeah. She just figured out a way to get a little snot, and that's bam. Esme, thanks for the 10 there. Susanna Taylor asked, what do you think her motives are for the motion she filed to seal the juries for a year? She why do I think she did that? I truly think it's because you can't find out who those people are and interview them all together. If she thinks she's going to lose.
Did you see her sister shooting darts at Camille?
Huh?
She was like,
Oh yeah,
staring at
yeah,
Camille,
yeah.
like, I mean, she looked like she's about to leap up over that.
Oh yeah. I think though it's about that. I think it's really about when, like I said, I think she's afraid she's going to lose, and she'll pretend that it's about safety for those people. But honestly, if she loses, she's afraid that people will find them right away and they'll panel them and they'll be like, ha ha. Nellie B, thanks for the 5. I have BPD. I wrote an article I'd like to send you. It's called Better the Devil You Know. I got help. Life is good. I have a lot to say on AH. Hey, shoot me that. Again, granularheaven@gmail.com. Shoot it to me. Let's see. Storm Dancer, thanks for the 5. When JD spoke, you could feel the emotion he was projecting. Exactly. You could, deal. Dive Crew Canada, thanks for 279. Got an email. Awesome. I'll check it out a little bit. Thank you. You know who? Thanks for the 5. She looks medicated every AM. Her eyes are glassy. Her moods are all over the place. She was laughing yesterday. What a crock. Yeah, put it on acting anyway. Well, she as part of that, she said that she didn't do, she wasn't snide, she wasn't nasty, she wasn't being snarky basically and everything else. Yeah, right. A second here. I'm checking PayPal real quick. Here's, let's see, CS. Thanks for the 10 there. Isn't it a proven fact that when you say no and nod yes, it's typically indicative of a false statement? Notice every time she says incorrect, she's nodding her head yes. I'll have to look back at that. That's interesting. I'll check again. And also, thanks for the 15 on this too. You say her eye roll is just so disrespectful. Being a survivor of a woman like this, so upsetting. Her entitlement. Yes, I would say. Been watching you since the Vic stuff. Love your content. Thank you for that. The Vic content, like all that, really set my my mind where I know how these people are. I mean, you know how they are, but you're not ready for the insanity that their followers bring. I don't think you can ready anyone. So I appreciate that. PZ, I'm going to say thank you for the $25 for the taco fun. I appreciate all you do. I've been eating a lot of mini tacos and stuff. I've been eating food here. Yeah, they're good. I was telling them like a little food truck here,
We're probably not gonna eat tacos for a while after this.
Yeah. After that, I think I'm going to take a break from tacos. I don't ever want to look at another taco after this for a minute. It's like, Malin Rock is for 5. Why does it feel like she's reading lines from a movie? Because she is. That's exactly why. She's auditioning. This is the audition of her life, though.
Does she think that real life is like a movie?
Yes.
Like, is that what this is that we're seeing here? Like,
Yeah.
she's convinced.
She doesn't understand how to connect and emote with people. That's the issue. I mean, just to be honest about it. It is.
So, like, does she think this is going to play out like a movie? Like,
What's bad is she probably thinks she's the hero.
yeah.
Garrett, thanks for the 5. Hey, do you think her lawyers could get an ethics board kind of trouble for pulling some of the stunts they have, intentionally misleading jurors, etc.? If you could prove that they did it on purpose, yes, they could. Very much so. You get in all kinds of trouble, but you have to prove it, Marisol, thanks for the 5 there. Good job. Appreciate that. Is the trial over for date? Yeah. Actually, the trial's over. It's just we have closing arguments. So the trial tomorrow we have closing arguments. But yeah, it's over. Like the trial is done. They've concluded. We get arguments for both sides. But I'm talking about witness wise. You have the trial as far as again 2 hours each. Then you have jury instruction. The jury goes back on Friday. They can go as long as they want Friday. Then they have the weekend off plus Monday, and then they're back Tuesday if they don't decide on Friday. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how it plays. You know, I worry about that. Like I said, I don't want to get people's hopes up or anything like that. I watched UK 2020. I don't want to feed anybody false hope. Instead, I'd say it this way. There were 2 fights here. One of the fights is to redeem. It's all about redemption. And you don't redeem yourself in the courtroom. You didn't redeem yourself in the public. You know, that one there. Are you going to say something?
I was just gonna say that I think he did what he was trying to do. He was
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to clear his name. You know, she talked about her name today, right? What has she done to his name? I mean, she drugged that man.
Well, that's why when she says all of this stuff, it's fascinating because she got a taste of the backlash. She didn't have this happen to her. It was backlash from her own thing. But you know, that's another part of the power of being someone like that. You have people like I see people make comments and saying, "Well, I feel somewhat sorry for her." Screw her, man. You know, I don't feel bad for her. She's a monster, dude.
No, I don't feel bad for her.
I can't.
Honey, she made her bed and now she has to lay in it.
You know who? Thanks for the 5. Mollusk is funding her for sure. Possible donor of kid. That's what Jennifer Howe said. Buy some crackers and ice cream today and a mega pint. You need a baseball helmet with a beer straw. If I could get my headphones to fit on top of it, I would. You know? Yeah. Navy bet. I probably would. I told people. Am I serious? I told people I want to get a platinum grill. Am I being serious?
I have to hear about the platinum grill when we're done.
She looked at her feet like, oh my God. I told him I want a platinum grill. It says, what does it say across the top? What does it say?
Tug life.
Tug life. That's what I said, baby.
You're so cute.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious.
My mom growing up used to tell me that your sins will always find you out. Right?
Yeah.
And your lies will always find you out, especially in something like that, in a courtroom where you're going to be picked apart and just, you know, completely examined at every level. You know, if you're going to lie, you better not do it where you're going to get caught.
I got a question for people. Okay, so if you've kept up with this, I keep thinking something, and I want to make sure that this is correct. So there was the tech guy the one that had worked for her team for a long time and he had testified against like a cruise. No, he testified against some guy, and they were wanting to get all of his stuff kicked out. Yeah, she has her own channel, by the way. She does. I'll put it up in the thing. Let me give it a whirl here. Give me a second. I gotta put it up there. It was asking. Let's drive her numbers up again.
Mom always said that if something starts wrong, it can never be right too. And she did not go about any of this from the very beginning in a right way. You know, that's just some stuff that she's always said that stuck with me.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can tell that she's faking. I mean, it's just like I said, you deal with enough horror and fakery. So this is the link for Miss Umbrellas. I'm going to put it up at the top. Make sure that you sub there real quick. Let's drive her numbers up. She's at 3,430. I wonder if we could Let's see what we can push her to real fast. So if you haven't subscribed to it, like there's 8,000 people I know that we can at least push that up a little bit. Let's see what we can push it to. Like I said, it's 3,430. You know, oh look, we already pushed it up to 3,440. Huh?
I'm at 3,475.
Oh, you're at 3,000 what?
475.
475. All right. So we can watch that sucker like bounce, boom, you know, watch it. Like I said, if you want to drive it, get it up. Let's get it up to 3,500 easy. That's an easy number, you know, it's an easy number. Cause I love it. I love driving those numbers. Oh, look at it. Look at it's moving. Look, it's moving. She's looking, I keep refreshing it on the screen. Look at it move. I can't see the exact number though. I wish I could see the exact number. I can only see it by acre bits. Oh, there it goes again. It's almost to that 3,500. Oh, 3,500 there. I wonder how high it'll keep going. I can't read that from here.
35, 36.
35, 36 and counting. That's what I mean. Man, we could blow the doors off of that. Man. So anyway, people keep subscribing. I'm gonna hit some super chats. I'm gonna hit these super chats and then I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. My eyes are like, oh my god, you know. Chub Toe, thanks for the 2. We know you are in MH. Oh, mental health. What does mom here do? She does. Yeah, she does the hardest job of all. She takes care of the kids and she brings me food and stuff while I'm down here doing all this horrible work. Yeah. Yeah, she does the hardest job of all though. She takes care of the kiddos.
Make sure bills get paid.
Yeah, she manages like house everything there. You know, it's good. I don't want my kids growing up in the in public school. I have, like I said, I have a problem with that. After especially after working, like I said, with kids for a long time. I do. After working with kids for too long, I got to where I could not do it anymore. You know, again, it's just after a while, the worst horrible stuff that you hear in the world from people, it rubs off on you and it gets in your mind, and it's like a worm. It just gets in there, and you can't look at things the same. So my kids, I want them to, you know, I'm not saying like I don't want them to be in schools where you see people are out of control anyway, and they don't, you know, like the education level of many teachers, not everyone, but like they don't teach. Many of them indoctrinate, and I don't need my kids indoctrinated. I need my kids to learn, you know? So I see. Justin, thanks for the 5. It sickens me that if she does win, she'll become the poster child for IPV, giving interviews and speeches. Do you know she makes $33,000 a speech? That's what she was making after 2020 UK. She had been taken on by some celebrities. I can't remember what it was, but she was charging $33,000 a speech or interview.
Why?
People would pay it. And then it got so bad online. That's why it's funny she's claiming like my life was destroyed. And at the same time, she was leveraging domestic violence. Isn't that interesting? She leveraged domestic violence and IPV. She leveraged it for $33,000 a speech. That's nuts.
That just right there tells you that she's not a victim.
I mean, you should get paid for your time, but my God, when you make it your like that.
Not something like that. Like,
no, I mean, I don't believe that you shouldn't get paid for your time, you know, because you got to make arrangements and stuff. So, but $33,000 again, she turned it into a career opportunity because her career, like you see this from a specific type of actress, not necessarily. I'm not saying all or even many, but you see the actresses like her that are built on looks. Well, the looks fade. You know, she's 6, right? So she's gotten to the point where in Hollywood, you know, as a male, you can continue acting for, I look at Harrison Ford or something. I mean, they can contend for a long time and consider attractive. Female doesn't work that way, fair or not. That's the reality of it, and you need to translate to actually being able to act, and she can't.
Well, too, there's no telling what damage she's done to her body over the years.
Did you see her hands in that domestic violence picture? Did you see I mean, they're like.
Yeah, she's got big old man hands.
No, I mean, it was even worse than that. Like, okay, let's see. Remember her TRO picture.
What she's done to her body, the way she's lived her life.
There's one picture where she's sitting, in the, like she has these, but there's one where she's sitting inside, like it came from the trial. And if you look at it, I don't have it pulled up in front of people, but she's sitting inside. And if you look at it, I mean, she's got these monstrous hands. What's funny too is that there is video of that day outside. There's actually video of her leaving the courthouse. And when she's leaving the courthouse, it's not like she described. There were all kinds of things. If she loses this, it'll open up Australia too. Michelle, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership and welcome to Tugs. Thugs. Appreciate you. Let's see. Matthew, did I hit yours? Check Twitter. Jenna LP. Not sure how true this is, but bruh. She's spitting some stuff about the Hicksville incident. Huh? Let me see. What was her number? Jenna LP. I'll look it up. Look it up right now. I saw two people from the Hicksville incident that were actually talking, and I shared their stuff the other day. Jenna LP. That must not be the same person. Is that 2 underlines? J. Let me try that one more time. At JENNA LP. It must be 2 underlines. That's this one. Okay, let's see. All right, so here's, I'm going to pull this up here. I want to see what this says. Let's look at it live over here. Okay, why not? So here's Jenna LP. In light of Amber testifying vehemently under oath this morning that Morgan Knight was not at Hicksville and therefore I also was apparently didn't exist, allow me to tell you a story from that night. There was another instance of AH's jealousy I experienced at the campfire that Morgan was inside for. JD and I had been playing guitar and chatting for quite some time at the fire. We weren't engaging AH and her friends during this time, just each other, really hitting it off. At one point, I glanced over and noticed AH sitting silently across the fire and glaring at us, specifically me. She was throwing daggers in my direction. AH tilted down with an icy expression on her face, just staring at me. This was starting to make me very uncomfortable. I got the feeling she was jealous and upset that JD and I were talking so much and that he was not engaging her and her friends. So after a while of this, I looked over at her and I cracked a joke trying to break the ice, playfully said, "Hey, Amber, your man is really charming and handsome and all, but don't worry, I'm a full-on lesbian," and laughed. Johnny laughed also and said, "Yeah, Amber, can't you tell? It's obvious," which was absolutely hilarious. Then her expression went from icy to her face immediately breaking into a beaming smile, and she said, "Oh my God, I'm a lesbian too before I met Johnny. I was married to a woman for like 5 years." I remember the quote verbatim. I remember thinking that you're either a lesbian or you aren't, regardless of whether the man comes along. It's okay to be bisexual, but I just laughed and said, "That's great, Amber." I remember it unnerved me how quickly her face and behavior changed that instant. but I'm just glad it broke the tension. She was nicer and more easygoing for a while after that. Eventually, she went back to seeming upset that Johnny and I were still talking. Huh. Interesting, isn't it? The stories will come flooding out of the woodworks. That's a double underline. If you're looking, it's a double. So is it? Yeah, that's fascinating. But they'll come out of the woodworks, man. You know. Vicky Bonella, thanks for the 20. We love you, Mr. and Mrs. Tug. They love you, Mrs. Tug. I love them. I told them they're life changing. You know, like really. You know, where I look at where my life, you know, with all that.
Well, you wouldn't have been able to do this without everyone coming together and
I mean, not just that. I tell them like, you know,
showing you where to find stuff, where to go, and pointing you in directions.
yeah. I mean, they build the channel. You know, they build it up, and you know, we've had insiders hit up, and it's been amazing. We just saw that. Rosemary Owens, thanks for the buck. No statement, plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Justin Overson, thanks for the 5. No partner will ever want to be with her now, not without 24-hour surveillance set up to prevent fakery. Indeed. Anita, thanks for the 2. What's it like being a celebrity? Is this celebrity? I'll ask you for real. Like, I'll ask the chat that. Is this actually celebrity? Do you consider that? Do you consider YouTube celebrity? I mean, I'm asking the chat too. I'm curious because, like, for me, it's weird. Like, how does it feel? I'm sitting in my I'm sitting in my basement down here. You know, I'm just like in my little studio area. I'm like lounging back. I got a button-up shirt on. I'm eating some mini tacos. I mean, is that what celebrity is? If it is, it's pretty lazy. You know, I don't think this is celebrity. You know, if it is, I don't particularly want celebrity. I don't like the idea, you know. I don't know if I want it there. No, it's real, not celebrity. There you go. There you go. It's fast becoming celebrity. I can believe that. I think there's a level at YouTube that people do become celebrity. Like, you know, in those million hit channel, like those things, I think they do. But you know, I think down here with us plebs still, I think we're okay. Yeah. Rock and Ruin, thanks for the 5 there. Deep fried pizza rolls. What?
I have a question. What did you think about when she was asked about the Hicksville guy and she's like, I don't know who that guy was? Like,
Oh yeah. He's the manager there. Well, it just okay. You know what I thought about that? I thought everyone. Okay, Gina Duders talked about first meeting her, right? It was like she doesn't mingle with the peons, basically, right? She wouldn't make eye contact with me. You had another witness. I can't remember who they were. She wouldn't. Maybe it was Keenan Wyatt. I can't quite remember, but you know, and she yelled at Keenan Wyatt on the plane too. But I keep thinking like maybe it was him, but somebody else told us the story of that, so I'm not really surprised. Yeah. Oh man, had to get some nose spray, man. Woo, my head's hurting. Mr. Waters, what's up? Thank you for the 5. Tug, people keep asking me to PM the new image I've done. Yeah, so give us a shout to send it. Now PM it. Hey, stick it out there. Like DM the thing. And is it on your Twitter account? If it's on your Twitter account, I'll check it out. Let me see. Waters. You got your message. If it's on there, let me see what you got. Oh man, I wish I was ripped like that. You know, I like it though. That's hilarious.
don't be so humble.
I ain't no ripped. You know better than that. Shoot. I don't need my ego stroked. I got that COVID fat going on. I know what's up. You know, check this out. That's awesome though. It's a cool picture. I love all these for like that's a cool banner picture or something. So check this out. Look at that. I like it. It's a Superman playoff. I love it, man. Mr. Waters there does some great work. I shared it out there.
Mission integrity. I love that.
I love it.
That's awesome.
It's like boom. You know, getting your flag on. Oh, that's cool.
That would make a really cool flag.
Darius thinks, yeah, I've been subscribed to Lola longer than you. Well, that's solid there. Has she lost yet? I don't know. I don't know how to tell you if somebody's losing or not. Like, I can't. I think she lost the court of public opinion. I mean, again, I don't know what you consider losing there. My God, did you see this? Hey, did you notice that I'm at 111,000 followers? Huh? Look at that. Here. Yeah. Hey, I think I passed Ricada.
But you did good work on this, you know?
Yeah, but I think I passed Ricada. That's very weird. Like, I was looking at the reason I say that, it's not a competition, but I was looking at his the other day, right? And I saw like he had 109, and I thought, my God, 109,000. That's insane. And then Elaine was like, got to give you some love out there. I like, oh, Elaine, thank you. I need to send her a box of. Too bad it'd be harassment. I really would send her a shirt. I'd send her like the.
I just want to say, sorry, Elaine, you can't have him.
I'd send. Yeah. Did you see the secret jury picture? Holy crap! I need to pull this. Wait, just a minute. All right. I'm gonna show it to just in case but you can't look yet. You can't look. No, don't look yet. You can't look yet. I got to get it set up for I gotta get it set up for everybody. This is exclusive. I've got to, like, nobody else has this. I mean, they were setting up jury meetings. So check this out. They're doing a mock jury. Look, there's Elaine. She's got her mock jury on. She's practicing her blame. She's like, it's that umbrella man. The umbrella man can. That's what she said. That's the trial right there, baby. It is mock jury. I wonder what juror Meow Meow said. Somebody told me. Actually, I think two people said this. They're like, I have cats. Like, I find it a little disturbing. I'm like, you do understand that the qualifier isn't cats. My mom has cats, right? I know cat right now though. I don't really like them. Yeah, but the qualifier though isn't cats. Like, you can have all the cats you want. It's crazy, right? Crazy cat lady. It's not cat lady. It's crazy cat lady. And Elaine is crazy, But she's like, you're always on my mind. I bet like juror number 63 right here. She like slathers him with amica cream. She like paints him up like an umbrella. I don't know. She might cuddle with him. She's like, get over here, umbrella. I love you, umbrella.
She probably sings Island in the Stream.
Islands in the Stream. She's like, yeah.
She's listening right now. She's singing Island in the Stream.
I wonder if she goes and like gets drinks somewhere. She's like, you know what? She's like, the closest we'll ever had to kids is me getting the mini umbrellas. Yeah. She goes in. She takes like she got her little stuffed like that umbrella guy, Tiny Tug. She sets him over there and she'd be like, yeah, we're gonna have babies.
Oh Lord.
I'm gonna get the mini umbrella in my drink today. Like, no, Elaine, put it back. Yeah, we are Siamese, if you please. Yeah. That's hilarious. I don't know. I find the whole thing funny. Hey, you know what? Like, I don't know if Elaine is out there, if this case drove her crazy. I'm not really sure. I don't really know. I think I'm gonna show off the shirts. Have you looked at all the shirts? Oh my God. Like, come here. Let's check this out. All right, let's show them off real quick. I'll show them to you real quick. Hey, so Eve Barlow and them are complaining about super chats. They're calling it hate for profit now. Hate for profit. You know what? Here's the thing. I seem to remember. Eve Barlow talking about how she wouldn't do advocacy unless it was for pay. You know, I seem to remember her saying that. Like she can't advocate for free. You know what? Like people. First of all, people donate for free on YouTube. That is their prerogative. If somebody wants to back my channel, they have the ability to do so. But it's free. They don't have to come here. And there is no guaranteed pay rate for coming on YouTube. It could be free. I've been covering this for a long, long time too, as you well know. Again, you've had to hear about it for a long time, you know? Let's see. I'm pulling up all the shirts here though, but they're calling it hate for profit now. What they try to do is they try to attack channels. They try to hurt us. It's always their plan. They've got to do something to try to hurt you. Because God forbid that you go out and put out the truth. God forbid. They've been trying to take down. I thought they were all about free speech. You know? Now free speech isn't, when they don't like what I have to say, that's no longer protected. Oh, wait, it's hate. Of course, it has to be hate. Here's some of our shirts, though. Look, check it out. Mega Pine. Get yourself a Mega Pine. Ooh, yeah. Here's the I stepped on a bee. Look, with a little JD face. Somebody said, what would be funny one is I stepped on a B-list actress.
There you go.
Yeah, I thought that was really funny. Here's, instead of She-Hulk, there's Camille Hulk. Attorney at law, because we had one fake superhero. We're not having a real one, right? I forgot to pull up the Waldman one. We have Catman the Cat Lady.
That was probably my favorite.
Yeah, I like that one. Actually, I like the Where's Waldman. I don't think I pulled it up. There's Dr. Muffins.
Oh yeah, the muffins.
Dr. Muffins. I forgot to pull the other one up. Give me one
It's a
second.
good likeness of you too.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's how I look in real life.
Yeah.
Umbrella mask. Yeah, that's what I do. I run around with the kids. Are like, "What are you doing, Dad? Are you dressing up?" And I'm like, "That's my real face. Get away."
Now they're like, is it Halloween again?
Like every day is Halloween, children. Oh Lord. So check this out. Hey, we got two Where's Waldmans too. I'll pull those up in a second. I like those. And we have our umbrella ones too. I've been having fun with this stuff. All right, so check this out. We also had to pick up the phone too. All right, hey, you want to see this one? This is funny. Look, here, I'll show you some new ones. Let me zoom it in here. So we have whoops. I gotta unlock the screen. Here we go. So there's the pick up the phone. You remember that one? I like that one. There's the regular Where's Waldman. Instead of Rage Waldo. And here's this one. He said, "Look, where is he at? Can you find him for all the muffins and the mega pints?"
I like it.
Yeah,
I like that one.
I do too. I think that was really funny.
I need that one.
Yeah, the Where's Waldmans. I think that's hilarious. I don't know. I've just been having fun with all that. Oh my God. We had so much fun with it. I like that Where's Waldman though. He's hiding in the muffins and the mega pints. There's the merchandising stuff. I'm about to finish up because I'm tired. But I've been having fun, Tomorrow, what we'll do tomorrow is we will good Lord, look at that. Look at catching up.
Closes and arguments are tomorrow, right?
Do you have umbrellas
Or is that
with
for the day?
Depp trial? Huh?
Closing arguments, was that today or is it tomorrow?
It's tomorrow. And then they go to they have closing arguments and then they have jury instructions. And then after that, I mean it's on. Like it's just a jury. The jury may come back. It depends on what the jury wants to do. The jury, it's a holiday weekend. So at first I was thinking a decision right away would be bad, if they just came back, bam. But not necessarily, because with it being a holiday weekend, they may want to be like, I'm out of here. I want to get out. And the judge said they can take as long as they want Friday. So we may get a decision. So what I'll do is I'm just going to plan on streaming Friday. Come hell or high water, I'm just going to stream until she said they don't serve dinner, so I'm not sure what that means exactly, but we'll stream for a while. We'll stream into the night, I guess. We'll start in the day and we'll stream all day. We'll just pull up stuff, talk, goof off, 4 hours tomorrow? No, it's 4 hours plus jury instructions. And then on top of that, like I said, we'll just, then it'll go to the jury, and we don't know. They may come in that day. So we'll wait. We'll see what happens. We'll stay live and we'll wait until whatever. And then the weekend, we won't have anything hit. So we'll, if, either way, if a decision comes in on Friday, then we'll have that. Bam, we'll be live streaming there. And then we'll probably live stream on the weekend talking about whatever it means, one way or the other. And if it doesn't, then we'll have some live streams and we'll wait until Tuesday. About PayPal? Yeah, there's a link in the description. Okay. Yeah, there's a PayPal link in the description. Yeah.
I just don't have it on hand.
No, it's all good. I appreciate you asking. Mark Martin, thanks for the 5. When I saw Amber on the stand, I can translate from English to English. She said, "Why don't you believe me instead of him? I'm a victim." Yeah, pretty much. PKR, thanks for the 18. AH said under cross, people like encouraging favors with powerful men. I've seen this time and again. That's why I wrote the op-ed. Yep. So she's writing the op-ed after all and admitting it to hear thoughts. Oh, yeah. Like what she has to do. Oh, and Rock and Ruin says for tomorrow, thanks to the 5, I may sponsor a giveaway. So there may be a comic giveaway tomorrow too. Awesome, Rock and Ruin. Thank you. But I do appreciate you, Rock and Ruin. Thank you. That makes it fun. I love like spinning the chat up like that too. So anyway, what I was saying is there's 3 components that they have to meet. And she's banking on the one component being that the world will agree with her that she's a domestic violence survivor. That's the thing she's banking on. She's banking on the idea that she at least proved that he was see what sucks about this whole thing is the way it sets up. She gets to be an abuser. She gets to walk away as an abuser. It doesn't matter. She will walk away as an abuser. But if they said, like, I don't know how they're going to determine domestic violence. See, what they've been trying to do this entire time is turn things like slamming cabinets into domestic violence, raising your voice into domestic violence. Like me, I've told them before, if I get mad, like I got to get it out. Like I'll yell. Like I want to be left alone. I want to yell. I want to raise my voice, and I might like to kick something, or I need to, or I need to hit something inanimate. Makes me feel better. Like I think everybody does that.
I went and took boxing for a year because I wanted to work out my stress, and
yeah,
it's how I dealt with hitting a punching bag in kickboxing.
Yeah,
like it's how I worked out my stress and anger. When I would get angry.
Well, inanimate objects are not human beings. Anybody that wants to tell you that like kicking or hitting an inanimate object is hitting a human being has never been hit by a human being. Because I tell you, I've been punched in my face, I've been kicked, I've been hit. I've been through many fights. Like I used to be pretty volatile back when I was younger. When I was like, when I was in school and stuff. It was volatile back then. People would fight all the time and stuff.
Well, relationships aren't perfect. You have 2 different personalities that are
Well,
always going to be around each other.
Right.
So you're going to have disagreements.
Yeah.
But when it gets to the point that you're putting hands on one another, that's not okay.
Yeah.
Put your hands on somebody. If you're cutting off fingers and doing cigarette on faces, like
I can't. Can you imagine? Really? Can you imagine in this is outside of movies. Like in movies, you're like, oh, that sounds, like if a mobster put a cigarette out on another mobster, that might be awesome. You'd be like, ah ha ha. But in a real life, like a relationship, can you imagine a partner putting a cigarette out on the face of another partner? I mean, I can't even qualify that idea. Like, I can't imagine being like, yo, I'm gonna put a cigarette on your face just because, like, after you chopped off, okay, I've chopped off your finger, right? I'm going to continue to gaslight you instead of giving you help. I'm going to gaslight you. And then afterwards, just for the hell of it, I'm going to put a cigarette out on your face. Because, I mean, abusing somebody after they're harmed to that level, I mean, that's nuts. YouTube keeps on.
And she wanted to control the situation and the narrative.
Yeah, well, she wanted the power in the relationship, and the way that she attributes power, her power is a total type of power. Like you deal with. Just a second, let me hit. Let's see, EA. I'm going to say thank you for the $50 donation. It came in through PayPal. Thanks for your coverage. I was here way back when. Well, I appreciate you, but still here. It's awesome there. I appreciate that for show. It's funny. Oh my God, I'm gonna show that tomorrow. Somebody made a Dr. Spiegel symbol back to the poocher. I gotta pull that up real fast. It's pretty funny. Give me a second. Where'd your number stop at? Where'd you get to?
Look, somebody asked in a super chat if Waldman finds himself, does he get a free shirt?
Waldman finds himself. That's funny. Poor Waldman, though. I'd like to, I hope all the attention there. I hope people keep spamming "Where's Waldman" on Twitter because
I'm at 3628.
check this out. Here you go. Look, it's yeah. Look, it's back to the poocher. Search for Marlon Brando's earpiece. Yeah, because I kept saying the ear thing. It's awesome. I love it. I love that. I think that's hilarious. Somebody else made that. I didn't make that, but I think it's hilarious. Back to the poocher. Oh my God. He's a wonderful guy, Adam Wallman. Hey, Adam Wallman had this very awful, It's very, very rare. Did I miss a super chat? Oh, you talking about that one coming in? Yeah. He was just watching them come in. I was playing with my email because I saw this come in. I was trying to pull it up for everybody. All right. I think I'm gonna call it. It's an hour early day, So I mean, we're a little early, but still, I think I'm gonna call it here. What? You are going to do a little after midnight. All right. Well, make sure that you subscribe to Lola Meets. Let me pull up your thing one more time. And you're going to have why don't you talk about the trial some? Now, why don't you drag some people in and talk about the trial tonight and, talk about it from, from a female perspective, That'd be good. There's females that, I mean, there are females that talk about this stuff and props to them, but it'd be good. I mean, you've been here involved with this since,
3 years.
Whew, has it been that long? 3 years? Jeez. God. I'm pinning the Lola's channel to the top. So if you haven't subscribed yet, pop it up there at the top. Hey, Nefarious Technology, thanks for the 10. Don't forget to look at her testimony today. Nodding yes. Oh yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to look through it. I gotta see it anyway. So if you would, like she has a channel there, I pinned it to the top there. That is Lola Meets. Make sure you subscribe. Let's roll those numbers up a little bit more. I mean, she's got like 3,000. What is that? Where you at? I think she's like right at 400 subscribers off of 4,000.
3641.
You're at 3641. Oh man, she's only like 360 subscribers away. There's like 6,000 of you awesome people. We could roll those numbers a little harder there. Like I said, the channel's right there. She's going to be having a dream, and here's the thing. Like when you start out on YouTube, you've been doing it for a little while, but you got to get noticed. That's the hardest thing, to get noticed, because the algorithm doesn't notice you,
Well, I don't do videos either.
Did I tell you Tiny Tug got monetized?
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
Tiny Tug got monetized.
No, I probably will never go for monetization.
What? Why?
Because I just don't.
You get super chats and stuff. That's awesome. Then you can buy muffins and mega pints.
Muffins and mega pints.
Yeah. How are you going to afford those muffins and mega pints addiction? It's one of the things about all this. You got to afford it.
Because I'm not addicted to either.
Whatever, man. Hey, another JD. Thanks for 5. Comes in for Baybell. If Elaine had 3 cats, they'd be called What If Anything? What If Any? She had 3 cats named What If Any. That'd be hilarious. That's another t-shirt idea. Ex Truth Seeker. Hey. Gotcha. Reaver, by the way. I appreciate you, man. Or I'm sorry, I say man, but I don't know why. That's a bad habit of saying, hey man, I say that to too many people.
She's probably like a cat hoarder.
A
cat hoarder?
Yep.
There's people that have like 6
Take
cats
on my cat, take on my cat. All right, but anyway, hey folks, I'm gonna call it right here. I'm gonna die with these earphones on. Otherwise, like I've been wearing headphones. I never knew you could wear headphones this long. But anyway, all right. Well, I'm gonna end here. In the morning, we will go again. I may try to do a video real fast because I got something to show you. But
Various technologies $10.
yeah, I think I caught that one.
Okay.
All right. But anyway, I appreciate you folks. We'll stop right here. Well, let me give you some sexy toast first, of course, because you need the sexy toast in your life. Sexy toast. It's not a luxury. It's a lifestyle. So here you go. Let's sexy toast you out. Buttery goodness. All right. But anyway, I'm going to end here. Appreciate all you folks, and I will see you soon. Thank you.